Blood Robe talked tough, using the ice eggs to lure the prodigies of Ghost Heaven, seeking a battle. However, when they arrived, Blood Robe's figure was nowhere to be seen. They searched for a long time but couldn't find him. We thought he had some skill, but now that we've arrived, he hides and won't come out. These prodigies shouted, yelling across the Flower Moon Mystery Land, hoping to overturn the place to find Blood Robe. They came with overwhelming force, but huddled together in groups of 3 to 5, afraid to spread out. They feared Blood Robe was lurking in the shadows, waiting for someone to be isolated so he could ambush them. So, as they cursed Blood Robe, they stayed cautious, hoping to force him to appear. And this is supposed to be the second prodigy of Black Abyss. Compared to Black Sword, you're far behind. Unfortunately, their insults never reached Qi Yuan's ears. With absolute adaptation, he was in a deep sleep. The insults, reaching his ears, were automatically filtered out as negative comments by absolute adaptation, deleting them. So, he was completely unaware that anyone had been cursing him. Of course, once he woke up and carefully sensed things, he'd be able to know someone had insulted him. Mo Zhang stood at the front, displeased. When did these guys get so polite? He was unhappy with his fellow Ghost Heaven companions. Their insults toward Blood Robe were way too mild. Saying things like, coward, and, afraid to die, lacked any real bite. But Mo Zhang understood, it was because these prodigies were being cautious. No one wanted to be the first to die. After all, Blood Robe had already killed Mona. If he was hiding in the dark, and someone insulted him too viciously, they could be the first to die in an ambush. So, while they insulted him, they didn't go too far. This left Mo Zhang frustrated. Feng Shui, you curse Blood Robe. Be bold, steady, I'll stand by your side and guard you, Mo Zhang suggested. These prodigies still had their pride. Even when cursing, they wouldn't go overboard. At most, they'd use cutting remarks, sharp enough to get under someone's skin, but still refined. All right, Feng Shui, holding the 10,000 souls banner, looked calm as he scanned the surroundings. Finally, he faced southwest and shouted with a voice like thunder. Blood Robe, F*** your mother. The shout echoed, reverberating through the land. All the prodigies in the Flower Moon Mystery Land heard the curse, and their gazes instantly turned to Feng Shui. This guy really dared to curse. Even Mo Zhang hadn't expected Feng Shui to be so straightforward. After all, they were cultivators. While killing might be second nature to them, when it came to cursing, they still maintained a veneer of dignity. Cursing like Feng Shui was rare among them. Cough. No worries, I'm guarding you. Let's see if Blood Robe can endure this. Mo Zhang waved his golden sleeves, standing tall like a giant beside Feng Shui. Meanwhile, inside the formation, the previously drowsy Qi Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. What the hell, I take a nap, and now someone's cursing my mom. Wait a minute, I don't even have a mom. You don't hit people in the face, and you don't curse their mom. This is too much. Qi Yuan was furious. It had been a long time since he had felt this angry. Normally, he was quite polite. If someone insulted him alone, he would generously reciprocate by insulting their entire family. Wasn't that considerate enough, generous enough, kind enough? Yet, here he was, kindness taken for weakness, allowing people to walk all over him. Looks like I can't afford to sleep in anymore. Without any hesitation, the lazy aura around Qi Yuan dissipated. The grand plan and the grand small plan, let's execute both simultaneously. On the other side, after Feng Shui cursed, about a dozen prodigies gathered around him, standing guard. From afar, other prodigies watched closely. They kept their vigilance, scanning the surroundings. This Blood Robe really is a coward. He's been cursed like this and still won't show himself. HMPH, with so many of us guarding Feng Shui, if he shows up, it's just suicide. Even upper sovereigns in their youth wouldn't be able to defeat us. One prodigy boasted proudly. In their minds, upper sovereigns might be stronger now and have traveled further down the path, but when they were young, they might not have been better than them. This Blood Robe does have self-control. He's a tough one, Mo Zhang said seriously. Only those with true patience could achieve great things. True prodigies were those who remained composed even as the mountains collapsed around them. However, just as he finished speaking, a sword light, sharp beyond compare, appeared suddenly, a radiance so piercing it seemed to stab straight into the soul. Hey, shrimp head, don't you have a mother? Or was your mother just a biological one? Can't you show a little respect? The 3 lines came out even faster than the sword light. Every prodigy who saw this was visibly moved. Blood robe has appeared. What a powerful strike. Attack. Without any hesitation, over 30 prodigies charged at Blood robe with fury. Where do you think you're going, Blood robe? Leave the eggs behind. Countless magical techniques and immortal arts exploded around them, covering the area like a vast storm. The sound of the great Tao echoed, and immortal flames rained down. All of these attacks coming at once would have sent Mo Zhang running. But Qi Yuan stood motionless. These pseudo-gods dared to act so arrogantly. They couldn't even create a universe, yet they dared call themselves yin gods. Qi Yuan could only laugh. Without hesitation, his powerful sword light suddenly accelerated. From the 9 heavens, a single cold gleam pierced through the clouds, and all evil scattered in retreat. Kill, Qi Yuan said softly. With his strength, killing someone like Feng Shui didn't even require using his supreme truth. A simple sword thrust was enough to overwhelm these prodigies. They couldn't understand it, much less block it. In one swift motion, his powerful sword passed through the crowd of prodigies, straight into Feng Shui's throat. Mo Zong's face turned pale, immediately ramping up his defenses to the highest degree. The other prodigies were equally shocked, unable to comprehend how Blood robe had done it. Feng Shui's aura faded quickly, dead beyond recovery. All the prodigies attacking Qi Yuan froze for a moment, staring at him in horror. At the same time, they felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, none of them had cursed as harshly as Feng Shui. Then, the figure in the blood-red robe spoke in a bright, cheerful voice. With every 10 steps, I take a life, leaving none alive for miles. Gentlemen, I've got your eggs right here. If you want them, come find me. As soon as Qi Yuan finished speaking, his figure vanished. The prodigies stood stunned for a moment before frantically chasing after him. Hurry, he's on his last legs. Stop, thief. These cultivators were no different from gamers on Blue Planet, only missing the phrase, he's low health, from their lips. When Qi Yuan had shown his power earlier, they hesitated in fear. But as soon as he disappeared, they pursued him more urgently than anyone. After all, if Blood robe were truly invincible, he wouldn't have run. Having killed Feng Shui, they believed Blood robe must be seriously injured. Thus began a sweaty, exhilarating chase, with Qi Yuan leisurely leading the way while pretending to be desperate. A whole group ganging up on me, where's the honor in that? If you've got the guts, face me one-on-one. Hey, I'm running out of energy. How about letting me recharge before we continue? Qi Yuan ran ahead, while behind him, over 30 prodigies and hundreds of grand sovereigns gave chase. Leave the eggs behind. In the Flower Moon Mystery Land, a grand chase unfolded. Qi Yuan treated it like a game. Otherwise, he could have easily killed all these prodigies. But he didn't, because the grand small plan was paving the way for the grand plan. His true targets had never been these prodigies, they were, the young gods. Outside the Flower Moon Mystery Land, Purple Fate Feng stood, his eyes fixed on the scene below. It's been a long time, but now the smell of blood is in the air. Blood robe has finally made his move. Although he didn't know exactly what had transpired inside, he could sense it through the aura. There had been no bloodshed for a long time, only faint sounds of activity. This meant Blood robe had been biding his time. It was understandable. Purple Fate Feng didn't think Blood robe could take on dozens of prodigies head-on. Waiting in ambush and striking suddenly was the smart move. Now, with the scent of blood and the surge of spiritual energy, it was clear that Blood robe had acted, killing one and retreating. I wonder how long this battle will last, Purple Fate Feng mused. At the same time, he cast his gaze far off into the distance. There, a young god from Ghost Heaven lay in wait. The two kept a safe distance, neither making a move. Young gods getting involved would escalate the situation, and Purple Fate Feng wasn't worried about any Supreme Truth young gods attacking him. When that happened, the young gods from Ghost Pass would naturally step in to help. Just then, a transmission came in, and Purple Fate Feng's face lit up with joy. Ice Sword has emerged from seclusion. The modified version of the ancestral blood technique has appeared. And it came from Blood robe. Holding the revised ancestral blood technique in his hand, Purple Fate Feng examined it carefully. The more he read, the more amazed he became at its intricacies. This Blood robe is truly a genius. No wonder the Purple Fate ancestor values him so highly. If I had started cultivating this ancestral blood technique earlier, I'd probably be at the 11th level by now. This is magnificent. The only downside is that, besides regular cultivation, it requires a divine molt. It was easy to tell whether the ancestral blood technique had any issues. All you had to do was see if your bloodline resisted it. With no resistance, it was clear that this ancestral blood technique was perfectly legitimate. The modified version of the ancestral blood technique increased both the power and the speed of cultivation by nearly double. How could he not be tempted? I've got nothing better to do now, so why not give it a try? Besides, with so many divine molts around, who's going to care if I molt once? Purple Fate Feng pondered. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted. Could it be that the Purple Fate ancestor already knew Blood Robe had this ancestral blood technique? Purple Fate Feng suddenly felt he had uncovered the truth of the matter. Could it be, the ancestor has already undergone the divine molt? His eyes sparkled with excitement. If the ancestor could molt, why not him? At the same time, within the Purple Fate heaven, the Purple Fate ancestor looked at the technique in his hand, his expression shifting constantly. That brat had such an incredible technique and didn't give it to me sooner. He felt a bit disgruntled. Blood Robe had kept it hidden from him. He had only learned about this benefit from others. When people asked him if he knew about it, he had to act like he'd known all along and had already started cultivating it. At the time, one young god Heavenly Sovereign had given him a strange look, leaving the Purple Fate ancestor puzzled. Now, with the complete technique in hand, he finally understood why. Sigh, with Linea's transformation approaching, I must increase my strength. Otherwise, it'll be hard to protect Blood Robe as he grows. Molting an egg isn't such a big deal. After some hesitation, the Purple Fate ancestor also began cultivating the revised ancestral blood technique. Ordinary cultivation was now too risky for him, as it would trigger the descent of the root demon calamity. But the modified ancestral blood technique not only boosted cultivation but also strengthened the bloodline. Strengthening the bloodline wouldn't trigger the root demon calamity. It's a shame, if I were an upper sovereign, how would Ghost Heaven dare to attack Blood Robe? If I had reached that level, I wouldn't have had to rely on that old man. I would have stormed Ghost Heaven myself. The Purple Fate ancestor sighed, beginning his humiliating cultivation. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In the Flower Moon Mystery Land, the sound of pursuit was relentless. The prodigies of Ghost Heaven wielded the 10,000 Souls banner, emitting a cold and murderous aura, like the cries of 10,000 ghosts wailing. Blood Robe, if you have the guts, stop running. You can't even compare to a single hair of black sword. These pursuers were fuming with rage. No matter how much they accelerated, even burning their blood essence, they simply couldn't catch up to Blood Robe. Every time they felt they were just a step away, he would escape again. At that moment, one of the prodigies sent a message telepathically. We're not insulting him harshly enough, he won't stop. Does anyone have the guts to step up and mock him like Feng Shui? After this suggestion, the prodigies fell into a brief silence. It was a while before one of them responded. Our enemy is him, what does his mother have to do with it? We shouldn't involve the innocent. Exactly, insulting his mother is beneath us. The prodigies discussed among themselves. Little did they know, their words were clearly heard by Qi Yuan. Indeed, sometimes even villains can display a fleeting moment of humanity. However, it's still because they fear me, they are afraid of me. If only everyone were like this, wouldn't the culture of the cultivation world be rectified in no time? That's why, heads must roll. Only then will they fear me, and stop spewing filth. As expected, all reforms demand bloodshed. Qi Yuan's understanding of this world had become clearer. Unfortunately, his strength was still too weak, only at the Purple Mansion level. The corruption of the cultivation world was far beyond his current ability to rectify. I'm still too weak. If I were as strong as that figure in the Taihuang Palace, how could I have been so careless and lost my mother? Qi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. His life was truly pitiful, weak, and helpless. What a bunch of useless trash. So many of you against one, and still, you haven't resolved this after all this time. Heavenly Sovereign Licken scanned the Flower Moon Mystery Land, his eyes showing a hint of dissatisfaction. The younger generation of Ghost Heaven was growing weaker with each passing day. One might even say, they were a disappointment. For example, Ghost Heaven would plan assassinations against the prodigies of Black Demon Abyss, such as Black Sword, and now Blood Robe. Black Demon Abyss was furious, but they hadn't retaliated with assassinations of Ghost Heaven's prodigies. Because, within Ghost Heaven, there wasn't a single prodigy worth taking seriously. Such trash, living in this world, wasting the sect's resources, they might as well become part of my 10,000 souls banner. A sinister smile almost seemed to form on Heavenly Sovereign Licken's face. Suddenly, a voice appeared by his ear, catching him off guard. You make a good point. Whether living in this world or living within a banner, there's little difference. Isn't this 9 heavens itself just another kind of banner? The voice was calm and ethereal, as if an old friend were greeting him in the afternoon. For a moment, Heavenly Sovereign Licken's thoughts slowed, and he nodded gently, you're right. But no sooner had he spoken, his expression changed drastically, his mind growing alert. Who are you? How did you suddenly appear? Heavenly Sovereign Licken looked up, only to see that the previously gray sky had inexplicably turned blood red. The area he was in had abruptly been sealed in a bloody cage, cut off from the 6th heaven. Looking toward the source of the voice, he saw a gigantic blood-red figure. The figure was towering, mysterious, and mesmerizing. Clad in flowing armor that seemed like liquid, with fresh blood silently coursing through it. Spikes of blood crystals jutted out from its shoulders, both eerie and sinister. In its hand, it held a blood-red long sword, emanating a faint and obscure aura. A single glance at it could cause madness. On its back, the figure carried a tattered banner. The banner was blood-red, old and worn, exuding an ancient aura. The terrifying red-armored giant seemed as though it had emerged straight from the depths of hell. Its exposed eyes looked like they were peering into the abyss itself. Heavenly Sovereign Licken inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of threat upon seeing this blood-red figure. Then, a hoarse and cold voice rang out. I am the envoy, of the Human Emperor Hall. The blood-red figure spoke, its gaze seemingly transcending time, falling on the 10,000 souls banner near Heavenly Sovereign Licken. At the dawn of creation, before the heavens were opened, the Human Emperor captured the 5 elements and forged the Human Emperor banner, to suppress heaven and earth and ward off demons. With the Human Emperor banner, demons fled, and gods bowed. All the banners in this world belong to the Human Emperor Hall. The Human Emperor is undying, though the inheritance has dwindled. Yet the noble and righteous Human Emperor banner has become a sinister 10,000 souls banner. It's utterly laughable. As an envoy of the Human Emperor Hall, I am here to reclaim all soul banners and restore the rightful path. The voice was cold, emotionless, and carried the aura of ancient times. Hearing this, Heavenly Sovereign Licken was utterly bewildered. Human Emperor Hall, Human Emperor banner, what are these? And also, the Human Emperor Hall represents righteousness. The aura you're emitting is ice-cold, eerie, and terrifying. Fellow Taoist, could there be some misunderstanding here? I am a cultivator of Ghost Heaven. Heavenly Sovereign Licken gripped the 10,000 souls banner, his heart filled with anxiety. Trapped in this blood-red cage, he was completely cut off from contacting the outside world. Even the star projection he relied on to connect with the star realm was severed, weakening his power significantly. With the 10,000 souls banner in hand, he felt a sliver of confidence. His curiosity about the identity of this blood-red figure grew even stronger. Give up struggling. Returning to the Human Emperor banner is your only path to survival. As the wind stirred, the tattered, blood-red Human Emperor banner flapped in the breeze. The terrifying giant advanced, step by step, sword in hand, toward Heavenly Sovereign Licken. Thud, 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 the very earth trembled. Heavenly Sovereign Licken could hear the sound of a giant beast's heartbeat. He stared at the blood-red figure, his eyes suddenly shifting in determination. What nonsense about the Human Emperor Hall, you're just putting on a show. Kill. With his shout, the 10,000 souls banner unfurled with terrifying force. Within the blood-red heaven and earth, thousands upon thousands of dense ghostly souls emerged. The wind howled, and thick ghostly energy filled the air. An endless horde of souls rushed toward the blood-red figure, as if a swarm of birds were attacking a giant beast. The blood-red figure raised its blood-red sword, its voice cold and emotionless. The Human Emperor's sword, heaven and earth weep. A terrifying sword slash erupted, and a blood-red light illuminated the entire sky. An overwhelming wave of evil, greed, and lust spread out. Heavenly Sovereign Licken's soul shuddered. This Human Emperor Hall is definitely more sinister than Ghost Heaven. He could sense an extreme malevolence in that sword strike, pure, unadulterated evil. Jealousy, gluttony, greed, and more. The evil from this figure was far stronger than the negative emotions within the 10,000 souls banner. At this moment, he couldn't deny it, the 10,000 souls banner and the human emperor banner were indeed deeply connected. Gripping the 10,000 souls banner, Heavenly Sovereign Liken's face turned grim. A massive wave of soul servants had just been completely wiped out by that blood-red sword slash. Fellow Taoist, the sixth heaven is no longer what it once was. Ghost Heaven now has a great supreme truth powerhouse in residence. Heavenly Sovereign Liken called out, attempting to scare off the blood-red figure. I will personally retrieve the 10,000 ghosts banner from Ghost Heaven. For now, you need only welcome death. The blood-red figure, sword in hand, advanced like a warrior rather than a celestial being. Even so, Heavenly Sovereign Liken felt an overwhelming sense of danger, as if he were being consumed by a beast. Using my soul banner, I'll forge my true body. With a mighty shout, knowing words were useless, Heavenly Sovereign Liken unleashed his true strength. Having lost his connection to the star realm, he couldn't fully manifest his young god true body. But the soul servants within the 10,000 souls banner were enough to forge his true form. Suddenly, within the blood-red cage, a gigantic figure emerged. Its head touched the heavens, and its feet stomped the earth. It wasn't just 10,000 feet tall, it was impossible to describe its vastness. The surrounding air and spiritual energy seemed to be drawn to it, converging toward its massive form. As his true body manifested, Heavenly Sovereign Liken's confidence returned. He looked down at the tiny blood-red figure, no bigger than a firefly, and his gaze filled with disdain. If you haven't comprehended the supreme truth, victory is uncertain. He hadn't sensed any trace of supreme truth from his opponent. In that case, the outcome remained undecided. His enormous hand, holding the 10,000 souls banner, swirled the heavens like a vast god stirring the stars, ready to smash the tiny warship below. In the next instant, Heavenly Sovereign Liken's expression drastically changed. A cold voice whispered in his ear. You know nothing of power. You are lost to justice. Heaven and earth's righteous path is guarded by my sword. Kill. A powerful sword strike, devoid of any finesse, like a single point of starlight, suddenly expanded like wildfire. Even the faintest glimmer can shine. A spark can set the plains ablaze. Justice will prevail. Fail in life, make amends in death. The power of the 10,000 paths martial god was simple, direct, and tyrannical, brooking no reason. Moreover, Qi Yuan, having cultivated the ancestral blood art to the 12th layer, with only the martial power of the 10,000 paths martial god, was already infinitely close to the supreme truth. A terrifying sword strike, one that even an ordinary supreme truth powerhouse would struggle to withstand. Let alone a mere young god of the heavenly rank. Die. In a flash of red, the blood-colored figure vanished from in front of Heavenly Sovereign Liken and reappeared behind him. Heaven and earth flash. Perhaps it was too fast. If one were watching from afar, they would see the sky filled with tens of thousands of blood-red figures. Like countless fireflies flickering across the heavens, lighting up the sky. These flickers of light spread across the heavens, and within the true body of Heavenly Sovereign Liken, they carved a massive wound that stretched into a line, like a celestial river. Standing behind the shattered body, Qi Yuan did not turn around. The gigantic true body, larger than a small world, shattered in an instant, crumbling into countless starlight fragments. In the endless star realm, a blazing star flickered out without warning, falling silent and shattering. Deep within Ghost Heaven, a slumbering young god Heavenly Sovereign suddenly awoke, his face showing shock. At this moment, Ziwan Feng, standing far away, was tense, his emotions in turmoil. Just moments ago, he had noticed that the young god Heavenly Sovereign of Ghost Heaven had suddenly vanished for several breaths. This made him incredibly anxious. Could they be planning to move against Blood Rogue, or is it some conspiracy? Ziwan Feng was extremely worried. But suddenly, his eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Heavenly Sovereign Liken has fallen. In the star realm, the star projection shattered. That projection belonged to Heavenly Sovereign Liken. In just a few short breaths, a young god Heavenly Sovereign had perished. Could it be the work of a supreme truth powerhouse? Ziwan Feng quickly looked toward where Heavenly Sovereign Liken had been lurking, his mind in chaos. Suddenly, a thick scent of blood filled the air. Once more, the world was bathed in crimson. Ziwan Feng seemed to hear the cries of countless gods and the sound of war horses charging. An ancient and distant aura pervaded the air, and a towering man appeared. He held a blood-red long sword, wore blood-colored armor, and carried a tattered banner on his back. His cold, emotionless eyes glanced at Xuanfeng, sending a shiver down Xuan's spine, as if he had been glanced at by death itself. What kind of gaze was that? Since stepping into the realm of young god heavenly sovereigns, he had never seen such a terrifying gaze. Could it be that this terrifying figure had killed heavenly sovereign Lican? At that moment, the blood-red figure turned his gaze toward the Flower Moon Mystery Land. Xuanfeng's heart pounded fiercely. This isn't good. The blood-red figure stretched out his giant hand, reaching into the Flower Moon Mystery Land. All banners in this world belong to the human Emperor Hall. A cold, hoarse voice resounded, and a massive blood-red hand pierced through the Flower Moon Mystery Land, grabbing fiercely. In an instant, dozens of prodigies, and hundreds of geniuses let out terrifying howls. But in the face of this grasp, they had no ability to resist, their bodies were instantly torn apart. The once arrogant prodigies were completely wiped out in that single attack. Xuanfeng watched this scene, eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of technique is this? What realm is he in? He could understand if a young god could shatter the Mystery Land with a single blow. But with half his body still in the sixth heaven, he merely reached into the Mystery Land. What kind of power was this? He couldn't comprehend it. Ordinary young gods would have to confine themselves to enter another world. They might even drop in realm. A supreme truth wouldn't fall in realm, but even a supreme truth couldn't reach into the Mystery Land while their body remained in the sixth heaven. Blood robe. Xuanfeng's expression was tense, his face pale. He was deeply worried about Blood robe in the Flower Moon Mystery Land. At that moment, Xuanfeng noticed something. High above the darkened sky, a scorching star projection suddenly appeared, shining with intense brilliance. It was like the sun falling, separated from the earth by a mere breath. A domineering, furious voice suddenly echoed. "You dare!" Behind the blazing star projection, a terrifying figure appeared. This figure was blurry, and not even fully materialized. Yet just a trace of its aura made Xuanfeng tremble uncontrollably. That's the projection of a supreme truth. Xuanfeng's heart quivered, feeling as though he could die at any moment. At that moment, a gentle white light suddenly enveloped him, and the overwhelming threat vanished. Beside Xuanfeng, a man in a white robe appeared, elegant and serene. "Thank you, Senior Black Sword." Upon seeing him, Xuanfeng quickly bowed, his heart settling. Black Sword nodded, his gaze falling on the projection of the supreme truth and the blood-red figure. His eyes revealed complex emotions. "Though it's only a projection, that strike was as strong as the true body," Black Sword commented. At that moment, the projection of the supreme truth, burning with fury, unleashed a powerful strike toward the blood-red figure. Destruction, chaos. The heavens trembled as if they might shatter at any moment. Standing behind Black Sword, Xuanfeng felt his own insignificance and the immense power of the supreme truth. Meanwhile, the blood-red figure raised his head, staring coldly at the projection of the supreme truth and the powerful strike. His voice was cold, laced with a hint of hoarseness. "All banners in this world belong to the human Emperor Hall." He drew his sword and, like a simple warrior, swung it toward the supreme strike. Black Sword's eyes flashed red, filled with countless questions and confusion. He couldn't comprehend this sword. It was an ordinary sword, devoid of any trace of supreme truth. If it was related to Taoist arts, at most, it was merely an origin divine ability. Origin divine abilities, such distant memories, were the strongest techniques of the Purple Mansion. But who had ever used an origin divine ability to confront the strike of a supreme truth? The terrifying supreme truth strike collided with the origin divine ability. What happened next astonished everyone. The origin divine ability blocked the supreme truth strike. The supreme strike vanished without a trace, and the blood-red figure sheathed his sword, his exposed eyes devoid of any emotion. How is this possible? Xuanfeng trembled, unable to comprehend. Black Sword stared at the blood-red figure, as though trying to see through him. This scene puzzled him as well. The gap between an origin divine ability and a supreme truth strike was beyond imagination. To put it in modern terms, it was like a man from a primitive tribe, wearing sandals and wielding a wooden sword, while in the sky, a sixth-generation fighter jet roared, emitting sonic booms. Suddenly, the fighter jet launched an attack at the man, and with a casual swing of his wooden sword, the jet shattered. Such audacity! The supreme truth projection was furious. In an instant, a star within the star realm flared to life. The aura of this supreme truth surged, growing more and more intense. "You managed to withstand one strike, but can you withstand a second?" A voice filled with overwhelming dominance echoed across the heavens. The sun and moon trembled, yin and yang reversed. The Supreme Truth had clearly been enraged and was intent on eliminating this blood-red figure. The blood-red figure, facing the incoming strike, remained calm, speaking slowly, "I've already marked the 10,000 souls banner you carry. If the cultivators of Ghost Heaven don't personally offer up the banner to me, I will seek them out one by one." "How dare you?" the Supreme Truth projection bellowed in rage. The destructive aura surged, and even an ordinary Supreme Truth might have perished in the aftermath of this battle. But then, something happened that left everyone shocked, confused, and utterly bewildered. The Supreme Truth strike fell, and the blood-red figure vanished without a trace. Under the very eyes of the Supreme Truth, and under Black Sword's watchful gaze, he disappeared. Where did he go? The Supreme Truth roared, enraged. Black Sword narrowed his eyes, a hint of fear creeping in. How did he just disappear? If it had been a young god vanishing before a Purple Mansion cultivator, it would be understandable. But that was a great Supreme Truth, a master of the highest order of Tao. Someone had just disappeared right in front of them. This was terrifying, perhaps even horrifying. Did this mean that this person could disappear at will and reappear whenever they wished? Meanwhile, within the Flower Moon Mystery Land, Qi Yuan's figure reappeared, his face pale as paper, his body swaying unsteadily. So this is the power of a Supreme Truth. The gap between us is truly vast. That blood-red figure, of course, was Qi Yuan. While he executed his small plan and his grand plan, he had secretly slipped out and killed Heavenly Sovereign Lican. As expected, after the assassination, a Supreme Truth from Ghost Heaven had descended. Rather than fleeing, Qi Yuan had chosen to face the Supreme Strike head-on. In that moment, he had gained a clearer understanding of Supreme Truth. Once I cultivate the ancestral blood art to the 13th layer, with just the power of the 10,000 paths martial god, I won't need to run from a Supreme Truth like that anymore. Unfortunately, I'm still only at the Purple Mansion level, and progressing toward Supreme Truth is far too slow. Of course, this slow pace was only in Qi Yuan's eyes. For an ordinary heavenly ranked young god, even after comprehending the Supreme Truth, it would take countless ages of polishing to truly step into the realm of Supreme Truth. Even ordinary great Supreme Truth powerhouses are this strong. That thief who stole my human emperor banner must be even stronger, right? It seems I need to forge my human emperor banner as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm still too weak. With an artifact-level creation treasure, Qi Yuan could barely reach the second tier of great Supreme Truth powerhouses. As for the first tier, that was still too far out of reach for now. With this in mind, Qi Yuan waved his hand. A 10,000 souls banner appeared in his grasp. Around him, there were also several broken 10,000 souls banners. The largest one came from Lican. The others belonged to the prodigies of Ghost Heaven. Little banners, be good. Open the door, Daddy's coming back. Qi Yuan chanted as he activated his Grand Forgetting Heart Sutra, singing a nursery rhyme. The smaller banners, upon hearing Qi Yuan's words, eagerly opened the door, without any hesitation. Only the largest one hesitated, its surface trembling. However, after 3 rounds of Qi Yuan's graceful singing, it too opened the door. Time to refine. He was going to refine his own human emperor banner. The process of refinement was something Qi Yuan had long since grown accustomed to. First, brainwash, then convert, then transform. To him, it was the most familiar of processes, a trivial matter. After an unknown amount of time, Qi Yuan finished patching up and repairing the old human emperor banner on his back. Its power had risen to another level. Sigh, I need to rest up properly, then continue finding my banner. Facing the great Supreme Truth strike, Qi Yuan had instantly opened up his Purple Mansion and retreated into it, vanishing without a trace. Though it seemed hard to understand. In truth, it was indeed difficult to understand. Even Qi Yuan himself didn't know why disappearing into his own Purple Mansion caused him to vanish. However, he had prepared long ago, placing the other end of the Myriad Principles Gate inside the Flower Moon Mystery Land. After entering the Purple Mansion, he used the Myriad Principles Gate to arrive back in the Mystery Land. Unfortunately, there are too many powerful beings here. I can't recklessly place the Myriad Principles Gate anywhere, or I risk being discovered. Qi Yuan sighed. Against the Molo clan, he had dared to use the Supreme Truth Gate as bait, tricking several young gods into it. But against a Supreme Truth, he dared not. In fact, he wouldn't even dare take out the Supreme Truth Gate, as any leakage of its aura would instantly be detected by a supreme truth. Thus, he had no choice but to place the other end of the supreme truth gate inside the mystery land. Placing it in the sixth heaven was too close, and it would be easily detected. A supreme truth could use the gate to enter Qi Yuan's underworld, which would be disastrous. That would turn Qi Yuan's underworld upside down. Moreover, it would expose the fact that Qi Yuan possessed the supreme truth gate. He could easily become the ultimate enemy of the sixth heaven. No supreme truth would tolerate the existence of someone possessing a supreme truth gate. That would mean, all of their hard-earned supreme truths were exposed before Qi Yuan's eyes. If Qi Yuan were to hide for millions, even tens of millions of years, who could match him then? There were, of course, other reasons. The supreme truth gate might only work once on a supreme truth. Qi Yuan had to catch them off guard and use it when the time was right. So, I need to find the right mystery land, the right moment, to continue executing my grand plan. Unless the Banner Lord himself steps in, they won't be able to catch me for the time being. The Banner Lord is stationed in Ghost Heaven. He certainly won't leave on a whim. The grand plan is in place. Now that the time is right, I need to head out and enjoy the show. With that thought, Qi Yuan left the Flower Moon Mystery Land. Instantly, a pair of eyes fixed on him. The elegant voice of Black Sword rang out. As long as you're safe, I can rest easy. Ziwanfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the blood-red figure had casually crushed Blood Robe. Ah, how annoying. I was just about to finish off all those useless Ghost Heaven cultivators, but then a blood-red giant hand appeared out of nowhere, killed the badly injured Ghost Heaven cultivators, and stole my kills. How utterly despicable and shameless. Qi Yuan complained indignantly. Hearing this, Ziwanfeng pursed his lips slightly. He had been keeping an eye on the energy within the Flower Moon Mystery Land the entire time. Who was heavily injured? Before the blood-red figure appeared, Blood Robe, hadn't you only killed one person? Black Sword spoke softly. Just now, that mysterious blood-red shadow killed Ghost Heaven's heavenly sovereign Licken and even withstood a strike from a great supreme truth powerhouse. Black Sword glanced at the distant supreme truth, then back at Qi Yuan. That was a good kill, a precise kill, and a satisfying kill. Qi Yuan clapped his hands. Meanwhile, the great supreme truth powerhouse from Ghost Heaven was currently retracing the timeline, seemingly attempting to uncover the blood-red figure's identity. Under the immense power of the great supreme truth's divine sense, the scene within the blood-red cage began to replay. He didn't stop Black Sword from watching, as if he didn't care. In the replayed scene, the blood-red figure appeared, speaking coldly as he killed Heavenly Sovereign Licken with a single sword strike. The great supreme truth from Ghost Heaven wore a particularly ugly expression. The Human Emperor Hall, an envoy, never heard of it. HMPH, and you dare attempt to reclaim our 10,000 souls banner and 10,000 ghosts banner. You're courting death. Though the great supreme truth didn't manage to retain the mysterious blood-red shadow, he was seething with rage. At the same time, he felt a deep unease. That blood-red figure was utterly bizarre. There was no trace of supreme truth on him, yet he could kill Licken with a single sword stroke and even withstand his own supreme strike. The figure had reached into the Flower Moon Mystery Land and slaughtered the young prodigies of Ghost Heaven. And finally, he had vanished without a trace right under the great supreme truth's nose. Each of these feats alone was enough to make one shudder in disbelief. Now, all of them had occurred together, leaving the supreme truth feeling both frustrated and alarmed. The great supreme truth shot Black Sword a sharp glance before vanishing in an instant without lingering further. Clearly, what had transpired here needed to be dealt with back in Ghost Heaven. At this moment, Black Sword looked at Qi Yuan, his tone calm as he spoke. You witnessed the scene of the mysterious blood-red shadow slaying Licken. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan immediately replied, he looked very dashing. Just like me in red. Turns out, handsome guys all dress the same way. Black Sword looked at Qi Yuan, a trace of blood flashing in his eyes as he calmly asked, what do you make of this situation? Beside them, Ziwanfeng was puzzled, not understanding why Black Sword was asking Blood Robe so many questions. Was he taking a liking to him? I think Ghost Heaven's cultivators are shameless, stealing someone else's Human Emperor banner. If I were them, I'd return the 10,000 souls banner to the envoy immediately and then, commit suicide and enter the banner as atonement. Qi Yuan responded earnestly. Hearing this, Black Sword averted his gaze, the suspicions in his heart dissipating. Hey, The 10,000 Souls banner is as important to Ghost Heaven as the ancestral blood art is to us in Black Demon Abyss. How could they possibly give it up? As he spoke, he added another comment. Was it you who modified the ancestral blood art to lay ice eggs? Could you demonstrate it for me? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Ah, well, Black Sword's question left Qi Yuan momentarily at a loss for words. He looked at Black Sword and said softly, with my refined demeanor, how could I possibly lay an egg? Purple Fate Feng cast a sidelong glance at Qi Yuan. Someone so refined, how could he have developed an egg-laying version of the ancestral blood technique? You didn't cultivate the ancestral blood technique you gave to Ice Sword? Black Sword asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. No, Qi Yuan replied, shaking his head. One must tailor techniques to each person. The version of ancestral blood technique I modified was best suited to Ice Sword, not to me. You practice a different ancestral blood technique, then? Black Sword asked again, his assessment of Blood Robe rising even further. Apparently, Blood Robe's adjustments to ancestral blood technique weren't just a stroke of inspiration. He had other versions of the technique on hand. Yes, Qi Yuan nodded, then turned to Black Sword. The ancestral blood technique I cultivate is rather unique, meant only for me and no one else. Qi Yuan was telling the truth. The changes he'd made were so specific that only he could practice this ancestral blood technique. Black Sword fell into deep thought at this, refraining from any further questions. Just then, a message reached Black Sword's ears, and his gaze flashed with urgency. Let's go, Black Sword and Purple Fate Feng departed hastily, seemingly due to an urgent matter. Qi Yuan returned to his cave and reviewed his recent gains. Not bad. Besides further enhancing the Human Emperor banner, I've also acquired several hundred divine techniques. After a moment's thought, Qi Yuan handed these techniques over to Ning Dao and Golden Canary. Then, after further deliberation, he entered the Supreme Truth Gate once more. The scene shifted abruptly. Endless waves of majestic, radiant energy akin to a galaxy swept and surged all around him. All of this energy was the aura of Supreme Truth. As Qi Yuan entered, the various innate divine spirits who were observing the Supreme Truth in the gate rose and saluted him. Greetings, Master. These innate spirits were all Qi Yuan's nascent souls. Qi Yuan rarely had time to personally enter the Supreme Truth Gate to study its profundities. Therefore, he stationed his nascent souls inside to observe Supreme Truth on his behalf, saving him time. Many nascent souls specialized in studying the Taihuang Palace's Supreme Truth, while others focused on Ghost Heavens. How's the progress? Qi Yuan inquired. Old Man Shenlei shrugged, a grin in his eyes. You'd never guess, the Supreme Truth that Ghost Heaven's banner Lord comprehended is actually thunder-based. The 10,000 Ghost Soul banner was an extreme technique of darkness and malevolence, seemingly incompatible with the pure, unyielding nature of the thunder arts. Could it be Yin Thunder? Qi Yuan wondered. No, it's the primordial pole-bending thunder, an earth-grade supreme truth. Focused, calm, and able to harness divine thoughts to bind the heavens, soul, and body alike with thunder's cleansing wrath, said Old Man Shenlei gravely. Binding, Qi Yuan muttered, thoughtful. Good thing I didn't attempt a sneak attack at Ghost Gate. Against the power of such a supreme truth, if he used it, I doubt I'd even be able to retreat to my purple mansion. Qi Yuan's fallback was an instantaneous retreat to his purple mansion, but this wasn't foolproof. All supreme truths held terrifying and unpredictable powers, some of which were strange beyond belief. Take, for example, the Abyss Lord of White Dragon Abyss. His supreme truth granted him the power to make anyone he looked at become pregnant with an offspring containing his own bloodline. Qi Yuan found the notion horrifying. It was no wonder that White Dragon Abyss was so eager to invite the Demon Blaze Heavenly Sovereign to join them, even pledging fealty. They probably wanted him to be the one doing the birthing. Were Qi Yuan a supreme truth, he could likely fend off such attacks, but his absolute adaptability and willful freedom were still in their early stages. Master of all thunder, could you perhaps find a way to stall the Banner Lord's supreme truth technique? Qi Yuan asked, gazing seriously at Old Man Shenlei. Lad, you're giving me too much credit. I might control all things thunder, but I'm still just a heavenly ranked young god. Shenlei's beard twitched, bouncing with each movement. Qi Yuan gave him a sidelong look. Shenlei, doesn't sound like you're up to the task. Old Man Shenlei's face flushed. Who says I'm not? If you move the Supreme Truth Gate to the Star Hall, give me half a month, and I'll find a way to stall the Banner Lord's supreme truth for 2 seconds. The star hall Shenlei mentioned was actually the mysterious universe where Qi Yuan's stellar golden core resided. Each day that passed for Qi Yuan was equivalent to 100 years in the star hall. This time dilation was incredibly advantageous, and Qi Yuan saw it as a potential exploit. If he placed the Supreme Truth Gate inside this universe, his nascent souls could analyze the supreme truths within. Given tens of thousands of days, he could potentially master all the supreme truths across the 6 heavens. But this exploit was not so simple to execute. Placing just the Supreme Truth Gate in the Star Hall was manageable. But moving its internal workings into a separate universe would be highly taxing. Every moment it remained there would drain Qi Yuan's strength immensely. All his nascent souls would need to exert effort. And his power from the 10,000 Paths martial god as well as his cultivation would be consumed. His strength would drop to a mythic level. If he encountered even a single young god, he could easily perish. Returning the Supreme Truth Gate to its original place was the only way to stop the drain. Half a month. Qi Yuan considered the risk. It was dangerous, but perhaps worth it. As long as he stayed hidden, he'd be safe. Alright, half a month it is. As the saying goes, to catch the tiger cub, one must enter the tiger's den. I'll make some arrangements, then we can begin, Qi Yuan said. Alright, just say the word, replied Shenlei, disappearing. At that moment, another nascent soul appeared, reporting on their progress. So that old man's supreme truth is this. After considering it for a while, Qi Yuan left the Supreme Truth Gate. If he intended to transfer the gate to another universe, he needed to make some preparations and avoid going outside for a time. During this period, he would be at his weakest. Qi Yuan set about creating protective formations, layer upon layer. Still feeling insecure, he devised various additional defenses. After 10 days of setting everything up, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Was I being too cautious? Nothing even happened over these 10 days. Qi Yuan regretted his paranoia. Had he simply restored to an earlier point, old man Shenlei would already have completed his insights by now. Satisfied with the arrangements, Qi Yuan began transferring the Supreme Truth Gate to that universe. Roughly an hour later, Qi Yuan's aura began to drop. I'm far too weak now. Best not go out at all. Running into even a stray dog would mean a life and death struggle. Just as he was mulling this over, a boisterous voice called from outside. Blood Robe, open the door. Recognizing the voice, Qi Yuan knew Sister Oxhorn had arrived. What's up? Qi Yuan ceased his formation preparations and looked outside. You're still alive. Sister Oxhorn walked into his cave, casually sat down on the floor, and hit him with a blunt question. I'm alive and well, better than you, Qi Yuan replied, immediately annoyed at her presence. I thought you'd died in the Flower Moon Mystery Land, she said nonchalantly. Sigh, taking that long to deal with those prodigies, the gap between you and that powerhouse from Taihuang Palace seems considerable. No worries, I'm still young, Qi Yuan responded seriously. According to Labus's comparison method, he actually far surpassed that person from Taihuang Palace. Still, Qi Yuan humbly refrained from mentioning it. At this, Sister Oxhorn batted her eyes. Did you see that mysterious hall envoy by any chance? Was he as handsome as they say? Recently, the young god of Ghost Heaven had been slain by an envoy of the human Emperor Hall. The incident had caused a commotion in both Ghost Heaven and Black Demon Abyss. Now, within these two holy lands, all the disciples and even the young gods spoke of nothing but this mysterious hall envoy. Their curiosity about the hall envoy's identity was immense. Unlike Ghost Heaven, which was filled with hatred for the hall envoy, Black Demon Abyss had come to see him as almost divine. After all, he'd slain an enemy young god and withstood a supreme truth attack before vanishing without a trace. That was enough to stir the imaginations of many young cultivators. Yes, incredibly handsome, just like me, Qi Yuan replied without modesty. Sister Oxhorn looked him up and down. If you say so, but when it comes to style, hey. Purple Fate Snow snickered, a faint hint of mockery in her tone. Though she had never seen the mysterious envoy, she had heard of him, clad in blood-red armor, like a god of death from the underworld, cold and terrifying. Blood Robe, on the other hand, was handsome, sure, but he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Purple Fate Snow had thought that if someone froze Blood Robe, he'd be the picture of a peerless beauty. But let him speak, and his whole aura vanished. What do you mean by that? Qi Yuan detected her mocking tone. Nothing at all. Sister Oxhorn stopped snickering, then plucked a mushroom from her mouth and ate another. After finishing it, she said, Don't you have a bunch of Ice Sword's eggs? I was thinking, maybe we could work together and draw out some of Ghost Heaven's prodigies, score some merit points like in the Flower Moon Mystery Land. Qi Yuan didn't need merit, but Purple Fate Snow did. Without a second thought, Qi Yuan shook his head. That's hardly the act of a gentleman. I'm not going. In his current weakened state, he'd decided not to leave for half a month. Purple Fate Snow eyed him skeptically. Where was this gentlemanly attitude before? People change. I was young and foolish before, but now I've seen the error of my ways, Qi Yuan replied nonchalantly. Purple Fate Snow let it go and instead leaned in close, whispering, those eggs from Ice Sword, you didn't lay them yourself, did you? With his talent, he couldn't have produced those. Qi Yuan panicked. How dare you slander me? He truly was panicked. He hadn't laid those eggs, but he had created them. Let me see that ancestral blood technique. I'm curious. Purple Fate Snow reached out, eyes alight with anticipation. By now, the modified ancestral blood technique had been circulating in Black Demon Abyss, though only among the young gods. Purple Fate Snow hadn't obtained it yet. What's this? Are you interested in laying an egg yourself? Qi Yuan tossed her a jade slip with a casual wave. Relax, I'm a woman of principle. I'll be sure not to lay any eggs. Purple Fate Snow took the ancestral blood technique, studying it intently. Focused and diligent, Purple Fate Snow exuded a certain allure. As she looked over the modified technique, her eyes grew increasingly astonished. Suddenly, my principles feel like they're worth very little, she said, a look of greed in her eyes. The lure of power was overwhelming. For an immortal, what was laying an egg if it meant greater strength? Sigh, from now on, we'll have to change our name from Black Demon Abyss to Black Egg Abyss. Purple Fate Snow couldn't help but sigh. Just then, time and space froze. Purple Fate Snow remained frozen in her original position, motionless. Qi Yuan immediately knew that old Master Purple Fate had arrived. Every time he appeared, the surrounding space would come to a halt. You've returned. Good, good, Purple Fate Ancestor appeared, his face beaming with delight. What's got you in such a good mood? Qi Yuan asked. Oh, nothing. Stroking his beard, Purple Fate Ancestor felt quite pleased with himself. When Blood Robe returned, he hadn't rushed over because he was busy cultivating the modified ancestral blood technique. After all, he had already boasted to others that Blood Robe had offered it to him first. If he didn't show results soon, wouldn't he be a laughingstock? For days, he'd been training intensely, finally succeeding in condensing an egg and reaching a new divine transformation. Only then did he come to see Qi Yuan. I never expected that a young lad like you would have such remarkable talent to modify the ancestral blood technique. By passing it through Ice Sword to Black Demon Abyss, you've earned considerable gratitude from the higher-ups. They intend to reward you with a large number of young god gifts, Purple Fate Ancestor remarked. I don't need young god gifts, Qi Yuan replied quickly. Young god gifts were of little use to him. I know you're not interested, so I argued with the old codgers up top and managed to get you something better, 10 drops of Black Demon Ancestral Blood. Purple Fate Ancestor chuckled as he produced a porcelain vial with a flick of his wrist. Seeing the Black Demon Ancestral Blood, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. You really understand me, old man. The thing Qi Yuan lacked most was precisely Black Demon Ancestral Blood. Recently, he had dispatched his nascent souls to locate Black Demon Ancestral Blood using miniature intelligent search devices, allowing him to quickly advance the Ancestral Blood technique to the 12th layer. But now his progress had once again stalled, due to a lack of Black Demon Ancestral Blood. With these 10 drops, he could take another small step forward. Of course, he was still far from reaching the 13th layer. He would need a lot more Black Demon Ancestral Blood. Once he reached that level, his 10,000 paths martial god cultivation could rival that of the Supreme Truth. At this point, Purple Fate Ancestor continued, additionally, I reserved 10 sets of young god gifts for you as well. Considering that you'll be marrying Lady Yu Jinli soon, these 10 sets of young god gifts should help both of you safely reach the realm of the young god sovereign. That way, you'll have each other's backs. Thank you, old man. Qi Yuan took the vial of Black Demon Ancestral Blood and the young god gifts, his eyes gleaming. Who knew modifying the ancestral blood technique would be so valuable? If I tweak it again, think I could get even more Black Demon Ancestral Blood. The 10 drops weren't nearly enough for Qi Yuan to reach the 13th layer quickly. He needed more. Purple Fate Ancestor shook his head. You're dreaming if you think it's that easy. Modifying the ancestral blood technique isn't simple, and what's more, Black Demon Ancestral Blood is a rare resource. I had to put my pride aside just to secure these 10 drops. There's no way they'd give you more. Qi Yuan looked slightly disappointed. Sigh, my poor, tragic white moonlight, not even your blood could be gathered after your death. He lamented. Purple Fate Ancestor ignored Qi Yuan's theatrics. Just then, Qi Yuan seemed to remember something, and he leaned in closer. Old man, you've been treating me like a prized descendant these days, so I prepared a gift for you. Scram, Purple Fate Ancestor scolded, though his heart was secretly pleased. His resentment over not receiving the modified ancestral blood technique sooner had long since disappeared. What kind of gift? If it's something boring, it'll just sit in my storage bag and gather dust, Purple Fate Ancestor asked. This, Qi Yuan pulled out a jade slip and handed it to him. Purple Fate Ancestor took the jade slip and sent his divine sense into it. He first looked intrigued, then astonished, and finally took a deep breath. His face reflected surprise, delight, and a hint of bitterness. This is quite something. A real treasure indeed, Purple Fate Ancestor said repeatedly, eyeing Blood Robe with a mixture of emotions. I crafted this specifically for your physique. Much stronger than Ice Egg's version of the ancestral blood technique, wouldn't you say? Qi Yuan explained. After receiving so much Black Demon ancestral blood from Purple Fate Ancestor, Qi Yuan felt a bit of guilt. Sure, the ancestor should rightfully show his juniors generosity. But a junior should share their best treasures with their elder, right? Ice Sword's version of the ancestral blood technique was nothing special. This one, though, is just right for you, Qi Yuan added, glancing at Purple Fate Ancestor. Surely you didn't secretly attempt Ice Sword's egg-laying ancestral blood technique, did you? Purple Fate Ancestor's eyes went wide. Why would I cultivate that egg-laying version? I'm a supreme truth cultivator, a man of dignity. He said this while covertly crushing his own egg. Well, as long as that's the case. Qi Yuan nodded. Stay inside for now, things are chaotic outside, Purple Fate Ancestor said after a pause. Oh, what's going on? Qi Yuan asked. The human Emperor Hall has reappeared, and their motives are unpredictable. No one knows where they came from, Purple Fate Ancestor replied, clearly uneasy. He suspected the human Emperor Hall might be an ancient force from ages long past. Anything else? Qi Yuan wasn't particularly concerned about the hall, considering it was just another identity of his. Recently, a region of Ghost Heaven's outer heavens has connected with the mysterious lands, and vast quantities of Black Demon ancestral blood have been discovered there. Purple Fate Ancestor's expression grew even more serious. The outer heavens referred to uncharted territories, places not yet explored. Such regions could contain any number of mysteries. When young gods sought duels, they often went to the outer heavens. Even Black Demon Abyss had its own outer heavens. If a supreme truth cultivator could claim a territory in the outer heavens, they could turn it into part of the 6 heavens and establish their own domain. Now, Ghost Heaven's outer heavens had yielded a vast store of Black Demon ancestral blood. This was of monumental importance to Black Demon Abyss. What a coincidence. Could it be a trap? Qi Yuan asked. Black Demon Abyss had only just gone to war with Ghost Heaven, and now Ghost Heaven's outer heavens had turned up large quantities of Black Demon ancestral blood. It's an open plot, Purple Fate Ancestor said calmly. Clearly, Black Demon Abyss's leaders knew this was Ghost Heaven's scheme. Ghost Heaven had probably been hoarding Black Demon ancestral blood, only to reveal it now as bait. Qi Yuan pondered aloud. So, are you planning to go and seize it? He recalled the message Black Sword had received before leaving the Flower Moon Mystery Land, and his subtle reaction at the time. Looking back, it was likely related to this matter. There's only so much Black Demon ancestral blood in existence. Every drop used is one drop lost. Now, Ghost Heaven has stationed 2 supreme truths there to corrupt the Black Demon ancestral blood. If they succeed, nearly 10,000 drops of Black Demon ancestral blood will go to waste. Purple Fate Ancestor said, his heart aching. Qi Yuan took a deep breath. Nearly 10,000 drops of Black Demon ancestral blood, even I'm tempted. If he could get hold of all that blood, he was confident he could reach the 14th layer of the ancestral blood technique. Within a year. Our time is short. If we can't retrieve the Black Demon ancestral blood within a month, it will be fully corrupted. Purple Fate Ancestor's voice held a deep, serious note. This time, I'll personally intervene. He glanced at Qi Yuan as he spoke. Were it not for Qi Yuan's need for large amounts of Black Demon ancestral blood, he would have been only 20% likely to get involved in Ghost Heaven's scheme. But now, he chose to go of his own accord. Purple Fate Ancestor looked Qi Yuan in the eye. If things go awry, and I am severely injured, you should go to Purple Fate Hall immediately and find Purple Fate Tan. He will escort you to the Moon God Palace. Purple Fate Tan was one of the few supreme truth young gods of Purple Fate Heaven. Is it that serious? Qi Yuan was surprised. Purple Fate Ancestor smiled. Just a precaution. Don't worry, given my strength, no one can hold me unless a Supreme Lord takes the field. Even if the Banner Lord himself makes a move, he might injure me, but he can't kill me. Purple Fate Ancestor's confidence was boundless. In the Supreme Truth realm, the gap between levels was both significant and minimal. If both were at the third level of Supreme Truth, a rival couldn't even wound him. Even if the Banner Lord personally attacked, he'd only manage to inflict injuries. Furthermore, the Banner Lord wouldn't make a move lightly. So this time, despite knowing there was a trap, he was willing to dive in, at most risking some injuries. Before, he might have had some misgivings. But now, with the modified ancestral blood technique Qi Yuan had given him, his confidence was ironclad. Even if injured, this technique would allow him to recover quickly. Qi Yuan nodded. This was a matter beyond what a humble cultivator at the Purple Mansion level could interfere with. It was likely that the Supreme Truth Elders had already convened and discussed it in depth. Oh, by the way, old man, didn't we have a mole in Black Demon Abyss? I know who it is, it's Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign. Qi Yuan shared his findings with Purple Fate Ancestor. Wind Decay. Purple Fate Ancestor frowned. Wind Decay, of Shadow Soul Heaven. He didn't ask Qi Yuan how he knew, only fell into deep contemplation. This is already under consideration. For the next month, stay indoors. If I am injured, head straight to the Moon God Palace. Purple Fate Ancestor instructed again, then his figure dissipated. In the quiet of his dwelling, Qi Yuan glanced at the frozen purple fate snow, his expression calm. It seemed he'd have to intervene in the impending storm half a month later, that nearly 10,000 drops of black demon ancestral blood couldn't be overlooked. In an unknown realm, two spiritual presences conversed in hushed tones. You're willing to spend so much? That's 2,000 drops of black demon ancestral blood, a vast voice said in surprise. If Purple Fate Ancestor had been present, he would have recognized it as the voice of the old ancestor from Shadow Soul Heaven. As long as our plan succeeds, those 2,000 drops will come back to me. What's the harm? Replied a voice that sounded neither male nor female. This time, rather than saying Ghost Heaven was scheming against Black Demon Abyss, it would be more accurate to say that a traitor within Black Demon Abyss was working with Ghost Heaven. The old ancestor from Shadow Soul Heaven, his eyes glinting with wariness, asked, "Who exactly are you?" Within Black Demon Abyss, I can't think of anyone else who could take out 2,000 drops at once. The figure, still indiscernible in gender, replied in an ethereal tone, "My identity doesn't matter, what's crucial is that we share a common goal, our mutual benefit." With the impending descent of the lineage transformation, even those of us who are great supreme truths have to think of contingency plans. Are you certain you won't join me in allying with the Taihuang Palace? The old ancestor from Shadow Soul Heaven inquired with a hint of probing. Among the Black Demon Abyss factions, Shadow Soul Heaven had always maintained the best relationship with the Taihuang Palace. Shadow Soul Heaven had even come into conflict with the Moon God Palace. No, the figure responded decisively. In that case, then I'll claim the glory. Purple Fate Ancestors, blood, a supreme truth life, will mark the start of this lineage transformation era. Shadow Soul Heaven's old ancestor spoke with a mad gleam in his tone. With the injection of the corrupted demon blood, Purple Fate Ancestor was as good as dead. Ah, turbulent times yield powerful cultivators. Who knows when the lineage transformation will come to an end? The ambiguous voice sighed, the words tinged with a kind of wistful uncertainty. The old ancestor from Shadow Soul Heaven fell silent, his eyes growing shadowy. By the way, what do you make of the human Emperor Hall's mysterious envoy? Mysterious and unknown, not a supreme truth, yet possessing unfathomable powers that have clearly proven problematic for Ghost Heaven, replied the androgynous voice. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Shadow Soul Heaven old ancestor's gaze. An unpredictable element like that should be eradicated at the first opportunity when the lineage transformation begins. The other party stayed silent, not responding. The old ancestor continued, muttering to himself, he may think he can hide, but with the start of the lineage transformation, Taihuang Palace will be scanning the heavens. Any young god practitioners attempting to avoid the lineage transformation will be exposed. No matter where they hide, they'll be revealed. Each time the lineage transformation began, there were always young gods who attempted to evade its reach. Thus, the custom of scanning the heavens had developed. Even hiding within mysterious realms would no longer offer protection. Any young god power, wherever it might be, would radiate like a star across the heavens, known to all. Concealing one's strength was also ineffective. The old ancestor from Shadow Soul Heaven was already planning to align with the Taihuang Palace, so he harbored nothing but malice toward the human Emperor Hall's unpredictable presence. In Demon Pass, Black Sword stood in a white robe, his gaze profound. Typically dignified and calm, a dark worry now lingered in his eyes. Brother Purple Fate, who do you think has betrayed Black Demon Abyss? Could it be the fifth brother? The fifth brother, of course, referred to the old ancestor of Shadow Soul Heaven. Purple Fate ancestor's expression was unreadable. I don't know. Whoever the traitor is, they're no concern of mine. In the past, he would have been angered if he found out that Old Fifth had betrayed them. But after recent events, his faith in his master had been thoroughly shaken. Not long ago, he'd raised the matter of Qi Yuan marrying the Moon Goddess Palace's maiden, and many of his fellow disciples had objected. They had pointed out that the Moon God Palace was an adversary of the Taihuang Palace and that Qi Yuan's union with the Moon Maiden would be unwise. At the time, Purple Fate Ancestor had declared decisively. The marriage would proceed, regardless of anyone's objections. If Black Demon Abyss opposed it, he would sever his connection to Black Demon Abyss to avoid implicating them. Only after he had taken such a hard line did the matter receive approval. Purple Fate Ancestor's sentiment toward Black Demon Abyss had grown increasingly indifferent, coupled with growing disillusionment. Hearing Purple Fate Ancestor's answer, Black Sword recognized his intentions and felt a twinge of disappointment. The Black Demon Abyss had fractured into a pitiful state, with weaknesses riddled throughout. Besides Old Fifth, there may be others hiding in the shadows. This time, as we head to Ghost Heaven to seize the Black Demon ancestral blood, we must exercise extreme caution. If things don't go as planned, we should be prepared to abandon the Black Demon ancestral blood. Black Sword spoke earnestly. With his deep ties to Black Demon Abyss, he could not bear to see it fall apart. Purple Fate Ancestor nodded silently, saying nothing further. At their level, strategy often became secondary to sheer strength. In this case, the opposition had left clues of a trap blatantly exposed, without making much effort to disguise it, yet he still had no choice but to enter the fray. Whether the plot succeeded would ultimately depend on the strength of both sides. At their level, confidence in one's strength prevailed. Losing slightly would not be a catastrophe. A minor setback would barely leave a mark. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In Demon Pass, dark clouds loomed heavily as an impending storm gathered. Strong young god cultivators frequently emerged from Black Demon Abyss, making their way to the Demon Pass. Across the boundary, Ghost Heaven's outer domain lay steeped in thick energy, suggesting the presence of two great Supreme Truth Realm Guardians in wait. How many other hidden powerhouses lay concealed remained uncertain. Due to the recent matter of the Black Demon ancestral blood, both factions had adopted an air of tense aggression. Within his cramped cave abode, Qi Yuan consumed Black Demon ancestral blood to cultivate the Ancestral Blood Manual. These past 15 days had been excruciatingly slow for him, filled with constant apprehension that some young god might launch a sudden attack against him. Fortunately, no incident had occurred thus far. Blood Robe, Ice Sword's cultivation has surged. He's hosting a banquet and invited quite a few charming spirits. Why not come out, listen to some music, and sample some mushrooms? It was at this moment that Purple Fate Dashway sent him a message. Without a second thought, Qi Yuan declined, "No, thanks. Mushrooms aren't my thing." Qi Yuan was fully committed to his reclusive, turtle-like strategy. "These aren't your regular mushrooms, they're handcrafted with my artistic flair." "Then I'm definitely passing. I'm not too convinced about you Black Demon Abyss cultivators' culinary skills. Cooking isn't your strong suit, you don't even know how to stir-fry." You know, if I were to set up a new Oriental culinary school here, would I make a fortune?" Qi Yuan wondered aloud. After some consideration, he shook his head. While he missed the food from Blue Star, it couldn't really compare with the unique offerings of the cultivation world, though nostalgia did play a part. Qi Yuan mulled it over and reversed the idea. When he returned to Blue Star, he could open a culinary school and give New Oriental a run for its money. With another business idea added to his future ventures, he felt content. Roughly an hour later, Qi Yuan suddenly lifted his head to look at the sky. Above, two blazing, godlike auras shone brightly like radiant suns. Within the demon pass, the young prodigies raised their heads in unison. This is the great supreme truth realm. A great supreme truth leaving, is something major about to happen. The disciples looked around in confusion. They had no knowledge of the situation in Ghost Heaven, nor of the emergence of the Black Demon ancestral blood. This time, Black Demon Abyss's powerhouses had chosen not to hide their presence. For cultivators of this caliber, strength alone served as the best deterrent. And Zunlu glanced at the sky, a look of concern crossing her face. Brother Black Sword has gone too, this must be serious. Let's hope they'll be alright. The transformation of Linnea hasn't started yet, so no matter the conflict, it's not a big deal. Just stay calm. Ice Sword spoke with a newfound ease, his past gloom swept away, looking rather pleased. Over this time, he had secretly advanced into the Yang God realm, though he had kept this quiet to consolidate his cultivation further. Recently, Black Sword and Blood Robe had been in the spotlight, leaving him in relative obscurity aside from laying eggs. But when Taihuang Palace began its heavenly scanning, casting starlight over every Yang God, he intended to make a discreet yet stunning entrance. Yes, the Black Demon Abyss had its own prodigies, Black Sword and Blood Robe, but Ice Sword, too, would shine across the heavens. He was preparing in secret to capture the attention of all under heaven. Oddly enough, Ice Sword couldn't shake the feeling that his nascent celestial shape was, rather egg-like. In the outer domain of Ghost Heaven, Heavenly Venerable Guiyuan sat cross-legged in the void, holding a soul banner stretched across the sky, concealing his figure in its shadow. Below him, vast reserves of Black Demon ancestral blood emanated a deep crimson glow. Souls slipped in and out of the ancestral blood through the soul banner, slowly corrupting it. In another half-month, the Black Demon ancestral blood would be fully contaminated, reduced to worthless blood. Just then, a delicate figure approached, her eyes filled with respect as she gazed at the soul banner. Third Ancestor, the Heavenly Venerables of Black Demon Abyss have departed for Demon Pass. Guiyuan's eyes glinted, and he nodded, his expression sharpening as he asked, and the human Emperor Hall's envoy? Have you tracked him down? Last time, the human Emperor Hall's envoy had appeared abruptly, killing Ghost Heaven's Yang God. Furious, Guiyuan had attacked, only to see him escape, leaving Guiyuan feeling humiliated. Since then, he'd ordered a full-scale search for any trace of the human Emperor Hall's envoy. Heavenly Venerable, we haven't located him, replied the delicate figure, trembling slightly. Though she, too, was a Yang God, she could not shake her fear in the presence of a great supreme truth. Then withdraw, Guiyuan instructed coldly, and she retreated, relieved. A powerful voice rang in Guiyuan's ears. Are you still stewing over that human Emperor Hall envoy? This was Ghost Zui, the other great supreme truth stationed in the outer domain. Ghost Zui's figure was small, with a Zui character etched into his face, shamelessly displayed. Guiyuan's gaze blazed. A mere Yang God who hasn't even reached supreme truth dared provoke me. He courts death. A strange Yang God indeed, buzzing like an annoying mosquito, Ghost Zui remarked. Once our current mission is done, I'll help you find him and drag him out of hiding. Such disrespect against Ghost Heaven warrants adding him to my soul banner. Do you think the human Emperor Hall might be connected to Black Demon Abyss? Do you suppose their envoy will dare show his face? Guiyuan's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, along with a hint of unease. The human Emperor Hall envoy's uncanny abilities, escaping right before Guiyuan's eyes, left him wary. Ghost Zui chuckled darkly, if he dares come, he won't be leaving. Guiyuan's eyes lit up. Could it be that the Banner Master himself will arrive? Ghost Zui shook his head. The Banner Master is currently locked in a standoff with the old one from Black Demon Abyss and won't act rashly. However, he has granted me a portion of the power of the 10,000 Souls banner, infused with a supreme truth-killing technique, more than enough to detain the human Emperor Hall envoy. The fraction of the 10,000 Souls banner Ghost Zui wielded wasn't the ordinary kind held by the great Heavenly Venerables. Ghost Zui's held a tenth of the full banner's might, enough to carry the supreme truth technique of the Banner Master. This portion was crafted specifically to capture the human Emperor Hall envoy. As for Black Demon Abyss's great supreme truths, the banner had limited effectiveness. Even if they immobilized a great supreme truth for an instant, it was challenging, if not impossible, to inflict real harm on one. Nonetheless, they had their orders, defend the domain, for the banner master had his own plans. 5 days passed quietly. Heavenly Venerable Guiyuan and Ghost Zui stood watch, corrupting the black demon ancestral blood in eerie silence. The surrounding region was void of sound, a murky quiet that defied even the Yang God's perception. In such a place, Yang God's destructive power was significantly limited, like two ordinary people struggling in thick mud. Suddenly, without any warning, a golden hand tore through the fabric of space, reaching directly toward the black demon ancestral blood. The void shuddered, rippling out in waves of instability. Guiyuan's eyes lit with ghostly fire as he opened them. They've finally come. With a shout, he shook the 10,000 souls banner. Symbols glowed, ghostly flames flickered, and gusts of wind rose, swirling with the stench of death as countless ghastly faces, men, women, children, and elders alike, materialized on the banner. The mournful wails and piercing cries of the souls within filled the air, making the scalp tingle. Horrifying and eerie, the banner seemed to have consumed countless lives. The 10,000 souls banner unfurled across the sky, intercepting the golden hand. In a frenzied tide, countless souls lunged forward, bellowing and wailing. With a snarl, a chilling sword intent split the murky void in two. A thin black sword shot forward with incredible force, like a glint of cold light piercing through the heavens. The 10,000 souls banner's souls shrieked in terror. A lone figure, dressed in white, strode forward, tall and imposing. That strike had been his, a decisive, destructive blow. The souls within the 10,000 souls banner scrambled back. Those that moved too slowly seemed to be vaporized by sunlight, sizzling as they faded into nothingness. Guiyuan's eyes narrowed with trepidation. To think, not even a great supreme truth, yet he wields such power. Should he break through, he could probably kill me without a second thought. A chill ran down Guiyuan's spine. He felt fortunate that Ghost Heaven had aligned itself with Taihuang Palace. If Black Sword were to reach his full potential, Ghost Heaven would face an exceedingly difficult future. Knowing your own limits, surrender the Black Demon ancestral blood, and I'll spare you when next we meet. Black Sword's voice was cold, and he held the thin black sword with an air of divine indifference. Guiyuan smirked. The linear transformation is just around the corner. There's no telling if you'll survive to reach the great supreme truth. His words carried an unfiltered murderous intent, almost as if he were predicting that, during this next linear transformation, one of the newly emerging supreme truths might very well be him. You'll be among the fallen, he seemed to imply. Enough talk. Show your strength, snapped Purple Fate Ancestor, impatient and unreserved. Without further words, he took action. In the astral realm, stars shimmered, and Purple Fate's enormous avatar emerged, so vast it dwarfed even entire worlds. The colossal golden hand, with enough force to crush a sun, reached out toward the two great supreme truths. A battle of this magnitude would tear Demon Pass asunder if it were held there. However, here in this outer realm, only the faintest whispers of its energy reached the Yang Gods, enough to send shivers down their spines. Purple Fate, let me be the one to test your mettle. Guiyuan shouted, calling upon his own avatar. The two colossal figures collided in a fearsome clash of supreme truth techniques, filling the astral realm with explosions of energy that even the dense outer realm struggled to contain. Black Sword stood motionless, gripping his slender black sword. Fifth brother, I leave Ghost Zui to you. He instructed an elder beside him with a calm voice. The fifth patriarch of Black Demon Abyss, an elder from Yin Soul Heaven, stood with an inscrutable gaze and an ominous expression. He gave a slow, wicked grin. Even if we go all out, it'd be pointless. How about we sit down and have a chat? Yin Soul Heaven's fifth patriarch then took a seat, crossing his legs in the void. Not far off, Ghost Zui grinned. There's sense in that. Without an offensive artifact, even tearing apart the heavens wouldn't give us an edge. Above them, Purple Fate and Guiyuan engaged in fierce combat, their avatars locked in close quarters. The force of each exchange left the average Yang God trembling. Though Purple Fate appeared to have a slight advantage, he seemed unable to overcome Guiyuan completely. The wind brushed against Black Sword's robes as he looked solemnly at the fifth patriarch. His voice, heavy with regret, cut through the air. Fifth brother, we came from the same roots. Why betray Black Demon Abyss? The fifth patriarch looked directly at Purple Fate Ancestor, an unspoken hatred boiling over in his eyes. I only wish to see my bloodline live on. I want to see Moon God Ancestor dead. Mentioning Moon God Ancestor brought a flash of murderous intent to the fifth patriarch's gaze, his hatred unmistakable. In the last linear transformation, Black Demon Abyss was small, and we had only 5 great supreme truths, yet we were brothers, united in hardship. Now, as the linear transformation looms again and Black Demon Abyss grows stronger, we tear ourselves apart. Black Sword's tone grew sorrowful. The 5th Patriarch looked at Black Sword, a mocking smile on his face. Even if you become a true supreme, you're still pitifully tied to your bloodline. Black Sword sighed. Tell me, aside from you, who else wishes to leave Black Demon Abyss? Who orchestrated all of this? Ghost Zui, seated nearby, listened to the conversation with an amused look. The 5th Patriarch remained silent. Black Sword then stated, I won't stop you from leaving Black Demon Abyss. He continued, his tone deadly serious, but in return, the Black Demon ancestral blood is coming with me. Though he resented seeing Black Demon Abyss fragmented, Black Sword had no intention of forcibly stopping anyone. That won't do. The 5th Patriarch's gaze shifted to Purple Fate Ancestor, murder blazing in his eyes. He must stay. A deep sense of unease gnawed at Black Sword. His intuition told him that some unseen plot was in play, growing by the moment. It seems we have no deal. Black Sword quickly sent a warning to Purple Fate Ancestor to be on guard. Whether he agrees or not isn't up to him, the 5th Patriarch replied with an icy smile. He lifted his hand, producing a porcelain white jade bottle that shimmered with a faint red glow. Everyone heard a steady, throbbing heartbeat emanate from the bottle. The calm expression Black Sword wore was replaced by genuine alarm. Primordial demon blood. Even Ghost Zui flinched at the sight, a hint of unease coloring his face. Primordial demon blood, indeed. Ghost Zui knew the 5th Patriarch was prepared to betray Black Demon Abyss, yet the appearance of primordial demon blood had taken him by surprise. Primordial demon blood was a terrifying weapon, especially deadly for those in the Supreme Truth realm. It could trigger the calamity known as the primordial demon tribulation, and without proper defenses, the afflicted had little chance of survival. For someone like Purple Fate Ancestor, who had long suppressed his cultivation, a sudden onset of the primordial demon tribulation would likely be fatal. Hovering above, Purple Fate Ancestor sensed the blood and shivered involuntarily, feeling a wave of imminent danger. Guiyuan cackled, Purple Fate, seems this will be your last battle. HMPH. Purple Fate snorted coldly, his attacks fierce and unwavering despite his inner anxiety. To think his enemies had brought out primordial demon blood just to eliminate him. Bitterly, he reflected on the irony of finally obtaining the revised ancestral blood manual, only to face such a calamity. Black Sword's slender sword quivered in his grip as he looked at the 5th Patriarch with trepidation. The 5th Patriarch, bottle in hand, strolled toward Ghost Zui, a maniacal grin on his face. Ghost Zui mirrored his glee, elation gleaming in his eyes. Victory was within their grasp. With Guiyuan restraining Purple Fate Ancestor, the latter had no chance to escape. With the primordial demon blood nearby, there was nowhere for Purple Fate to run. But then, at that critical moment, Black Sword's voice rang out, his aura shifting to a razor-sharp edge. He shouted at the 5th Patriarch, now! Attack! The 5th Patriarch's defection was a ruse, a scheme concocted by their master and the 5th Patriarch himself to lure out and kill one of Ghost Heaven's great supreme truths. Before departing, Black Sword had only just learned of the plan. He surged forward, ready to strike at Ghost Zui. But the 5th Patriarch's lips curved into a cold smile, and he whispered softly, now. It was the same phrase Black Sword had just used. Ghost Zui's smile deepened as he heard the words. A soul banner appeared, exuding an overwhelming, terrifying aura as it unfurled. It felt as though the banner could extinguish entire worlds. Within it, a supreme truth-killing technique bestowed by the banner master himself was aimed directly at Black Sword. Black Sword's mind went blank as realization struck. An overwhelming dread filled his heart. The thought that filled his mind was horrific. The banner master's killing technique, carried by an offensive divine treasure, was directed at him. Black Sword's body seized up momentarily, and his thoughts came to a dead halt. Purple Fate Ancestor, witnessing the scene from afar, was struck with horror. How dare you? It dawned on him that he was never their target, Black Sword was. They had masked the intricacies of this plan so well that even he had been kept in the dark, a mere bystander. Furious, he tried to break free, but Guiyuan blocked his way, leaving him unable to intervene. The 5th Patriarch's smile turned radiant. Dear brother Black Sword, it seems you never realized our goal was always you. Even our master was deceived. Ha ha ha. The 5th Patriarch laughed in satisfaction. Ghost Zui called out urgently, use the primordial demon blood now. The supreme truth-killing technique will only hold him for half a breath. Their exchange took no time at all. Understood, the fifth patriarch said, his laughter fading as he flung the primordial demon blood toward the immobilized black sword. The ominous, pulsating blood surged toward black sword. Stuck in place, black sword's thoughts spun wildly. Had their master truly been outwitted? Or was this? But there was no time to wonder. If he fell here, Black Demon Abyss's future in the linear transformation would be bleak. The fifth patriarch's face lit with cruel satisfaction. This linear transformation will see a supreme fall, and it will be the young supreme, by my own hand. But then his smile froze. Ghost Zui's eyes widened in shock. Instead of reaching Black Sword, the primordial demon blood veered sharply away, making a 90-degree turn as if it had sensed a kindred spirit. It collided with the void where the black demon ancestral blood lay. The air shattered, and out stepped a man clad in blood-red armor, holding a bowl as though he'd been scooping ancestral blood. A flicker of surprise passed through his cold gaze. The primordial demon blood slithered toward him, vanishing into his blood armor like a snake returning home. The man, Qi Yuan, frowned, embarrassed at having been caught red-handed stealing black demon ancestral blood. But he quickly masked his feelings, adopting a composed and detached demeanor. Following the wise words Qi Yuan had once read on Blue Star. When you're in the right, argue the rules. When you're in the wrong, muddy the waters. Seeing that his opponents had reacted first, Qi Yuan spoke with indignant fury. How typical of you Ghost Heaven scoundrels, attacking me with a vile substance like primordial demon blood while I was merely passing through the void. Now, I have a terrible stomachache. The armored man, Qi Yuan, of course, hid his bowl behind him as he spoke. 15 days of recovery had restored Qi Yuan's strength. Planning to steal a portion of the black demon ancestral blood, he'd only just arrived when the primordial demon blood had struck. But he wasn't bound by supreme truth, nor was he a young god, so he had no calamity or tribulation to fear. All it did was cause a mild itch, which he'd promptly subdued, tucking the blood safely away in his human emperor banner for future study. Seeing this, the fifth patriarch's eyes bulged in fury and horror. The primordial demon blood was gone. Vanished. Ghost Zui, equally furious, shouted, "You're courting death, human Emperor Hall Envoy." Without hesitation, he attacked Qi Yuan directly. No, the ones courting death are you. You stole my human Emperor banner and ambushed me. I'm taking this black demon ancestral blood as your compensation. Having been caught, Qi Yuan decided to proceed openly. He brought out a few bowls and scooped up the ancestral blood as casually as if he were collecting soup. Just as he finished, a tremendous blow hurtled toward him. Ghost Zui and the fifth patriarch had joined forces in their assault on Qi Yuan. The combined power was enough to shred reality itself. In his current state, Qi Yuan could barely handle one great supreme truth opponents, two were beyond him. Just then, however, a calm, scholarly voice called out. "My friend, allow me to assist you." As the voice rang out, Black Sword emerged from the supreme truth-killing technique's grasp. He raised his slender sword, its glint slicing through the void, positioning himself squarely between Qi Yuan and the fifth patriarch. Black Sword's gaze bore into the fifth patriarch, tinged with unrelenting fury. "Fifth brother, there's another accomplice, isn't there?" The slender sword in his hand pulsed with a power that conveyed unyielding strength. The fifth patriarch's face betrayed fear mixed with rage, while somewhere beneath, an ominous resignation surfaced. Today's carefully laid plans had turned to dust. Without the primordial demon blood, even if the banner master himself intervened, they'd be unable to trap Black Sword and Purple Fate Ancestor here. The fifth patriarch looked sharply at Ghost Zui and transmitted his thoughts urgently. "Quick, we must call upon the banner master." Qi Yuan was indeed not powerful enough to resist a great supreme truth, still, his mysterious means and ability to vanish without a trace made him infuriatingly elusive prey. For the fifth patriarch, ensuring Qi Yuan's capture and recovering the primordial demon blood now became the top priority. Ghost Zui nodded in agreement, understanding this critical need. He prepared to signal for aid but was suddenly struck by an unexpected presence, a shiver ran down his spine. A surge of raw, chaotic energy saturated the realm, an overwhelming force that seemed intent on bringing the world to its knees. "Hold!" shouted Ghost Zui, exhilaration seeping into his voice as he recognized the presence. "There's no need to summon him. The Banner Master's supreme truth-killing technique has already arrived," he cried. In that instant, the overwhelming presence of an unstoppable force engulfed the area. It was a killing technique forged by the Banner Master, the peak of supreme truth, one that could ensnare all reality within its grasp. Even Black Sword and Purple Fate Ancestor couldn't mask the sense of dread that washed over them. They too could feel the impending, unavoidable assault. The killing technique honed in on Qi Yuan with a vengeance. Beware, this is the Banner Master's supreme truth killing technique, capable of freezing all time and space. Black Sword called out to Qi Yuan, his warning urgent. Purple Fate Ancestor, for his part, couldn't hide his worry for the human Emperor Hall envoy. After all, the envoy had just saved Black Sword's life. For himself, though the Banner Master's supreme truth killing technique would briefly restrain him, only something like primordial demon blood could actually pose a fatal threat. Injuries were the worst he would endure, not death. But Qi Yuan was different. He wasn't a great supreme truth. If trapped within this killing technique, survival would be virtually impossible. Even as Black Sword shouted his warning, the killing technique zeroed in on Qi Yuan, capturing him in its crushing grip. Ghost Zui's face broke into a triumphant smile. "Let's see you escape this one, boy," he sneered. With the Banner Master's killing technique active, Ghost Zui felt assured. Qi Yuan was caught, no longer able to evade their grasp, his fate sealed by the Banner Master's powerful killing technique. Seizing the moment, Black Sword lunged forward, intending to shield Qi Yuan, buying him even a sliver of time. Yet, the fifth patriarch blocked him like an immovable mountain, thwarting his attempt. "Ghost Zui, recover the primordial demon blood," the fifth patriarch called out, urgency edging his tone. With malicious glee, Ghost Zui unfurled the myriad ghost soul banner. "Into the soul banner with you, brat. You'll make an excellent soul wraith." He set the soul banner loose, brimming with dark, malignant energy. Normally, Ghost Zui wouldn't expose himself in such a reckless, all-offense tactic without defense. However, confident in the Banner Master's killing technique, he assumed Qi Yuan was powerless to resist. Yet as Ghost Zui's attack neared, something unexpected happened. Qi Yuan, the human Emperor Hall envoy they all thought immobilized, smirked. The shock deepened as he reached out and clasped the Soul Banner's segmented banner in his hand. His voice rang out with a peculiar brightness, "Thank you, nature, for your generous gifts." And with that, he vanished, Soul Banner and all. Ghost Zui's eyes widened in disbelief. The Soul Banner, the one containing the Banner Master's killing technique, capable of binding reality itself, had disappeared. Aghast, he whispered, "Impossible. How could anyone move under the Banner Master's supreme truth killing technique?" Ghost Zui was at a complete loss, his mind reeling with confusion and rage. Even Black Sword was visibly stunned, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. How could someone like Qi Yuan, a mere young god, not yet a great supreme truth, have such immunity to the Banner Master's power? For all present, this mystery remained unsolved, a secret as deeply veiled as the very cosmos itself. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. A great battle concluded in an odd and somewhat farcical manner. This time, Ghost Heaven suffered a costly defeat. Black Sword's ambush attempt failed, the root demon blood vanished, and even the prime demon blood was taken. After the mysterious blood-armored figure disappeared into the outer heavens, the battle was over, with no point in continuing. Upon Black Sword and Purple Fate Ancestors' return to Demon Pass, an explosive message quickly spread across Demon Abyss. Yin Soul Heaven, betrayed Demon Abyss. Yin Soul Heaven has declared independence from Demon Abyss. This world is about to change. This news sparked a storm, unleashing chaos across Demon Abyss. Within Demon Pass, the commotion led to numerous conflicts, resulting in the deaths of many cultivators caught up in the disorder. In contrast, Ghost Pass was eerily quiet. Inside the vast grand hall, looking up, one could see what appeared to be a deep, star-studded sky with a galaxy stretching across in breathtaking splendor. The expressions on Heavenly Sovereign's Ghost Sin and Ghost Origin's faces were dark and foreboding. The Palace Envoy seeks death. Their plan this time failed due to the unexpected intervention of the Palace Envoy. Why did the root demon blood head toward him? And why is it that the supreme truth-killing move of our Master of Banners doesn't work on him? These two questions lingered in the minds of Heavenly Sovereign's Ghost Sin and Ghost Origin, an unsolvable riddle. The root demon blood, mysterious and born from the root demon tribulation, was a perilous existence without self-awareness. Yet when the 5 ancestors unleashed it upon Black Sword, the root demon blood turned and flew toward the Palace Envoy. This root demon blood, is it his son or something? Heavenly Sovereign Ghost Sin muttered irritably. He must have some rare artifact that altered the blood's course, allowing him to claim it, Ghost Origin replied, his face tinged with caution. The root demon blood is now in his possession. We must proceed carefully, spoke a Supreme Truth cultivator, fear of the root demon blood clear in his tone. HMPH. He doesn't wield the Master of Banner's killing move. Even if he possesses the root demon blood, he cannot harm us. Were it not for his slippery ways, I would have smashed him with one slap. Just the mention of the palace envoy set Ghost Sin's temper ablaze. With that power level, the palace envoy would easily be crushed if he dared confront Ghost Sin head-on. Yet the opponent's means of sudden disappearance remained an enigma, one he couldn't decipher. He even escaped the Master of Banner's Supreme Truth move. Clearly, he is no ordinary opponent. With Linya shedding just around the corner, his sudden appearance targeting Ghost Heaven is a matter we cannot ignore, spoke another Supreme Truth cultivator, his eyes deep and thoughtful. HMPH. Buzzing around like an annoying fly. Heavenly Sovereign Ghost Sin, unable to trap the palace envoy, grew increasingly agitated. As he muttered, the heads of countless flies within Ghost Pass abruptly bore the word, Sin, before they shattered into dust. Any cultivators in Ghost Heaven with trace blood of flies on them also bore the Sin mark upon their foreheads and instantly dropped dead. One Supreme Truth cultivator's anger had left a swath of bodies stretching far and wide. The other Supreme Truth cultivators remained unperturbed. Why get worked up over a fly? The palace envoy may have strange methods, but his strength is limited, at best capable of wounding a low Supreme Truth, said one of the Supreme Truth cultivators in a thunderous voice. The young god sovereigns below nodded, not overly concerned about the palace envoy. With so many young god sovereigns gathered at Ghost Pass, the palace envoy had no chance of causing trouble. He might be loud, threatening to take their All Souls banner, but that would only lead to his death. If he hadn't escaped quickly, they would have easily killed him. At that moment, a voice filled with searing heat and fury rang out. Did sealing the space, activating the heaven-severing Grand Array, and even using the Master of Banner's Supreme Truth move all prove useless against him? It was a young god sovereign from Taihuang Palace speaking. Useless, Ghost Sin replied. In the battlefield in the outer heavens, they had employed countless space-sealing techniques, including arrays. Even the Master of Banner's Supreme Truth killing move was directed at him, yet he still slipped away easily. It seems we currently have no way to restrain him, said the young god sovereign from Taihuang Palace, then laughed. In time, once the palace master traverses the heavens, he will have nowhere left to hide, and you will be able to kill him freely. In their view, the palace envoy was weak and slippery, but if his hiding place was discovered and exposed to daylight, he stood no chance of surviving. The young god sovereigns of Ghost Heaven felt at ease hearing this. At this point, Ghost Sin thought of something and discreetly asked, May I ask, are there other traitors within Demon Abyss besides the 5 ancestors? The opponent was not a Supreme Truth cultivator, but Ghost Sin still addressed him respectfully as, Sir. After all, Taihuang Palace governed Linya shedding, and angering them could result in Taihuang Palace unleashing the root demon tribulation upon him. The young god sovereign from Taihuang Palace's gaze dimmed, and he shook his head, I do not know. Meanwhile, in a certain strange land, Qi Yuan felt refreshed and invigorated. This time, I really hit the jackpot. So much root demon blood, a whole 2,000 drops. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be 10,000 drops? Those scoundrels from Ghost Heaven held back 8,000 drops, utterly shameless. Qi Yuan seethed. With 10,000 drops of root demon blood, his cultivation of blood of the ancestors could reach the 14th layer within a year. Now he could only hope to reach the 13th layer. It's true, the deeper you understand a villain, the more their wickedness is revealed. What I once knew was just the tip of the iceberg. At first, I thought they'd just stolen my palace banner, but now, they've even withheld my hard-earned root demon blood. This is unforgivable. With both these offenses stacked up, even though you're my white moonlight, I'll still have to root out this evil. Qi Yuan had already decided, once ancestral blood technique reached the 13th layer, he'd proceed with his grand plan. Currently, on the 12th layer, he was too weak. Sneaking into Ghost Pass would get him immediately detected, and he would have to retreat before dealing with any thieves. But once his ancestral blood technique reached the 13th layer, things would be entirely different. At that point, his 10,000 paths martial god cultivation would approach the Supreme Truth level. He'd be able to infiltrate Ghost Pass, discreetly judge any thieves, and reclaim his palace banner. And if discovered, he could escape effortlessly. Qi Yuan, methodical in all things, remained strict with his plans, adhering to them as whims suited him. With this thought in mind, Qi Yuan's gaze settled on the root demon blood. Root demon blood, born from the root demon tribulation, is associated with the unique creature, the root demon ancestor. Root demon ancestor. Seeing this term made Qi Yuan shudder as if sensing an immense, unknown horror. Could it be something at the third yang god level or even beyond? Qi Yuan pondered. As the root demon bloods draw toward me connected to my innate ability, the heart demon of the void realm. During his visit to Gongxing Star, he had followed the Eastern Lord into the root demon sea. Unexpectedly, the fearsome root demon sea did not harm Qi Yuan at all. Qi Yuan knew it was due to his unique ability. His heart demon of the void realm shared a kindred connection with the root demon, allowing him to resist its corruption. Heart demon of the void realm, realized in the flowing wind world. Its origins trace back to the Fate Tablet. Could it be that the Fate Tablet has ties to the root demon ancestor? Qi Yuan thought carefully. If the Fate Tablet were ordinary, how could it have captivated Bai Zi? After all, Bai Zi had within him the great sun golden lotus left behind by the great sun bright Buddha. Hey, are you conscious? Why are you napping on me? Qi Yuan called out to the root demon blood. But it made no response. Oh, you're probably not conscious because you don't have a brain, Qi Yuan murmured, removing the root demon blood and storing it in a bag. A sudden thought crossed Qi Yuan's mind. If I planted the root demon blood, would I harvest a root demon ancestor come autumn? Of course, it was just a thought. For now, he needed to hurry back to Demon Pass, refine the palace banner, cultivate the ancestral blood technique, and strengthen his abilities. If spring doesn't pass, autumn won't come. In his cave dwelling, Purple Fate Xiaolu lifted her dress slightly, revealing a glimpse of fair, porcelain-like ankle, her youthful face glowing with anticipation. She stole a quick look at Qi Yuan, dressed in his blood-red robe, his handsome, almost demonic face making her catch her breath. After a few seconds, Qi Yuan, who had been meditating, opened his eyes. A fleeting glint of golden light crossed his eyes before he quickly masked it with black. Xiaolu, what brings you here? Qi Yuan asked, smiling gently. Purple Fate Xiaolu pressed her legs together and stood stiffly, tongue-tied. For some reason, being around her blood-robed senior brother now gave her a strange feeling of closeness. If previously, her attraction was based on mere admiration and a little lust, now it seemed to stir even her soul, as though her very spirit sought to merge with his. Qi Yuan sensed her unusual behavior and immediately shifted his blood aura. He wondered if the 13th layer of ancestral blood technique could somehow influence those in Demon Abyss. Once his blood energy adjusted, Purple Fate Xiaolu felt less stifled, breathing easier as she gazed at Qi Yuan with wide, bashful eyes. She stammered, "This is my new collection, Ancestor Blood Spirit Water." Purple Fate Xiaolu had been helping Qi Yuan gather Ancestor Blood Spirit Water, essentially tiny smart tracking bugs. Qi Yuan could use these intelligent probes to locate the Ancestor Blood's trail. Excellent. Qi Yuan took the Ancestor Blood Spirit Water, clearly pleased. The timing was perfect, as he had just run out of root demon blood. Perhaps this spirit water would reveal even more secrets to him. Here's the final payment, Qi Yuan said, handing Xiaolu an immortal jade. Xiaolu stared, slightly stunned, her eyes sparkling as she held the jade he'd touched close to her chest. I'm not stingy, you know. Here's another gift for you, a young god offering, Qi Yuan added, handing her an offering from a young god. With the spirit water she'd provided, Xiaolu had helped him gain over 1,000 drops of root demon blood. A young god offering wasn't too much to give in return. In Xiaolu's eyes, stars seemed to burst as tears cooled at the edges of her gaze, clearly touched. Blood-robed senior brother, you know, Xiaolu grew up without a father. Her delicate, teary gaze looked up at him, brimming with vulnerability. Could you be my father? PFF'd, Qi Yuan looked at the petite figure before him and couldn't help but laugh. You've got a wild imagination. He wondered if the ancestral blood technique was indeed causing issues. He'd better alter all his blood aura at once. Just recently coming of age, he wasn't eager to take on numerous offspring. Xiaolu looked a little disappointed, clutching at the edge of her clothes in silence. Qi Yuan, as if struck by an idea, suddenly asked, did Purple Fate Ancestor have a father growing up? Xiaolu's mouth opened slightly, as though realizing some dreadful possibility. And what about the Abyss Lord, did he have a father? Qi Yuan continued thoughtfully. Xiaolu's face flushed red, I don't know. Fear rose in her eyes, dreading what truth might emerge. Seeing Xiaolu trembling slightly, Qi Yuan laughed. Since I've been secluded for a while, did anything significant happen in Ghost Pass? Relieved, Xiaolu gathered her composure and answered earnestly, Yin Soul Heaven defected from Demon Abyss, triggering a number of battles and quite a few deaths. Mentioning this, Xiaolu's expression grew solemn. Caught in the whirlpool of conflict, those involved could feel the tension like a mountain looming over them. However, from a historical perspective, it might only earn a few passing mentions. At present, Demon Abyss is tense. Besides Yin Soul Heaven, some suspect there are still others hidden in the shadows, ready to betray at any moment, Xiaolu added, looking worried. Many disciples of Yin Soul Heaven might not have even known about the betrayal. They might have been drinking with fellow Demon Abyss cultivators only to learn that Yin Soul Heaven had broken away, leaving them to face grim fates as expendable pawns. Sigh, the world of cultivators is so harsh. Where's the trust between people? Qi Yuan lamented. He couldn't care less about who the traitors were. If Purple Fate Ancestor defected, he'd follow her. If another heaven defected, he'd simply watch the show. It wouldn't affect him. When he discovered Feng Shui Heavenly Sovereign was an infiltrator, it was merely another piece of information for Qi Yuan, irrelevant to his plans. All he had to do was keep implementing his grand strategy. After a few more questions, Qi Yuan let Xiaolu take her leave. Outside, Xiaolu's face flushed as she stomped her foot shyly. Why did I say such a thing? Within the vast Ghost Pass lay regions of unknown dimensions, hidden realms safeguarded by young god sovereigns. At this moment, Heavenly Sovereign Huizing was hosting a banquet in his cave, with rare herbs, spirit fruits, and soul-numbing smoke made from cultivators, souls filling the air. One puff of this, soul-awakening smoke, could lift one's spirits immensely. Feng Shui Heavenly Sovereign took a deep breath, a satisfied look glinting in his eyes, worthy of its name, soul-awakening smoke, indeed. Huizing Sovereign looked smug. If you enjoy it, take these 10 sticks as a gift. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Feng Shui accepted the offering. With Yin Soul Heaven's defection from Demon Abyss, the 5 ancestors had returned to preside over Yin Soul Heaven, while Feng Shui was sent to Ghost Heaven to liaise with its cultivators. He visited each of the young god sovereigns in Ghost Heaven, strengthening bonds. Speaking of which, there's a trivial bit of amusement I recall, Feng Shui said, chuckling. Oh. Huizing showed interest. Back at Demon Pass, blood-robed Qi Yuan told me he'd be coming to kill you in a month. Feng Shui relayed Qi Yuan's antics, including the egg gift incident and how he'd discovered Feng Shui was an undercover agent. Huizing laughed dismissively, an arrogant junior, ignorant of respecting his elders. When Demon Pass falls, it'll be his final day. The two laughed heartily. Then, suddenly, Huizing's expression changed. What's happening? Why, do I feel an ominous chill? Feng Shui's eyes narrowed as he grew alert. In an instant, both their surroundings turned blood red. Looking up, they saw a towering figure clad in blood armor, holding a sinister blood sword, gazing coldly at them from a short distance away. The blood armor was adorned with intricate, mesmerizing patterns, enough to trap anyone in their depths at a glance. A raspy, cold voice echoed through the air. You not only stole my palace banner, but even indulged in poison. Clearly, Ghost Heaven cultivators have decayed through and through. Huizing's eyes widened, every warning instinct blazing, the palace envoy. How did you get in here? His heart trembled. This was Ghost Pass, fortified by supreme truth barriers. How could the palace envoy infiltrate undetected? Was he not a mere alternate young god, not even a supreme truth cultivator? As they say, the light of justice shines everywhere, where there's evil, there's me. Qi Yuan, clad in blood armor, looked every bit like the Reaper from hell, cutting down the corrupt. Hand over the palace banner, and I'll leave your corpse intact. He swung his sword, and Huizing and Feng Shui immediately felt the piercing intent of the strike, as though their bodies and souls were about to be sliced apart. Both heavenly sovereigns wanted to flee, but they dared not move a muscle. They sensed that if they attempted to escape, the palace envoy's blade would be upon them. Cold sweat dripped as they realized their miscalculation. How could the palace envoy be so powerful? Days ago, at a Supreme Truth meeting, they had discussed how to easily evade the palace envoy if encountered. Yet here they were, feeling like they were facing a full Supreme Truth expert. A genuine Supreme Truth cultivator against young gods at their level was unthinkable. Damn it, this was no mere alternate young god, this was a Supreme Truth. Could the palace envoy have advanced from heaven rank to Supreme Truth within a month? Impossible. Those ancient ancestors were useless, they hadn't even gauged the opponent's cultivation level properly. Panicking, they searched for a way out. Feng Shui Heavenly Sovereign, grasping for any chance, quickly said, "Senior, I'm not from Ghost Heaven. I don't have the palace banner, I'm just a guest here." In a life or death moment, loyalty was meaningless. If Huizing was slain while he escaped, Ghost Heaven's cultivators wouldn't dare do anything to him. He'd survive, that was all that mattered. At that moment, Qi Yuan's gaze fell on Feng Shui. "You're not leaving." Feng Shui's body shook, his expression turning desolate. "Actually, I know you." Qi Yuan spoke lightly. "What?" Feng Shui looked at him, shocked. Faces flashed in his mind as he tried to recall who the palace envoy might be. If they had some connection, maybe he'd have a chance. "Who I am important doesn't matter," Qi Yuan said coldly. "What matters is you. You are my white moonlight." White moonlight? Feng Shui was stunned, bewildered by the words. White moonlight, Qi Yuan explained, is the unattainable longing of one's youth, something one wishes for but dare not touch, lest it tarnish the beauty of that distant dream. Feng Shui blinked in disbelief. Did this palace envoy, a man, actually like him? Could it be? Qi Yuan held his blood-red sword, his eyes chilling yet intense. "I was born with the capacity to love, so you are my white moonlight." In that moment, Feng Shui realized Qi Yuan was mocking him. "White moonlight, worry not," Qi Yuan continued in a solemn tone. "After you die, I'll take good care of your belongings. Rest in peace, your remains and ashes won't go to waste." He felt genuinely moved by his own words, thinking himself a thoroughly considerate man. In that instant, his sword trembled slightly, and the entire world seemed to be drenched in blood. "Let's die together." With ancestral blood technique honed to the 13th level, Qi Yuan had reached the level of the Great Supreme Truth, ascending from his previous state. He could now fully unleash chaos in Ghost Pass. A massive slash descended from his sword, neither flashy nor showy. The brilliance of this single strike left Feng Shui and Huizing without a single chance to resist. Even their manifested avatars, their ultimate defense, crumbled like tofu under the blade's force. A single, powerful attack from a great supreme truth could effortlessly annihilate two young gods. Boom! Qi Yuan kept his word, storing the 10,000 souls banner into his dimensional storage and handling Feng Shui's possessions with great care. He even tossed Feng Shui's ashes into the netherworld, using them as fuel for a future resurrection. "White moonlight, rest peacefully. I know you both must feel lonely. No worries, I have endless love to give, and soon you'll have more white moonlights to keep you company." As Qi Yuan whispered his promise, shouts of rage and astonishment echoed nearby. "Who's there? It's the palace envoy. What audacity! How did he get in here? He killed Huizing and Feng Shui." One young god sovereign sucked in a deep, shuddering breath. He inhaled so sharply, the sound echoed throughout the chamber. Instantly, more than 20 young god sovereigns, including 3 great supreme truth experts, closed in on Qi Yuan, their faces a mix of shock and confusion. Looking at these elderly sovereigns, Qi Yuan's cold expression softened into a warm, gentle smile. Old, wealthy, and disinclined to bathe. They met all the criteria in his White Moonlight manual. "It seems, I've fallen for you all, White Moonlights," Qi Yuan declared, taking a step forward as he brandished his blood-red sword, his voice filled with fervent devotion. In a matter of moments, he'd fallen for all 27, multiplying his White Moonlights by 27-fold. That was the strength of his innate love for others. The young god sovereigns stared back in shock or anger. "What are you talking about? Enough with the nonsense. Palace envoy, you're not getting out alive today. Seize him." The voice of Ghost Guilt Heavenly Sovereign echoed furiously. The last time Qi Yuan had interfered, he had ruined Ghost Guilt's carefully laid plans. He hadn't taken the palace envoy seriously, but after a month had passed, the envoy had not only returned but also dared to sneak in, killing one of Ghost Heaven's young god sovereigns. Attack! At Ghost Guilt's command, the 20-some young god sovereigns unleashed their full force in unison. Qi Yuan smiled as he met their attacks, wielding his sword with ease as he cut through their ranks like a wolf among sheep. "Such affection," he remarked casually. "Are you all giving me a massage?" The weaker young god's attacks fizzled out upon impact, unable to so much as scratch him. A typical Great Supreme Truth cultivator was already resilient, but with his blood armor, Qi Yuan was practically untouchable by anyone below the Supreme Truth level, let alone heaven-ranked young gods. In this moment, he appeared truly unstoppable. Other young gods would never dare such audacity, to infiltrate Ghost Heaven's core, where the hidden, destructive treasures and defenses could heavily injure even supreme truth cultivators. But Qi Yuan was unbothered, he could slip into his purple mansion space to escape at any time. Confidence radiated from him as he engaged them head-on. You have reached supreme truth. Ghost Guilt's eyes widened in disbelief. How had Qi Yuan reached supreme truth in just a month? His expression changed instantly, his voice sharp as he called out, "Retreat! Hurry, all of you, retreat!" Had Qi Yuan remained a mere young god, he'd have been vulnerable to their joint assault. But now, as a supreme truth, the palace envoy had become someone they couldn't even harm. The other young gods understood immediately. They scattered like birds, trying to escape. Watching them flee, Qi Yuan sighed with disappointment. Am I so hideous that everyone runs the moment they see me? He aimed a slash at the nearest few young gods. The three great supreme truth experts rushed toward him, desperation in their eyes as they tried to distract him and prevent any further slaughter. But they were too slow. By the time they reached Qi Yuan, two more unfortunate young gods lay slain. In the hands of a great supreme truth expert, young gods fell as easily as chicks. In that moment, Qi Yuan felt he had gained a sense of power, a foundation of his own. He swiftly collected the 10,000 souls banner and then turned his gaze on the three great supreme truth experts, his face grim. Because of you three, I wasn't able to properly take care of my white moonlight's inheritances. How vile. With a furious glint, he clashed with the three supreme truth experts. Of course, Qi Yuan didn't want a prolonged fight, he simply wanted to cut down a few more white moonlights. But with these three blocking his path, he had no choice but to engage. I want to test my limits anyway, he muttered as he fought. Die, Ghost Guilt shouted, seething with rage and worry. After all, the Linya rebirth had yet to begin, and Ghost Heaven had already lost 6 young god sovereigns. The horror was almost too much to bear. What was worse, they couldn't stop the palace envoy. Killing him was out of the question. They couldn't even hold him in place. All they could do was take hit after hit. Palace envoy, Ghost Guilt called out mid-battle, we have no quarrel with you. Why torment Ghost Heaven? Do you truly think us weak? His voice was furious, but behind it lay a hint of concession. He was hoping to negotiate. Ghost Heaven had no way to kill or imprison the palace envoy, let alone permanently rid themselves of him. I don't see you as weaklings, I see you as beloved white moonlights. But you've exploited my love to steal my palace banner. Qi Yuan's voice was cold. If you want me to let this go, it's simple, hand over all the palace banners. Ghost Guilt's face flushed with rage. Impossible. The 10,000 souls banner was the foundation of Ghost Heaven. These banners were their very means of survival, they could never hand them over. In that case, die. His blood-red armor gleamed as he wielded his sword, moving like a god of destruction, massacring all in his path. The immense aura of his presence forced even the bravest to flee. Within Ghost Pass, cultivators shivered in fear, and even the young god sovereigns scrambled to escape. The clash of power was so intense that the very fabric of Demon Pass trembled with the impact. After a while, an almost palpable, terrifying aura surged through the space. Finally, Ghost Heaven's banner lord couldn't stand idly by, his artifact of divine retribution came forth, unleashing a fearsome supreme truth-killing blow. Seeing this, Qi Yuan's expression softened, though he looked reluctant. My dear white moonlights, I know you'll miss me. Rest assured, it won't be long before I return. With a flash, the supreme truth-killing move struck down, and Qi Yuan's figure vanished. Ghost Pass quaked with fear as the young god sovereigns processed what had happened, their hearts weighed down by dread. The three great supreme truth experts were grim, visibly shaken. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. It's only been a month. How could his power have risen so quickly? Ghost Guild Sovereign muttered angrily, his voice laden with deep suspicion. To a young god sovereign, a month's time was barely enough for a few deep breaths or a blink of the eye. Yet, the very man they had pursued, the Imperial Hall's envoy, had suddenly become strong enough to match them. What's worse, his eerie ability to vanish at will left them helpless, forced into the defensive, allowing him to strike at will. What kind of grudge does this envoy hold against you all? Could it be that the 10,000 Ghosts banner and the Imperial banner are somehow connected? The emissary from the Taihuang Palace asked, eyes filled with curiosity. Ghost Guild Sovereign's expression hardened. Nonsense. He's just twisting the facts. The 10,000 Souls banner is our natal celestial treasure. How could it belong to anyone else? Every cultivator within Ghost Heaven possesses a natal weapon, which evolves over time into a spiritual weapon, an immortal weapon, and ultimately, a celestial treasure. For these cultivators, this weapon is the 10,000 Souls banner. The more lives the banner devours, the stronger it grows, and the more power a Ghost Heaven cultivator commands. Ghost Yuan Sovereign suddenly recalled something and murmured, could it actually be, the 10,000 Ghosts banner? Ghost Guild Sovereign's face darkened. At the very heart of Ghost Heaven lay the 10,000 Ghosts banner, an offensive creation treasure controlled by the banner master. All 10,000 Souls banners forged by other Ghost Heaven cultivators were based on it. Yet, the origins of the 10,000 Ghosts banner were shrouded in mystery. It was simply known to have once belonged to a supreme being. That supreme being had vanished mysteriously, and the 10,000 Ghosts banner fell to the current banner master. Could it be that the palace envoy was claiming lineage from that same supreme? The three great supreme truth sovereigns present fell silent, knowing that matters regarding the banner master were beyond their place to discuss. No matter who he is or what his reasons, seeking the 10,000 Souls banner makes him an enemy of Ghost Heaven, and he must be annihilated. Ghost Guild Sovereign said furiously. A deep sense of foreboding crept over him. This encounter had shown him that Ghost Heaven was powerless to restrain the Imperial Hall's envoy. We must tread carefully and stop treating him as simply another variant young god, advised one of the great supreme truth sovereigns. Initially, they had not thought the envoy to be a threat. After all, any supreme truth sovereign could easily overpower him. But it now appeared that only the great supreme truths among them could face him. Any other young gods from Ghost Heaven shattered upon contact. At that moment, Ghost Yuan Sovereign looked pointedly at the emissary from Taihuang Palace. Your Excellency, the envoy is constantly lurking nearby, and our campaign against Demon Abyss is severely hindered, Ghost Yuan Sovereign said helplessly. The campaign was only possible thanks to Taihuang Palace's support. Otherwise, Ghost Heaven would never have dared to antagonize Demon Abyss, especially with Black Sword on their side. Should Black Sword reach the Great Supreme Truth Realm, Ghost Heaven would be in dire straits. This envoy has undermined Taihuang Palace's plans and must die, the emissary said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. The plan to eliminate Black Sword had been meticulous, ready to unfold flawlessly. But then the envoy had appeared, causing their efforts to fail. When the linear transformation begins, he will die, and his true spirit will be destroyed. He won't even have a chance to enter the Soul Hall, the Taihuang Palace emissary declared boldly. The three great supreme truth sovereigns of Ghost Heaven sighed with relief. With the reassurance of Taihuang Palace's support, they felt much more at ease. With a supreme overseeing the linear transformation, no matter how powerful the envoy was, he would surely meet his end. Let him run wild for now, Ghost Guild Sovereign said coldly. The linear transformation would begin soon, and time was running out for the envoy. Yet as soon as the words left his mouth, Ghost Guild Sovereign's face froze in alarm. How dare he? He let out a furious roar. The two other great supreme truth sovereigns widened their eyes, and even their calm hearts were shaken. A blood-red haze filled Ghost Pass, suffused with a deadly aura, so intense it seemed to seep into one's very bones. In the star realm, a star suddenly shone brightly before crumbling into nothingness. And then another star followed, disintegrating the same way. At that moment, a cold, hoarse voice echoed across Ghost Pass. Apologies, I'm back again. Good thing I returned, otherwise, how would I have heard you slandering me behind my back? You dare to steal my imperial banner and then defame me. Truly unforgivable. A figure draped in blood-red armor stood tall and formidable, wielding a fiendish blood sword that seized the eyes. Cloaked in blood, he looked every inch a death god, his chilling gaze sending a shiver down the spines of every Ghost Heaven cultivator present. Moments earlier, Ghost Pass had been left in turmoil from a fierce battle, and they had yet to fully recover from the shock, yet here he was again. And once more, he had slain two young god sovereigns. Young gods weren't as common as cabbages. Some of the cultivators present had never even seen a young god in their lives, and now they had watched them fall one after another. Ghost Guild Sovereign was at a loss for words. The other young god sovereigns were scattered, some fleeing, others hiding, while the stronger ones fixed Qi Yuan with piercing stares. The Taihuang Palace emissary spoke up, his eyes flashing. Envoy, would you consider giving us a moment to sit down with the Ghost Heaven leaders and discuss matters? It was clear that he was attempting to buy time, hoping to hold off the envoy until the linear transformation, at which point they could settle the matter for good. And why would I give you face? What, are you Wu Yanzu, or maybe Eddie Peng? Qi Yuan looked at the Taihuang Palace emissary with utter disdain. You're the one who badmouthed me the most. I hold grudges, you know, so you're guilty by association with these thieves of my imperial banner. The Taihuang Palace emissary's face turned red and white in succession. Do you have any idea who I am or whose authority I represent? He asked in disbelief. You already want me dead, so why would I care about your authority? Qi Yuan replied, feeling bewildered. It seemed to him that the emissary was rather lacking in sense. In his years of cultivation, he had met many such people. The emissary sensed the envoy's killing intent and grew fearful, though he replied boldly, the linear transformation is imminent. You'd best avoid needless entanglements, or you may find yourself with nowhere to go in the six heavens. The emissary's pride lay in his backing. How about a suggestion? Qi Yuan asked, smirking. Consider sleeping in the same room as Ghost Guild Sovereign and Ghost Yuan Sovereign tonight. Otherwise, well, you know. The threat in Qi Yuan's tone was unmistakable. Ghost Guild Sovereign and Ghost Yuan Sovereign's faces turned red with fury, and they immediately launched simultaneous attacks against Qi Yuan. The Taihuang Palace emissary's expression flickered between red and white. He had felt the full force of the envoy's killing intent and was now regretting his decision to step forward. The three great supreme truth sovereigns struck. Qi Yuan grinned brightly. I'll save my strength for next time, so I'll leave my cherished white moonlight companions here for now. Goodbye. Of his white moonlight foes, some shone brighter than others. These great supreme truth sovereigns were the brightest of all. And with that, Qi Yuan vanished without hesitation. Arg! Ghost Guild Sovereign roared, his voice filled with fury. The young god sovereigns were all burdened with worry. Those of the heaven rank in particular were deeply fearful. In mere moments, they had witnessed 6 young gods meet their deaths. If they included the incident from a month ago, that number rose to 7. This was a devastating loss for Ghost Heaven. A quiet voice broke the silence. Ghost Guild Sovereign, Ghost Pass is riddled with vulnerabilities. If we linger here, we risk calamity. The implication was clear, they wished to return to Ghost Heaven and leave Ghost Pass. No one could predict when the envoy would strike next. In fact, if he suddenly appeared now, no one would be surprised. He had attacked twice in rapid succession before, with barely a breath between strikes. The young god sovereigns, burdened with anxiety, kept constant watch. It's too dangerous to remain here. We came to confront Demon Abyss, and yet we've already lost so many. Their collective murmurs grew louder, filled with hints of retreat. Ghost Guild Sovereign's expression darkened. He didn't know how to reassure them. How could he? He was powerless against the envoy. What were they to do? Cultivate in pairs and keep constant watch. At that moment, a vast, ethereal voice resonated in the minds of all the young god sovereigns. The shadow of the 10,000 Ghosts banner will envelop Ghost Pass. Rest easy, all of you. At the sound of this voice, the assembled young gods bowed in reverence. Thank you, Banner Master. It was clear that this voice belonged to none other than Ghost Heaven's pillar, the Banner Master himself. Now, the Banner Master would enshroud Ghost Pass with the 10,000 Ghosts banner's shadow, protecting them from further attacks by the envoy. The Banner Master came and went swiftly. Only moments after the Banner Master's voice faded, a colossal and foreboding 10,000 Ghosts banner appeared, stretching endlessly across the vast reaches of Ghost Pass, as though it could sweep through the stars. Within the vast banner, terrifying spirits seemed to linger at its edges, watching over all directions, safeguarding Ghost Pass. Seeing this, the young god sovereigns breathed a little easier. With the 10,000 Ghosts banner here, there's no way the Imperial Hall's envoy could enter. And even if he does, the warning system will alert us, leaving nothing to fear. Still, this isn't a permanent solution, murmured another young god sovereign, sighing. As long as the envoy roamed free, they would never feel entirely safe. His movements were too unpredictable, he could reappear at any moment, catching them off guard. If one hadn't yet ascended to supreme truth, the envoy could swiftly annihilate them. Everyone, have no fear. The Imperial Hall's envoy won't be able to run wild much longer, the Taihuang Palace emissary assured them with a tone of arrogance. Hearing this, the other young god sovereigns were further reassured. With Taihuang Palace here, the envoy is indeed nothing worth worrying about. When the linear transformation begins, it'll be the day of the envoy's demise. The young god sovereigns lavished praise on the Taihuang Palace emissary, feeding his ego. After a few more breaths, their discussions quieted, and the young god sovereigns dispersed, each returning to their own domains. Ghost Guild Sovereign and Ghost Yuan Sovereign also prepared to leave. Just then, the Taihuang Palace emissary seemed to recall the envoy's earlier comment, and a shiver ran down his spine. Actually, you two, care to stay here tonight, perhaps, for a game of chess? In truth, he was terrified, hesitant to be left alone. Though the 10,000 Ghosts banner now guarded them, he wanted to be cautious. Elsewhere, far in the distance, Qi Yuan looked toward Ghost Pass, a look of disappointment in his eyes. So shameless, he scoffed. Using an offensive creation treasure as a barrier, how am I supposed to get through now? While he could still enter, doing so now would certainly alert them to his presence. And once discovered, his surprise attacks would no longer be effective. After all, the young god sovereigns were his equals in speed when it came to fleeing. This was typical, though. He'd heard of a land called Fighting Spirit Continent, where if a mere fighter was pursued by an emperor, they didn't need to fear, as long as the emperor's steed wasn't as swift. Watching the 10,000 Ghosts banner, a hint of caution appeared in Qi Yuan's eyes. The banner displayed a description in his mind. The 10,000 Ghosts banner, a shadow forged from countless spirits, highly skilled in soul attacks. Under certain conditions, it can entrap a great supreme truth. Qi Yuan sighed. Why couldn't it show me a weakness instead? Every day, his eyes could reveal new information about something he observed. Occasionally, it would even show vulnerabilities or other crucial data. Yet today, the information about the 10,000 Ghosts banner was useless to him. If only it had shown him a flaw, he might have been able to bypass the banner and continue his work, striking down criminals and reclaiming the imperial banner. With this thought, he placed the newly acquired 10,000 souls banner on the ground and began the process of cleansing and transforming it for a more righteous purpose. Roughly half an hour later, Qi Yuan sighed in relief. With another tenth of the 10,000 Ghosts banner, it's finally starting to take shape. The last time, he had seized quite a bit from Ghost Guild Sovereign. Combined with these recent acquisitions, his imperial banner had grown significantly in size. Now its power was on par with some lesser creation treasures. Not bad, certainly better than the gloomy, sinister 10,000 Ghosts banner. Qi Yuan held the imperial banner high, feeling it radiate with an aura of brilliance. Just then, the banner in his hand seemed to transform, almost like a dog barking at the 10,000 Ghosts banner, as though eager to leap from Qi Yuan's grasp and devour it. As the banner's master, Qi Yuan sensed its overwhelming urge to consume the other banner. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Such bravery, truly deserving of being my imperial banner. This treasure takes after its master, I must be exceptional. It even inherited my qualities. Now then, I'm giving you a mission, consume the 10,000 Ghosts banner. With that, Qi Yuan loosened his grip, thinking he had been holding back the banner's potential. Without his restraint, surely, it would be free to devour the 10,000 Ghosts banner. But as soon as he let go, the imperial banner's intense drive vanished. Its fabric sagged, lifeless, showing none of the fierce spirit it had displayed moments before. Seeing this, Qi Yuan was left speechless. Such a coward! Why didn't you inherit my courage? Cursing under his breath, Qi Yuan stuffed the imperial banner back into his storage pouch. He wasn't about to let it humiliate him out in the open. Within Demon Pass, Purple Shui was munching on a mushroom, looking crestfallen. Seems like I won't get to see stars shattering today. Nearby, the other prodigies were still shaken from the recent events. The envoy of the Imperial Hall, terrifyingly unstoppable, moving through Ghost Pass as though it's unguarded. In just one day, he's extinguished 6 stars. It's beyond terrifying. Sigh, does Demon Abyss have anyone of this caliber? The prodigies shared their thoughts. They had been locked in a standoff with Ghost Heaven for so long without slaying a single young god. Yet the envoy had arrived and made quick work of them, slaying young gods as if they were mere cabbage stalks. The scene was unimaginable. Friends, let's not speak too highly of him, reminded An Zunlu, who stood nearby. Why not? We aren't slandering him, only praising. Would that somehow offend him? Someone asked, puzzled. HMPH. None of us have met this sovereign. Who knows his nature? What if he thinks we're being sarcastic? And Zunlu replied. The other prodigies nodded in agreement. The mysterious ways of the strong were often impossible to understand, instilling awe and fear in those around them. Indeed, let's avoid discussing his greatness. The group agreed, all nodding. The young gods were enigmatic and unpredictable, who knew when the Imperial Hall's envoy might reappear? Speculations about his true identity were endless. And the linear transformation hasn't even started, yet such mysterious figures have emerged. Who knows how many hidden, dormant powerhouses will reveal themselves when it does? Mused Ice Sword, his voice calm and detached. I must admit, I'm curious about the whereabouts of that once mighty, 10 Suns, sovereign. Having ascended to the realm of young god sovereign himself, Ice Sword appeared more composed than ever. After all, the more he maintained a low profile, the more impressive he would seem when Taihuang Palace eventually inspected the heavens. Then, like a cascading star river, those who had mocked him would. I'm not interested in the 10 Suns sovereign, I'm interested in you, interrupted Purple Shui, eyeing Ice Sword. I'm curious to see when you reach the young god realm, so I can see the egg of a young god and how it differs from an ordinary egg. Ice Sword's mouth twitched as he found himself at a loss for words. He decided to keep working on disguising his star projection. Otherwise, he'd be ridiculed by Purple Shui for 100 years. How I envy you all, living carefree lives while I must constantly train with a sense of dread, said a tired voice. At that moment, Qi Yuan appeared, his face weary. Although his excursions into Ghost Pass to hunt young gods seemed effortless, in reality, he was always on edge, like a mortal dancing on a tightrope, knowing that any misstep could lead to ruin. Blood Robe Senior Brother, you're back. Purple Shui's face lit up with joy. And Zunlu cast Qi Yuan a sidelong glance but said nothing. Senior Brother, you've fought in the Floral Moonland before, did you see him? What does he look like? One of the prodigies couldn't resist asking. Look at my face, then imagine him in blood armor, that's him, Qi Yuan said casually. The prodigy blinked in confusion. And Zunlu muttered, you'd better imagine him as mute, or... So, wouldn't Black Sword be a better figure for visualization? She continued. Purple Shui glared, ready to argue as usual, but Qi Yuan grabbed her sleeve before she could start. Little Snow, I need your help with something. Qi Yuan had come specifically to ask Purple Shui for assistance with a pressing matter. What is it? She asked, her cheeks turning slightly pink. She remembered how, some time ago, she had jokingly tried to call him father, and was turned down. She really wanted to tell him, I was just kidding. Please don't tell anyone. Come on, let's find somewhere more secluded, Qi Yuan said, guiding Purple Shui away. He couldn't risk their conversation being overheard, it had to be somewhere safe. A few breaths later, the two entered Qi Yuan's personal cave. Do you know where I can find a mystical place where time flows faster, and from where I can still see the 10,000 Ghosts banner far off in Ghost Pass? He asked softly, watching her intently. Purple Shui looked bewildered, not quite understanding his motive. Something about it seemed odd to her, yet she quickly replied, give me 2 hours, no, 1 hour, and I'll have an answer for you. She would need to do some research. Thanks, Qi Yuan said, his face lighting up. He was searching for such a place for an important reason. His eyes could reveal hidden messages whenever he looked at the 10,000 Ghosts banner, but seeing only one clue each day was too slow. Perhaps there existed a location where time flowed faster. That way, if only a day passed in the 6 heavens, he could experience a year in the mystical land, scanning the 10,000 Ghosts banner 365 times and gathering countless clues. Perhaps, he could even find a flaw in the 10,000 Ghosts banner. And if he found a secure spot, he could exploit the gate of supreme truth, allowing his nascent souls to absorb the principles of the supreme truth in another universe, enhancing his strength. Meanwhile, in Demon Pass, Purple Fate Ancestor gazed into the distance, his expression grave. Who could be plotting against Black Sword? The last time Black Sword was nearly destroyed, he barely escaped from the demonic root blood. The sense of threat that brought was overwhelming for Purple Fate Ancestor. It felt as though an unseen hand within the depths of Demon Abyss was orchestrating something sinister, hidden in shadow. This apprehension intensified when he learned of the recent carnage in Ghost Pass at the hands of the Imperial Hall's envoy. The linear transformation had not even begun, and yet so many young gods had already fallen. What sort of apocalyptic battles would unfold once it did commence? The thought was almost unimaginable. With these worries in mind, he vanished in a swift streak of light, reappearing in the blink of an eye at the edge of Demon Pass. He stood there, staring into the unknown as if waiting for someone. Several breaths later, a faint ringing sound broke the silence, and within that echo, a distant roar of a white dragon could be heard. Purple Fate Ancestor straightened, bowing deeply toward the source of the sound. Welcome, White Dragon Abyss Lord. Well, little ancestor. Long time no see. You're looking better than ever, certainly more pleasant than that master of yours. A feminine figure emerged in a sweep of ethereal energy. Tall and graceful, she had 2 faint dragon horns on her forehead. Most striking of all, however, was the black cloth covering her eyes. It was said that lifting this cloth could unleash terrifying power, so it rarely, if ever, came off. Purple Fate Ancestor bowed respectfully to the woman, his demeanor reverent. The linear transformation was drawing close, and as the great powers of the heavens prepared, heads of the principal factions were meeting behind closed doors. Only recently, White Dragon Abyss Lord had met with Demon Abyss's Abyss Lord. Using a long-standing favor, Purple Snow's grandfather had managed to secure an audience with her. If you'd do me the honor, Abyss Lord, please come to my cave for a talk, he invited courteously. No need, little ancestor. I still have to pay a visit to Divine Luo Heaven to see their elder. I'm on a tight schedule, so tell me directly what you need. Her tone was straightforward, wasting no time. Purple Fate Ancestor didn't hesitate. I wish to humbly request that you become a guardian for Blood Robe. He bowed his head, his attitude sincere. As he spoke, he presented a half-intact creation treasure, its fractured surface still glinting with faint energy. The White Dragon Abyss Lord's eyes focused on the object, an intrigued look crossing her face. This was no ordinary treasure. During the last linear transformation, the Demon Abyss's Abyss Lord had not yet possessed an offensive creation artifact. Back then, Purple Fate Ancestor was the most promising young god in Demon Abyss, with an artifact that was rumored to hold the potential to become a destructive creation treasure. However, due to certain conflicts between him and the Abyss Lord, the artifact had been shattered, the resulting piece of which he now held. Although damaged, this relic still far exceeded the power of ordinary creation artifacts. Now, Purple Fate Ancestor was offering this fractured treasure in the hope that White Dragon Abyss Lord might agree to protect Blood Robe. He had sensed a growing threat within Demon Abyss, a shadow so dark that he feared for Blood Robe's life and survival. He needed someone of White Dragon Abyss Lord's caliber to ensure his safety. Of course, he was asking for a guardian, not a master. This is interesting, White Dragon Abyss Lord mused, a faint smile playing on her lips. Call Blood Robe here. I need to see for myself if he's as talented as the rumors say and whether he's worthy of my protection. She was tempted by the treasure, but it wasn't enough on its own. While she had already opposed Taihuang Palace in the past, she wasn't eager to worsen their relationship unnecessarily. So, she would have to assess Blood Robe's true potential. If he turned out to be another talent on par with Black Sword, then maybe, just maybe, she would be willing to invest. After all, that could lead to the rise of a true great sovereign. Thank you, Abyss Lord, Purple Fate Ancestor said, immediately sending a message to Qi Yuan. The White Dragon Abyss Lord looked at Purple Fate Ancestor, her expression shifting between amusement and complexity. You certainly have a soft spot for this young one. You'd even part with such a treasure for him. She eyed the fractured creation treasure in his hands, a flash of greed flickering briefly in her gaze. Pity that the Demon Abyss's own offensive creation treasure wasn't this one. If it were, you wouldn't need to offer it now, she said, sighing with faint regret. Sometimes, she mused, a single misstep can alter the course of everything. In her view, Purple Fate Ancestor had merely been unfortunate, a man whose luck had betrayed him. Unmoved, Purple Fate Ancestor replied, everything has its destined path. He had once been bitter, but with time, he had come to terms with it. After nearly 100 heartbeats, Qi Yuan finally appeared, clothed in his signature blood-red robe. He eyed the two figures with a look of open curiosity. What's going on, old man? He asked, his demeanor as bold as ever, unfazed by the presence of two powerful supreme truth cultivators. White Dragon Abyss Lord, still wearing her black cloth over her eyes, gazed at Qi Yuan with an unreadable expression. Deep within her gaze, a glimmer of excitement flickered before quickly settling back to calm. Blood Robe, tell me, do you have a partner? Beneath the black cloth, her eyes radiated an unmistakable intensity, an avid desire that surpassed even her interest in the fractured treasure she had just been offered. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. A Dao companion. As Qi Yuan met the gaze of the woman in black cloth, a strange chill ran down his spine. I already have a partner. We even have the marriage certificate. Qi Yuan responded quickly. Standing to the side, Purple Fate Ancestor leaned over and whispered, "This is the White Dragon Abyss Lord. I invited her here to act as your protector. A protector is not the same as a master, it's more like an investor. If the White Dragon Abyss Lord became Blood Robe's protector, she would have to ensure his safety until he matured. In return, once he grew strong, Blood Robe would repay the Abyss Lord. If it weren't for this nuisance of a linear transformation, I'd protect you myself. But as things are, with dangers on every side, I thought it best to find you a protector," Purple Fate Ancestor said through a spiritual transmission to Qi Yuan. With the demon abyss becoming increasingly complex, even Black Sword had recently encountered serious threats. Purple Fate Ancestor sensed immense danger and wasn't confident he could protect Blood Robe entirely. It was better to send him to White Dragon Abyss. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at the White Dragon Abyss Lord. "So you're the Abyss Lord who can make people pregnant with just a look?" He suddenly felt the urge to flee. He wasn't interested in becoming pregnant. Purple Fate Ancestor's expression shifted slightly. "Please forgive him, Abyss Lord. Blood Robe has always been spirited." He feared that Blood Robe's words might provoke the White Dragon Abyss Lord. But to his surprise, she chuckled. "He's a genius, after all, he should have a bit of character. It keeps things interesting." She looked at Qi Yuan with a calm, almost amused smile, as if especially taken with him. But her next words left Qi Yuan completely unsettled. "If you don't mind giving me a child, I'd gladly serve as your protector to keep you safe," she said with an astonishing air of seriousness. "Even if a great sovereign came after you, I'd ensure that both you and our child would remain unharmed." Purple Fate Ancestor was utterly shocked by her words. Though he had asked the White Dragon Abyss Lord to become Blood Robe's protector, he knew her protection would be limited. If a great sovereign intervened, she might very well retreat. But based on her words, if Blood Robe agreed to bear her child, she'd be willing to defend him even against a great sovereign. This was beyond anything he could have imagined. As for Blood Robe having a child, Purple Fate Ancestor himself wasn't particularly concerned. But Qi Yuan's reaction was quite different. His eyes grew wide. "Me, have a child? No way, I'm a man, how can I have a child? Why shouldn't a man be able to have a child? At our level, anyone can give birth," the White Dragon Abyss Lord replied with calm conviction, unfazed. Purple Fate Ancestor had no particular feeling about this, either. Compared to the immortal path, or even his own safety, having a child seemed trivial. In fact, if the White Dragon Abyss Lord's offer had been extended to the supreme truths of the sixth heaven, many would be vying to have her child. Even Purple Fate Ancestor himself was somewhat tempted. After all, having a powerful connection is beneficial. How much of life's effort could be saved by associating with the White Dragon Abyss Lord? Unfortunately, she wasn't interested in an old man like him. "No way, I refuse. My gender is male, and my self-identification is also male," Qi Yuan stated firmly. "We need to respect the diversity of the human body." The White Dragon Abyss Lord narrowed her eyes. "I'm guessing Purple Fate Ancestor hasn't told you about recent events in the outer heavens. There was a battle, and a traitor appeared in the demon abyss. Black Sword was nearly killed. Even a genius like Black Sword, with his ability to defend himself, almost died. Do you think you're any safer? If a young god great supreme truth like me, or even Purple Fate Ancestor here, wanted you dead, do you really think you could survive?" Her words rang true. This was precisely why Purple Fate Ancestor was so concerned. If someone had the means to ambush Black Sword, who's to say Blood Robe wouldn't be next? Qi Yuan simply shook his head. "Ever since I embarked on the path of cultivation, I've sought only to follow my own heart and live freely. What's the point of cultivating if I can't stay true to myself?" If Qi Yuan had only understood absolute adaptation, he might have complied with the White Dragon Abyss Lord for the sake of survival. But he also grasped the path of doing as one pleases. Purple Fate Ancestor sighed deeply, then bowed to the White Dragon Abyss Lord. "Apologies for the disturbance, Abyss Lord." He would respect Blood Robe's choice. The only regret was that he might not be able to fully protect him. The White Dragon Abyss Lord stared intently at Qi Yuan, deep in thought. Finally, she murmured, "What if I were to bear the child instead?" Purple Fate Ancestor's eyes grew wide, and his beard trembled with astonishment. He knew that the White Dragon Abyss Lord was of the Dragon Clan and, more specifically, the Dark Nether White Dragons. This clan had a unique tradition. Rather than bearing children themselves, they sought Dao partners to bear their offspring to preserve the bloodline. Because of this, they often formed alliances or marriages with other races. The fact that the White Dragon Abyss Lord would propose personally bearing a child for Blood Robe was unimaginable. Dark Nether White Dragons would only bear a child themselves if gravely injured or close to death. For her to make such an offer now was unthinkable. But the White Dragon Abyss Lord was confident. She felt that she was offering him a precious gift. Yet the answer she received was, "I refuse," Qi Yuan said flatly. "Marriage and children without love, it's not right." Though others might see it as a fantastic opportunity for Qi Yuan, he valued equality. Why should men or women feel they've gained something by being with someone? Isn't it possible he would lose out? Did he truly need the White Dragon Abyss Lord as a protector? Not really. His greatest enemy was the Taihuang Palace's great sovereign. Would the White Dragon Abyss Lord really be willing to defend him against such a formidable foe? Most likely not. The White Dragon Abyss Lord looked at Qi Yuan, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. "You won't accept this either." Clearly, she was genuinely surprised. "I'm sorry, White Dragon Abyss Lord, but I don't need a protector right now," Qi Yuan replied resolutely. Purple Fate Ancestor was shocked but finally sighed. It seems Blood Robe and the Abyss Lord are not fated to be. The White Dragon Abyss Lord gazed at Qi Yuan, disappointment filling her eyes. "If you ever change your mind, my offer stands." With those words, her figure vanished in an instant. A few breaths later, just outside the demon abyss, a female Supreme Truth cultivator, visibly shocked, observed the scene. "Abyss Lord, why would you consider having a child with a junior?" And he had the nerve to refuse. The woman had overheard the conversation. She was shocked and frustrated, both astonished by the Abyss Lord's offer and angered that Blood Robe had turned her down. How could this Blood Robe deserve the honor? Even if he refused, I'd persuade the Abyss Lord to abandon the thought, she muttered. A deep light flickered in the Abyss Lord's eyes. She mused, are there any other dragons in the sixth heaven? The female Supreme Truth paused. None, as far as I know. Unless. A realization dawned on her. There were, of course, other dragons in the sixth heaven. But the Dark Nether White Dragons considered themselves the true dragons and origin of the dragon race. All other dragon tribes had been stripped of their dragon lineage, deemed only mixed bloods. While near him, I sensed a different dragon lineage. It was ancient, pure, primeval, the Abyss Lord said quietly. A dragon bloodline, that explains why you'd consider bearing his child, said the female Supreme Truth, comprehending at last. If it were her, she'd probably have the same inclination. Combining two pure dragon lineages would produce a terrifyingly powerful offspring. According to the ancient prophecies of the Dark Nether White Dragons, the birth of such a child could yield a future great sovereign or even higher. How does this lineage compare to ours, Abyss Lord? Asked the female Supreme Truth. Are they on the same level as us, or perhaps, superior? Our lineage considers itself supreme, the Abyss Lord replied with a slight smile. However, only when I see him closely can I be sure. The female Supreme Truth's eyes hardened with determination. If he refuses to bear your child willingly, should we just take him by force? The White Dragon Abyss Lord shook her head. Not yet. The demon abyss is in disarray. He'll come seeking me to be his protector. After all, he wouldn't want to see Purple Fate Heaven destroyed. The female Supreme Truth's gaze intensified. Purple Fate Heaven could. With the linear transformation under Taihuang Palace's control, they need to make a statement. The Moon God Palace has the Moon God Sovereign overseeing it, so they're safe. No trouble will arise before the transformation begins. But the Demon Abyss Lord, well, let's just say it's complicated. He's always been self-serving. For personal safety, he'll likely sacrifice his weaker factions to gain Taihuang's favor. He'd be all too willing to give up Purple Fate Heaven. But wouldn't this mean opposing Taihuang Palace? The female Supreme Truth asked, worried. The Abyss Lord's gaze grew sharp. If I cannot protect Purple Fate Ancestor, at the very least, I'll protect my future husband. Had Qi Yuan overheard the Abyss Lord, he'd surely respond, dream on, I never agreed to be your husband. On the other side, Purple Fate Ancestor sighed deeply. An opportunity like this, and you just let it go to waste. The White Dragon Abyss Lord is one of the richest and most powerful figures in the sixth heaven. If you'd just made her pregnant, you could skip millions of years of struggle. If you don't want a child, she'd have it for you. He was genuinely pained. Such a chance, wasted. Not necessary, Qi Yuan shook his head resolutely. He planned to rely on his own strength. As an earthling, he believed in hard work, in earning wealth, and forging his own destiny without taking shortcuts. Ah, the linear transformation is beginning soon, and danger looms with every breath. Even Black Sword might not be able to protect himself. With my aging bones, I can't keep you safe alone. Perhaps, you should consider heading to the Moon God Palace. Purple Fate Ancestor said offhandedly, looking at Qi Yuan. His worry was sincere. The recent injury to Black Sword had been a wake-up call, a reminder of the rising hidden threats within the demon abyss. Old man, you underestimate me, Qi Yuan replied confidently. I'm more capable than you think. He was, after all, always improving his strength, every moment of the day. Ha, you, capable, Purple Fate Ancestor retorted. Old man, if we were to go all out, honestly, your bones might not hold up against me, Qi Yuan replied calmly. You arrogant kid, Purple Fate Ancestor grumbled. Every moment, I'm improving and getting stronger. But what about you? Qi Yuan continued, still composed. He was indeed advancing on all fronts, refining his ancestral blood art, bolstering his martial god abilities, enhancing the stability of his supreme truths, and above all, increasing the number of his stellar golden cores, which had now reached a staggering quantity. He wasn't entirely certain of his current strength, but he suspected he'd be able to handle Purple Fate Ancestor if he really had to. Of course, it was best to remain as low profile as possible. After all, Qi Yuan's true enemy, the great sovereign of Taihuang Palace, was still an enormous threat. Get lost, you brat, Purple Fate Ancestor growled, disappearing. Old man, if you ever run into trouble you can't solve, just come find me. Considering how devotedly you worship me like an elder, I'll reluctantly help you out. Qi Yuan called out with a smirk. Get lost. Only the old man's furious roar echoed from the sky. Unperturbed, Qi Yuan shrugged and headed back into his cave. At the entrance, he saw Purple Fate Snow waiting patiently. Blood Robe Senior, you went out? She asked eagerly. After parting with Qi Yuan earlier, Purple Fate Snow had gone off to search for the mysterious land he'd requested. Yes, went to see a certain prawn-headed woman, Qi Yuan replied with a sigh. The atmosphere in the Immortal realms is terrible. Everywhere you go, it's prawn heads and more prawn heads. The world of Kanglan realm was much better, he thought. At first, it too had been plagued with prawn-headed men and women who spent their days spewing insults online. But with him establishing the Blood Palace and bringing order, he'd managed to turn the tides. Today, Kanglan realm was a close-knit, harmonious family. The sixth heaven, on the other hand, was riddled with problems. Morally corrupt people, those who drained life's essence with each breath, and even people who could impregnate with just a look. The sheer variety of absurdities was baffling. That was why Qi Yuan preferred to stay low profile, who knew if just a glance from the wrong person could lead to an unexpected pregnancy. His reputation could be at stake. Huh, which prawn head? Purple Fate Snow clenched her fist, indignant. What did she try to do to you? She wanted me to have her child. Qi Yuan replied. That's too much, Purple Fate Snow agreed, nodding furiously. Who would dare to demand that Blood Robe Senior bear a child? A man as fine as him should be cherished. If children were to be born, it should be her giving birth for him. Then, seeing I wasn't agreeable, she said she'd support me, with her doing the childbearing, Qi Yuan added. Purple Fate Snow huffed in anger, her cheeks puffing. She's dreaming. Who in the world would agree to such a thing? Blood Robe Senior, tell me who she is, I'll teach her a lesson for her shamelessness. Oh, you'd take her on. You'd eliminate her. Qi Yuan blinked, suppressing a smile. She's somewhat powerful, you know, she might be more than you can handle. Little Snow's heart warmed, sensing his concern for her. No matter how strong she is, I'm not afraid. I'll scold her good, and I'll keep training harder. Little Snow replied defiantly. Yes, well, she's the Abyss Lord of White Dragon Abyss. She probably hasn't gone too far. If you want to catch her, there's still time, Qi Yuan teased. Wait, what? Purple Fate Snow's eyes widened in shock, her face filling with disbelief. The Abyss Lord, of White Dragon Abyss. That's right, the old man tried to make her my protector, but she wanted to give birth to my child first, Qi Yuan said with a sigh. Honestly, it's too risky to be this handsome in the Immortal realms. Just stepping outside invites trouble. Purple Fate Snow was dumbfounded, the revelation like a bolt from the blue. But then she pouted pitifully. Blood Robe Senior, I'd never dare scold the White Dragon Abyss Lord. I don't want to bear her child. After all, this Abyss Lord was infamous for making people pregnant just by looking at them. Purple Fate Little Snow wasn't ready to experience that. Haha, no need to worry. It's all under control, Qi Yuan reassured her. So, did you find anything on the mysterious lands? At the mention of work, Purple Fate Snow immediately focused. Yes, I found 3 places that match what you asked for, she said eagerly. Oh, which ones? The first is Star-Drunken Land. From here, you can see the ghostly banners of Ghost Pass from afar, and while a day passes in the 6th heaven, it equates to roughly 12 days there. This land is the safest among the 3. So long as you enter unnoticed, you'll be quite secure, she said dutifully. The time flows a bit slow. What about the others? Qi Yuan asked. He figured it would take quite a lot of time to identify any weaknesses in the Ghost Soul banner. The second land is called Hibiscus Land. A single day in the 6th heaven equals about 30 days there. But this land produces a rare fragrance called hibiscus drunk that could lead even a young god into a dreamlike stupor, trapped in endless illusions. It's quite dangerous, Little Snow added nervously. This land was hazardous, and she didn't recommend it. And the third? Qi Yuan asked. Little Snow hesitated briefly, then replied, the last place is called Heaven Earth Land. 1 day in the 6th heaven equals roughly a year and a half there. Oh, now that's interesting, Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled. With that time flow, it wouldn't take long to figure out the weaknesses in the Ghost Soul banner. Not only could he boldly infiltrate Ghost Pass, but he might even find a way to claim control over its shadowy projection. But this land is rumored to have a young god from the Holy Light clan. Little Snow added fearfully. The terror of the Holy Light clan was well known throughout the 6th heaven's major sanctuaries. This clan originated from beyond the 6th heaven, and their words carried irresistible power. Ordinary cultivators would instinctively believe anything they said. Even for young gods at the level of supreme truth, the Holy Light clan was something to avoid. The Holy Light clan, Qi Yuan's curiosity was piqued. They sound fascinating. I'd like to see them for myself. He had to admit that the Holy Light clan's words would likely influence him too, but it was bound to make his nose grow longer. The contrast seemed both strange and amusing. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of them, Qi Yuan said, leaning forward. So, where exactly is this Heaven Earth Land? Purple Fate Snow wavered, whispering, Blood Robe Senior, the Holy Light clan is truly terrifying. I'm afraid. Rest assured, I've met them before. In fact, I even killed one once, Qi Yuan said with a proud grin. After all, it had taken all he had to eliminate the powerful Eastern Lord. Really? Little Snow looked skeptical. Trust me, you know I only do things with a solid plan, he replied confidently. Remember my grand strategy? Didn't that Wei Zeng meet exactly the end we predicted? If she'd doubted before, hearing this just left her even more perplexed. Blood Robe Senior, Wei Zeng fell at the hands of the human Emperor Hall's emissary. Little Snow reminded him. HMPH, without my grand strategy, would Wei Zeng have met his end so neatly? It was all within my master plan, Qi Yuan declared, exuding confidence. Quote. Little Snow suddenly remembered something else. Blood Robe Senior had requested a mysterious land from which the Ghost Soul banner could be observed. Presently, the only person with a strong interest in the Ghost Soul banner was the human Emperor Hall's emissary. A bold idea formed in her mind. Blood Robe Senior, do you know the human Emperor Hall's emissary? She asked in a hushed, cautious voice. Know him, I suppose, sort of, or maybe not exactly, Qi Yuan replied. How exactly does one claim to know oneself? This realization struck Purple Fate Snow like a tidal wave. That mysterious, awe-inspiring emissary of the human Emperor Hall, her Blood Robe Senior knew him. Relieved, she felt certain that the place her Blood Robe Senior would go wouldn't be this hazardous territory. Only the human Emperor Hall emissary would go. Heaven Earth Land. The exact location is, she told him, making sure to add, Senior, please remind the emissary that the Holy Light clan may be lurking there. Interesting name, isn't it? Qi Yuan remarked. Anyway, don't mention today's discussion to anyone. Of course, Little Snow promised solemnly. You know my lips are sealed. I'd never let a word slip. She felt a thrill. She was serving Blood Robe Senior and the emissary of the human Emperor Hall, assisting with truly great endeavors. In the end, it was her counsel and meticulous suggestions that had made the grand strategy even more effective. The emissary's success and Yang God's defeat were all due to her careful involvement. Qi Yuan glanced at her with a hint of approval. Good, I can trust you to keep quiet. With a cheerful heart, Little Snow skipped out of the cave. Inside, Qi Yuan's gaze shifted to the direction of Heaven Earth Land as his eyes sparkled. A day for a year and a half, In half a month, I'll have Ghost Pass turned inside out. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In a remote place. An ancient city lay scattered with buildings few and far between. In the marketplace, only a handful of structures remained standing. The dark night blanketed the place, and there was barely a cultivator in sight. Qi Yuan stood cloaked in darkness, his face obscured. As his divine sense swept over the marketplace, he murmured to himself. There's barely anyone here, it doesn't feel like the sixth heaven at all. In the sixth heaven, the immortal Tao flourished, every marketplace teemed with people, shrouded in a mist of immortal energy. Here, however, everything was bleak and somber, as if it had long been abandoned. The paths of the marketplace were neither clean nor tidy. Broken stone slabs lay scattered in the mud, and there was a faint odor of stale urine lingering in the air. As Qi Yuan stepped into the marketplace, an eerie ghostly flame flickered ahead. Suddenly, a short figure appeared, hunched over like an elderly woman, shrouded in a drab gray robe with a mask covering her face. Young man, are you here to try your luck in heaven-earth mystical land? The gray-robed woman rasped, her voice harsh as though scratching against her throat. Qi Yuan glanced at her. I'm here for the heaven-earth mystical land, but not for luck. I'd advise you to be cautious. There may be treasures in heaven-earth mystical land, but, the gray-robed woman's tone turned sinister. There are countless dangers there. Don't lose your life and leave your loved ones grieving. She stood close by, her form as frail as a candle in the wind, as though she might perish at any moment. Thanks for the advice. Rest assured, I won't die even if the sixth heaven itself falls, Qi Yuan replied confidently. You young folks are all talk, but heaven-earth mystical land is full of mysteries. Its ghostly souls patrol the skies, preying on the lives of all who enter. You'll likely meet your end there, the woman croaked ominously. Hey, who are you calling immature? Qi Yuan couldn't resist retorting. You're a bit young yourself, aren't you? Harassing me on the street like this, throwing around words like, immature. Maybe you should check if your hair has grown in yet. Wah, the gray-robed woman gasped. How did you see through my disguise? Her voice had lost its raspy tone, now crisp like mountain springs striking stone, a voice belonging to someone young. The gray robe she wore was a treasured heirloom, one that even a legendary young god cultivator couldn't easily see through. Yet, this young man had seen through it without issue. How could she not be shocked? Even if a legendary young god cultivator attempted to see her true form, her treasured heirloom would react, and she would know. But the treasure gave no reaction. Could he see her true form without triggering the treasure? Did this mean he could see her, and all the rest? Realizing this, her face flushed as she scrambled to cover herself, her face a mask of terror as she fled. Watching her retreating figure, Qi Yuan shook his head, exasperated. Completely unreasonable. Lucky for her that she ran into me. Had it been another supreme truth young god, she'd have lost that treasure in no time. Qi Yuan's eyes could see hidden details, so naturally, he had noticed the aura concealing treasure the woman wore, which was an extraordinary creation. Regular young gods might not detect it, but it wouldn't escape the eyes of a supreme truth young god. Some might kill her outright and take it. Those with a shred of decency might toss a few immortal stones her way as compensation before claiming it. Qi Yuan was different. He had his own code. This young woman still hadn't grown up enough to meet the standards of his white moonlight ideal. Although born with the capacity to love, Qi Yuan was no Casanova. He had standards. She needed to be his white moonlight. But this encounter left Qi Yuan sighing. The moral corruption in the cultivation world is deep-rooted. Just meeting this woman immediately makes me imagine others robbing her of her treasure. Although his thoughts were pure conjecture, he knew it wasn't his fault. The fault lay with the cultivation world. When I get stronger, I'll restore justice to the sixth heaven. Qi Yuan thought deeply. Thinking of this, he ventured deeper into the marketplace. The entrance to heaven-earth mystical land was tucked away, barely noticeable in the farthest corner of the marketplace. Meanwhile, in a concealed cave, an elderly woman with a warm smile asked, "Who bullied our little Yuner?" Dressed in her gray robe, Tian Yun's beauty still shone through, pure and unspoiled. "Aunt Luan, there's a strange man in the marketplace," Tian Yun said, her thoughts returning to that black-robed man, her feelings a mix of fear and anger. Heaven-earth mystical land is rich in spiritual treasures, so it's normal for cultivators to come treasure hunting. Yuner, you're too kind-hearted, always warning them, but as the saying goes, you can't reason with those destined to die. If he insists on entering heaven-earth mystical land to seek his death, let him, Aunt Luann replied, her eyes flashing with a hint of sorrow as she mentioned the mystical land. In fact, she and Tian Yun were both natives of heaven-earth mystical land. However, when a villain usurped the land, Aunt Luann had escaped with Tian Yun, preserving their lives. The villain was powerful, and nearly their entire clan had been exterminated. Fortunately, that villain dared not enter the sixth heaven, otherwise, even hiding here wouldn't have saved them. Aunt Luann, this time is different. That man, he seemed to see through my family's treasure. Tian Yun recounted the events to Aunt Luann. Hearing this, Aunt Luann's face paled. You're certain he saw it? Yes. Despite my family treasure's disguise, he knew my true identity. Tian Yun replied. Aunt Luann grew solemn. If he truly saw through the family treasure, he's undoubtedly. Her expression turned fearful, laden with heavy worry. A supreme truth-level cultivator. If someone that powerful detected the treasure on Tian Yun, why had he let her live? Perhaps he was planning something grander. Rising, Aunt Luann scanned the surroundings with her divine sense, her chest heaving. As the senior still present, I would gladly offer the treasure, I only beg for mercy on our lives. Her voice was loud, sincere, and brimming with humility. If such a powerful cultivator were lurking, she wouldn't detect them anyway, they could kill her instantly. Tian Yun's face paled as realization dawned. However, the silence around them remained unbroken, there was no response. After waiting for nearly 100 breaths, Aunt Luann sighed in relief. Could it be, we encountered a senior with the spirit of a true gentleman? She wondered aloud. If it were her, she doubted she could suppress her own greed. At the very least, she'd have claimed it in the name of a bargain. Hearing this, Tian Yun's embarrassment lifted, her previous anger at Qi Yuan dissipating into a faint admiration. To think he was truly a virtuous senior, though. Her cheeks flushed as her voice trailed off. After all, so long as he upheld the greater principles, his minor personal flaws were forgivable. Aunt Luann, won't he be in danger if he enters heaven-earth mystical land? She asked anxiously. After all, the Holy Light clan was in there. Because of the Holy Light clan, few young gods ever ventured into heaven-earth mystical land. Those who attempted it were often low-level cultivators and yin gods. With a complex expression, Aunt Luann replied, a typical cultivator entering heaven-earth mystical land would almost certainly meet death. But, if he dares go, he must have some confidence. We are too weak to presume what such figures may intend. Tian Yun's eyes brightened. Does that mean he might drive out that villain? Could we, finally return home? The thought of heaven-earth mystical land, her birthplace, thrilled Tian Yun. If that villain fell, she could go home. Aunt Luann shook her head. The Holy Light clan won't be so easily vanquished. That senior might only manage to protect himself. If he encounters the Holy Light clan, he could be in danger as well. Though she spoke of avoiding presumption, she couldn't help but wonder. The Holy Light clan was nearly an insoluble problem in the sixth heaven. Their methods were too bizarre, and even supreme truth cultivators struggled against them. Hearing this, Tian Yun was crestfallen. Heaven-earth mystical land's natives are called the Heaven Clan. Qi Yuan lay comfortably, having found a suitable spot within heaven-earth mystical land. A fair number of cultivators roamed this land. He had encountered a few who didn't know better and had asked around, gaining a deeper understanding of heaven-earth mystical land. Also known as Heaven-Earth Treasure Land, this mystical land was rich in unique treasures. These items, called miracle treasures, came in various forms, offensive, supportive, and even rumored to rival extraordinary creations. In his hands, Qi Yuan held a small bell. He'd taken it from an old, youthful man. Upon entering heaven-earth mystical land, the man had demanded a treasure hunting fee. Qi Yuan refused, dealt with him, and pocketed the bell. This bell was one of heaven-earth mystical land's many miracle treasures. Mysterious Jade Bell, a unique creation, crafted by the mysterious wind-forging method. When rung, it allows warriors to hear the sounds of their homeland. Qi Yuan followed the instructions engraved on the bell and gave it a shake. Immediately, a gentle, aged voice whispered in his ear, as if it had crossed the river of time. March has come. Fanchi, are you well? The family is fine, do not worry for us. Ling and I have sent the armor we crafted at the Heavenly Bureau to the front line, fortune predicts good. Ling and I await your safe return. The bell contained an unopened family letter. Since it had reached Qi Yuan, it was clear that Fanchi on the front line never received this message from home. Is this the history of heaven-earth mystical land, or? Qi Yuan mused. The mysterious wind forging method has its own unique appeal. Since time flows faster here, I can afford to study these miracle treasures and pick up some forging techniques as a new skill. Learning skills was important, and since these miracle treasures were all related to forging methods, he could pass the time productively by mastering them. Qi Yuan continued, of course, this mystical land doesn't compare to the sixth heaven itself. Practicing the ancestral blood art here is at least 100 times slower. I can't even exploit the usual loopholes to speed things up. Casting these thoughts aside, Qi Yuan settled into a more comfortable position, fixing his gaze through the gaps in the landscape toward the distant 10,000 souls banner. Other cultivators would be unable to see the banner from so far away. But Qi Yuan was different. His strength and perceptive abilities gave him an unparalleled advantage. Immediately, a flow of information appeared in his mind. 10,000 souls banner, an offensive extraordinary treasure linked to ghost extinguishing sovereign. More useless information. I'm looking for vulnerabilities or ways to enter, not this, Qi Yuan muttered, quickly dismissing the message. Finding nothing the first day was unsurprising. Fortunately, there are still plenty of miracle treasures to analyze. Time spent learning a new skill is time well spent. Qi Yuan refocused on the miracle treasures around him, letting his thoughts drift. Soon, a method known as the small cyclone molding technique appeared in his mind. As the name suggested, the technique stabilized miracle treasures, making them more resilient. Crafting miracle treasures involved intricate processes like material selection, hammering, forging, molding, pattern setting, and so on. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, 9 months had gone by. In the outside world, not even a full day had passed. Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. After observing the 10,000 souls banner so many times, I've finally detected a few weaknesses. Not bad at all. However, merely discovering these vulnerabilities wasn't enough to allow him to slip into the ghost pass unnoticed. And Qi Yuan's ambitions went even further. He wanted not just to infiltrate the ghost pass but to claim it entirely and transform it into his very own human sovereign banner. Today's fortune is excellent. I've even managed to fully master the mysterious wind forging method. Too bad I don't have the right materials on hand. If I did, I'd certainly showcase my skills. Once I return to Blue Star, I could make counterfeit phones with this technique, sell them online, and earn a fortune. Qi Yuan mused with a smile. Life in heaven-earth mystical land was, for now, pleasantly tranquil. Just then, a young boy came over, carrying a bowl of food wrapped in leaves similar to sticky rice dumplings. Sir, this is from my mother, the boy said. He was around 12 or 13 years old and looked somewhat malnourished. The boy's name was Stone Pan, a native of heaven-earth mystical land. Living conditions here were challenging. Many locals were homeless, constantly migrating and struggling to survive. Stone Pan's mother, whom Qi Yuan had met briefly, was a gentle woman whose weariness couldn't conceal her delicate features. Stone Pan's father was a cultivator who had come to heaven-earth mystical land in search of treasure, a man who treasured freedom. He'd left after fathering a child, only to meet his end soon afterward. A group of refugees had settled close to Qi Yuan's area about 3 months prior. Firstly, Qi Yuan was a formidable cultivator, and his presence discouraged any ill-intentioned cultivators from causing trouble. Secondly, he seemed kind-hearted. These refugees held both gratitude and fear for him. Qi Yuan accepted the dumpling, unwrapping the large bamboo leaves, which released a fragrance of fresh greens. Not bad, you're even able to eat meat now, Qi Yuan noted, biting into the dumpling. The dumpling was filled with a large portion of fresh, tender meat, quite different from Blue Star's heavily seasoned pre-packaged ones. This is all thanks to you, sir. Without your presence, we wouldn't have. Stone Pan's voice faded as he looked up at Qi Yuan with an expression full of hope. The boy couldn't see Qi Yuan's face beneath the dark cloak, but he was clearly in awe of him. The boy's gaze held more than mere admiration. He seemed to be hoping for something, perhaps even wanting to be taken in as a disciple. Such a prospect could save him from this life of hardship and might even protect his mother and family. Sir, my mother made this robe for you. If it doesn't fit, please feel free to use it however you wish, Stone Pan said, offering a handmade robe with a mixture of hope and unease. Qi Yuan didn't reach for the robe. I appreciate the thought, but I don't need the robe, he said plainly. Stone Pan's face fell with disappointment. I'm a direct person, Qi Yuan continued. I understand what's going through your minds, but I already have a partner. He wasn't interested in leading others on with false hopes. Within this group of refugees, Stone Pan's mother was likely the most attractive, enough to have once caught the attention of a powerful cultivator. While it might seem absurd for her to desire Qi Yuan's favor, he respected her feelings enough to reject her directly, rather than disregarding her entirely as a higher being might do. Stone Pan's disappointment was palpable. "Come on now," Qi Yuan said casually, "you wouldn't really want a new dad, would you? This is a good outcome." "If it were you, sir, I'd gladly have a second father," Stone Pan replied with childish sincerity. Qi Yuan chuckled, reminded of the young Chen Huan, who'd almost tried to take him as a godfather. "Please, no, I'm still young, I'm not ready to be a father," Qi Yuan said with amusement. Stone Pan's hope dwindled, but it quickly faded. "Sir, tonight is Soul Patrol night. It's dangerous outside, even for the cultivators who usually avoid the wind caves." At the mention of Soul Patrol night, Stone Pan's face grew fearful. Each year, the Soul Patrol brought an army of spirits to the skies, seeking the living. "Oh, is that happening today? Time really flies," Qi Yuan replied, seemingly unfazed. In truth, the presence of these souls intrigued him. "Please be careful, sir. Most of the other cultivators will be hiding in nearby wind caves tonight," Stone Pan reminded him earnestly. Got it, got it. You go on and get your things together for the wind cave," Qi Yuan replied casually. He had no intention of hiding, he intended to stay right where he was to observe the souls. However, he didn't share this with Stone Pan, knowing it would spark a wave of pleading and persuasion. Clutching his mother's robe, Stone Pan backed away. Once again, Qi Yuan was left alone in this corner of the mystical land. "Time to resume my forging practice," he muttered, continuing to hone his techniques or crafting new additions to the Qi Yuan scriptures. Time slipped by, and before he knew it, night had fallen. The land grew eerily still. Even the chirping of insects had vanished. It felt as if he were standing in an isolated wasteland. The chilly night air made Qi Yuan yawn. Perfect weather for a nap. A spectral fog rose, filling the air with an eerie chill. Qi Yuan lay back on his icy reclining chair, entirely at ease. Just then, a cultivator rushed by in a streak of light. "Friend, hurry, the Soul Patrol will start soon, quick, find a wind cave." The passerby warned, disappearing into the nearest wind cave. Qi Yuan remained calm. With the netherworld in his purple mansion, he had no reason to fear souls. If anything, the souls should fear him. If they dared approach, he'd trap them within the human sovereign banner for a long overdue ethical transformation, free labor for eternity. About 100 breaths later, the air darkened further. Absolute silence fell across the land. Everywhere he looked, black smoke drifted from the ground. The silence shattered as rhythmic footsteps echoed through the night. Tap, tap, tap. It sounded like an army of spectral soldiers marching from the underworld. Each figure wore broken armor stained with blood, their bodies battered, their eyes vacant. They moved aimlessly, like lost souls with no home to return to. "Soul, no home," they murmured, their voices laden with sorrow and desolation. Eroded specters of an ancient battlefield, souls of warriors who died defending the border. With a homeland in ruins, their souls roam without rest. A flood of information filled Qi Yuan's mind, reminding him of the voice he'd heard from the mysterious Jade Bell, the same voice that had conveyed a letter from a soldier's family. If these specters were indeed the same, then the warriors on the front lines had lost that long-ago battle. With their lands ravaged, all had perished. Even if they had won, it wouldn't have mattered, in the end, everyone perished anyway, Qi Yuan sighed. As he gazed upon the spectral soldiers, their empty eyes turned toward him, anger beginning to glimmer within. Then, a sneering voice called out. "Soul Patrol night, and you dared remain outside. You've sealed your fate." Qi Yuan looked toward the source, a lavish palanquin trailing the ghostly army. From within, a haughty voice sneered, evidently accustomed to flaunting authority. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. "This land isn't your personal property. Do you have a deed? Why shouldn't I stay here? Make no mistake, in Heaven-Earth mystical land, the Holy Light clan is king." The voice from the palanquin was both domineering and insolent. "Dare to talk back, when you should have bowed before me. Your body and soul will be sustenance for my ghost servants." At the speaker's command, hundreds of specters surged toward Qi Yuan, their terrifying energy blanketing the area in dread. "Hey, even myths would fall before my ghost servants," the palanquin occupant gloated. "Boy, in the next life, don't mess with me." The specters, Empty eyes glowed a sinister red as they charged, closing in around Qi Yuan. Unperturbed, Qi Yuan merely lay there. As the ghostly horde approached, he spoke calmly. I am your commanding officer. How dare you think of harming me? As he spoke, he activated the Great Forgetting Sutra for a righteous transformation. His voice seemed to carry an inexplicable power, causing the spectral soldiers to hesitate, confusion flickering in their hollow gazes. The figure within the palanquin noticed the specters' hesitation, his expression shifting to one of shock. He quickly called out, "What are you all doing? Strike him down." Frantically, he shook a bell in his hand, its eerie chime ringing out. The specters' eyes grew vacant again, and they resumed their march toward Qi Yuan, now intent on killing him. Their combined force was enough to obliterate any ordinary cultivator, perhaps even a heaven-rank young god would struggle against their power in this mystical land since they get suppressed to myth rank. The figure in the palanquin sneered, his confidence returning as he watched the army close in on Qi Yuan. In the sixth heaven, he might have been a mere purple palace cultivator of no great importance, but here, in the heaven-earth mystical land, even young gods had fallen before him. He relished the power he wielded over the specters. But in the next moment, his triumphant smirk faltered. Without any warning, a dark, cloaked figure appeared inside his palanquin. The stranger held the bell, examining it with a curious glint in his eye. So, it's this little bell you're using to control them. The specter controller's face twisted in terror. How did you get in here? After all, even a god would be hard-pressed to bypass the wrathful ghost army outside. The thought that someone could avoid the specters altogether and appear beside him was beyond his comprehension. You can't kill me. I'm a holy envoy of the Holy Light clan, and this bell was bestowed upon me by my master. He stammered in desperation. If you harm me, the clan will not rest until you're destroyed. Do you have any idea of the power of the Holy Light clan? I really hate being threatened, and by the way, don't put on airs you can't back up. You might just get struck by lightning, Qi Yuan said, his voice low. Without further ado, Qi Yuan struck, his fingers crackling with violet lightning as he pressed them onto the man's chest. A faint sizzle of energy later, the so-called holy envoy was no more. Qi Yuan picked up the bell, now fully intrigued by it, and turned his gaze to the specters still advancing toward him. Bold of you all, I am your commanding officer, do you truly not recognize me? He declared, channeling the Great Forgetting Sutra once again, deepening its hold on the specters. Strangely, his voice carried an inexplicable pull, making the specters falter, confusion lingering in their hollow eyes. With the holy envoy's bell no longer in play, the sutra's power increased, further breaking through their clouded minds. Remember, Qi Yuan intoned, I once stood with you, defending the frontier against endless invasions. Or have you forgotten? His words struck the specters like a spell. Their empty eyes began to glimmer with something almost like recognition. The silence thickened, then broke as the ghostly army dropped to one knee. Greetings, Commander. Their voices echoed hollowly, their eyes shining with renewed vigor. That's more like it, Qi Yuan replied, satisfied. He raised his hand to reveal a tattered yet powerful banner. For our cause, the path forward requires commitment. Join me in the human sovereign banner, and together, we'll march toward victory. He watched as the spectral soldiers gazed at his banner with awe, their soulless eyes flickering with a spark of long-forgotten loyalty. Each of them looked ready to pledge allegiance with unrestrained fervor. Not yet. First, the chains that bind you to these sinister forces must be broken, Qi Yuan added, observing the traces of corruption in their spiritual forms. He suspected the chains had been placed by the very holy light master who had bestowed the bell upon the specter controller. Until the bonds were broken, the souls could not fully enter the human sovereign banner without risk of corrupting it. Qi Yuan addressed them again, his voice steady and commanding. You've made the right choice in following me. Opportunities are hard to come by. Like elite positions in a kingdom, some paths are only open to those with fortune, power, or luck. He eyed the spectral soldiers, giving a wry smile. It's safe to say that, having reached this state, luck may not be on your side. But that's where I come in. The specters immediately stood ready, awaiting his orders. Now, rally the others still wandering these lands. Bring back our comrades, and soon we will make our grand march. Moved by his words, the specters scattered into the mist to locate their lost brethren. Qi Yuan watched them leave with a pleased look in his eyes. This place is an unexpected boon. I might just transform the human sovereign banner into a true offensive treasure at this rate, he murmured to himself, a surge of anticipation bubbling up within him. Elsewhere, deep inside the wind caves, the refugees huddled in fearful silence, a dim candle casting long, trembling shadows along the walls. Stone Pan clung tightly to his mother, his face a mixture of worry and determination. Outside, the occasional sound of ghostly wails drifted in, enough to send chills down their spines. The elderly man, his voice quavering, spoke up. I remember my grandfather telling me, once, these soul patrols were a blessing, a ritual to protect us from lurking spirits. Now, they've become harbingers of death. Heads nodded solemnly around him. Once, the soul patrol had been a revered night of protection and honor, and now it was a night of terror. In the corner, Stone Pan worked up the courage to speak to one of the visiting cultivators. Sir, by any chance, did you see a man in a dark cloak outside? He didn't enter any of the wind caves, did he? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Lu Shi looked at Stone Pan in surprise, then recalled, before entering the wind cave, I caught sight of a fellow Taoist in black robes and advised him to enter. Lu Shi added, but before I entered, he hadn't moved. Perhaps, he went to another cave. Stone Pan's face paled instantly. There's only one wind cave nearby, all others are far away. Realization dawned on him, followed by deep regret. He should have reminded that elder before leaving for the wind cave. In the heavenly earth mystical land, many new cultivators, confident in their abilities, disregarded the spectral souls entirely or even found them interesting, choosing to stay outside on spectral soul nights. Now, that elder didn't make it into this wind cave. As the nearby cultivator had said, he had yet to act when Lu Shi entered. Reaching another wind cave in time would have been impossible. Outside, the occasional, sinister howls of the spectral soul army echoed, casting a shiver through Stone Pan as he began to grasp what might happen. Lu's eyes tone was calm. Seems this friend is new here, it's unfortunate. He had witnessed countless similar cases. Once, a mighty figure, the son of a young god, ventured into the heavenly earth mystical land in search of treasure, relying on a young god artifact left by his mother. He dismissed the spectral souls, certain of his strength. And he ended up dead. It was a common occurrence for Lu Shi, who had grown indifferent over time. Dawn is still hours away. Worrying won't help you, Lu Shi, ever the kind-hearted, consoled Stone Pan. When daylight comes, you can retrieve his body. If his bones are sturdy, there might even be a few remains left. Stone Pan. From inside the wind cave, the howls of the spectral souls sounded continuously. Stone Pan, anxious and on edge, kept craning his neck toward the mouth of the cave, too afraid to step outside but worrying deeply about Qi Yuan. Lu Shi, however, was unfazed. He found a spot, settled in, and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, outside in the forest, darkness clung to the mountains, shadowed and restless. Glimpses of eerie green eyes could be seen glimmering through the blackness like the flickering gaze of 1,000 specters. An army of thousands of spectral souls stood in lines, heads bowed, seemingly attending a declaration ceremony. Hovering above them, Qi Yuan was surrounded by these spectral souls, using the Great Forgetfulness Sutra to lecture and indoctrinate them. The previous night had been no ordinary night. With the spectral soul army leading, Qi Yuan had traversed countless miles, wiping out all spectral soul controllers in the surrounding area. Seizing the opportunity, he consolidated the spectral soul army under his command, with their numbers now reaching astounding proportions. Hovering above them, Qi Yuan addressed his new army, their faces fervent with excitement and zeal, their cheers crashing like tidal waves, more intense than any concert on Blue Star. To protect my land, we must forge a strong army, a disciplined and honorable force. He paused. What does it mean to have honor? Well, it's the middle of the night, so let's keep the noise down and avoid disturbing others. Honor and discipline. Qi Yuan himself wasn't known for having impeccable decorum and was no stranger to reacting to Bullhorn Sisters' provocations. As for what constituted a disciplined army, he wasn't entirely sure. But, not disturbing others seemed a fair starting point. Maybe, a sense of unity. Sure enough, at his command, the entire army fell into silence, as if marked by an invisible stamp of control, with not one sound slipping from them. Discipline aside, we need strength. Now, let's start with the 36th Calisthenics Regiment for physical training. Qi Yuan was feeling quite clever. In the past, he'd watched martial heroes on television conquer different realms with just one set of moves. This Calisthenics Regiment, not one bit inferior. After imparting the regimen to the Spectral Soul Army, he continued calmly. Next, physical training, building a barracks, and setting up a weapons treasury. Qi Yuan directed, watching the spectral souls, some still bound by remnants of the Holy Light clan's constraints. He could see these spectral souls weren't naturally inclined to kill, nor would they need to patrol and slaughter. But the Holy Light clan had polluted them with strange creations, apparently to fulfill an unspeakable purpose. Passing along the 36th Regiment moves, Qi Yuan began grinding down the curse mark on the control bell, lifting the seal that bound the spectral souls. Very good. Once these spectral souls return to normal, they can work day shifts in the netherworld and join my human sovereign banner for battle when the time comes. Qi Yuan was a compassionate man who couldn't stand to see so many souls homeless and jobless like vagrants. So, he gave them a fresh start by offering them a fair job, all in the name of reducing unemployment. On Blue Star, such work would earn him a well-deserved, living bodhisattva title. Guided by Qi Yuan, the spectral souls quickly dispersed, efficiently taking up their assignments. Some started practicing calisthenics, some chopped wood, while others constructed the barracks and treasury hall. Yet, they kept it quiet, remaining orderly and disciplined. Slowly, dawn began to break. Inside the wind cave, Stone Pan sat with dark circles under his eyes, having stayed up all night. His mind was weary. Outside, the howling of the spectral soul army had died down long ago, replaced by an eerie silence punctuated by the occasional strange sound. Desperate to see what had happened outside, he longed to check on the elder who had kept them safe through the night. Daylight's here, the spectral souls are gone, thank goodness. Lu Shi said, stretching as he rose and headed for the cave's exit. Stone Pan and the other refugees followed suit, stepping out behind him. Stone Pan, especially, was overcome with worry. Standing near the cave entrance, he finally rushed out, heading toward where Qi Yuan was last seen. About 10 breaths later, Stone Pan suddenly let out a terrified scream. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with fear. What's wrong? His mother called anxiously from the wind cave, rushing out to his side. There are spectral souls, so many of them. Stone Pan stammered, visibly shaken. Ahead of him, the mountains stretched out, filled with terrifying figures. These souls appeared translucent, eyes glowing an unnatural green, like wisps of smoke. The terrifying figures moved about with purpose. Some were chopping trees, some carrying logs, while others seemed to be doing a strange, almost comical dance in unison. Stone Pan had never seen spectral souls before, but his instinct immediately identified these creatures as such. Child, it's broad daylight. How could there be spectral souls out now? You frightened yourself, Lu Shi chuckled as he adjusted his robes, slowly exiting the cave. Clearly, he thought Stone Pan had let his imagination run wild. However, when he stepped out and caught sight of the scene, his expression froze in shock. The other refugees inside the cave saw Lu Shi go ghostly pale as he hastily retreated back into the cave. Spectral souls, in broad daylight. Lu's voice trembled with bewilderment. He'd been in the heavenly earth mystical land for 100 years, yet had never encountered such a phenomenon. Not only was it daytime, but a mere glance showed that there were thousands of them. It was terrifying. Damn, that kid Stone Pan is still out there. Lu's heart skipped a beat. After talking at length with Stone Pan last night, he'd developed a liking for the boy. But now, with the spectral souls right outside, Stone Pan was as good as dead. Oddly, though, he wasn't. The others in the cave were similarly stunned, their expressions a mix of shock and horror. How are there spectral souls in broad daylight? I'm done for. The spectral souls have seen me. I'm going to meet my ancestors. Fear struck them to the core, as the foreboding specters surrounded them like a dark cloud. Lu Shi took another cautious look outside and noted, why is Stone Pan still alive? The spectral souls are powerful enough to sense us, yet they haven't attacked. What are they doing? He watched the spectral souls, his expression one of deep suspicion. Something unusual was definitely going on. Just then, a thunderous voice roared from the heavens. Who dares steal my spectral souls? A purple-robed cultivator shouted, his voice shaking the earth. Last night, while leading the spectral soul army, he had wandered into a deserted ravine and impulsively decided to have a friendly duel with his concubine in an abandoned wind cave. But after his rendezvous, he discovered that his spectral soul squad had vanished. It was a serious matter. Following the mark on his bell, he hurried toward the missing spectral souls. But as soon as he reached the valley, he froze, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of countless spectral souls filling the mountainside. I was just passing by. My mistake, he quickly amended. Had it only been his own spectral souls, he might have dared to rely on his Holy Light clan backing. But here, there were, so many, far too many to count. Instantly, he took off in the opposite direction. Then, a lazy voice drifted out, cutting through the silence. Waking people up this early, how inconsiderate. At that, the spectral souls, some doing calisthenics, others working on construction, halted and shouted in unison at the retreating spectral soul controller. Show some manners. From afar, Lu Shi was left dazed by the spectacle, questioning his grip on reality. Had he overslept, or had the entire cultivation world gone mad? As the army of spectral souls shouted, the spectral soul controller's body disintegrated, dissolving into a mist of blood. A calm voice remarked, "That's what you get for lacking courtesy." The tone was nonchalant, laced with a touch of indifference. Hearing this, Stone Pan's face lit up with joy. That's the elder's voice. What? The black-robed cultivator from last night? Lu Shi was visibly shaken. This spectral soul army alone was enough to easily crush a young god. And there were tens of thousands of them here. For that Taoist to control so many spectral souls, he had to be a supreme truth. A young god was trivial in comparison. The realization filled Lu Shi with excitement. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Stone Pan and asked, "Stone Pan, could you take me to meet this revered elder?" Stone Pan looked both stunned and delighted. Finally, he nodded. "All right." After about 100 breaths, with great caution, Lu Shi followed Stone Pan through the ranks of the spectral soul army until they reached the black-robed cultivator. Immediately, Lu Shi bowed deeply. Lu Shi, a mere wandering cultivator, greets the honorable sage. Stone Pan, eyes alight, exclaimed, "Elder, how did you subdue all these spectral souls?" Lu Shi, too, was deeply curious. Spectral souls were known to be enigmatic entities that even young gods found daunting to confront. He'd once heard of Supreme Truth Cultivator who became intrigued with the spectral souls here. Too fearful to enter himself, he paid a fortune for a single spectral soul to take back and study, only to conclude that spectral souls harbored a deep, mysterious danger. Qi Yuan replied, "I'm soft-hearted, I can't bear to see them wandering around aimlessly at night like homeless ghosts. So I took them in. Sure enough, there were still kind people in the world. Some wealthy lords might drive away vagrants, while others rename and resettle them. Qi Yuan had gone so far as to provide them work. This favor would be impossible to repay." Lu Shi barely resisted the urge to scoff. Calling these wandering souls mere vagrants was absurd. And giving them work, what did that even mean? He couldn't begin to understand Qi Yuan's reasoning. These spectral souls were originally benevolent, but evildoers polluted them and used this bell to control them, forcing them to patrol the heavens and slaughter the living, Qi Yuan said, holding up a bell. Stone Pan's eyes lit up. Grandfather Niu was right. The spectral souls used to protect us. But then evildoers arrived and took control of them. Qi Yuan gazed at Stone Pan thoughtfully, lost in his own musings. In life, these spectral souls had defended the borders. But they were defeated, their world shattered, and their people nearly annihilated, with only a few managing to escape to the heavenly earth mystical land. Even as spectral souls, they had continued to protect their people, clearing obstacles for their descendants. Then the Holy Light clan came and took control of them. Now narrowing his eyes, Lu Shi leaned in and whispered, "Anyone who can control the spectral soul army here is definitely from the Holy Light clan. Elder, you may have antagonized the Holy Light clan, so please proceed with caution." Lu Shi had heard rumors about the spectral souls. Behind the Holy Light clan stood a formidable Holy Light lineage. They were a force to be reckoned with. "It's fine, I'm quite familiar with the Holy Light lineage," Qi Yuan replied with a smile. After all, he'd hunted down an Eastern lord before. Lu Shi felt a surge of awe, finding this elder increasingly mysterious. At that moment, Qi Yuan seemed to think of something. "Taoist, would you mind helping me with a task?" Lu Shi felt both honored and flattered. This sage was referring to him as a Taoist companion, which surprised him greatly. "I'm looking to gather some rare treasures, not necessarily high quality, just ample quantity. I thought about having these spectral souls gather them for me, but, unfortunately, people always misunderstand. It's not their fault. I worry others might be frightened if they saw spectral souls collecting things." He paused. "You, however, are just one person. Could you lead a few of the spectral souls to collect treasures for me? Spiritual jade, treasure, anything you need, I'll provide." As he spoke, Qi Yuan tossed a storage pouch to Lu Shi. Money wasn't an issue for him. He'd already killed enough young gods to make the wealth of the Molo clan his own. Lu Shi hesitated, his expression uneasy. Serving a sage was beneficial, but it came with risks. After all, this sage had directly challenged the Holy Light clan. He feared the consequences. After a brief struggle, Lu Shi declined, saying, "I apologize, senior. I'm somewhat of a loner and rarely interact with others. I fear I might make a mess of things." Lu Shi gritted his teeth, opting to decline. Given the choice between opportunity and safety, his life mattered more. Stone Pan, however, couldn't help but pipe up, "Elder, do you think I could manage it?" He was nervous. For one, he was young. For another, he lacked cultivation. Hearing Stone Pan's audacious suggestion, Lu Shi stifled a laugh. The boy was courageous, if a little reckless. But Qi Yuan looked thoughtful. "Of course, you can." Even the small county of Peixian, where Lu Bang came from, had produced great people. In Qi Yuan's view, this world held no shortage of capable individuals, besides those with top-tier talents. For any person, the scarcest thing was opportunity. If the individual wasn't too unconventional, it was worth trying. Experience could refine them. Besides, ability was never his main focus. If it had been, why would he have allowed Bullhorn's sister onto his team? Stone Pan's face lit up with delight. "Thank you, Elder. This talisman will protect you," Qi Yuan said, casually tossing him a talisman. "I'll assign a squad of spectral souls to accompany you. Handle all transactions, and do not disturb me unless necessary." Qi Yuan had no intention of micromanaging. His primary goal was the 10,000 ghost banner. Everything else was secondary. "Yes, sir." Stone Pan accepted the storage bag and talisman with joy. "If you can't open the storage pouch, have one of the spectral souls open it for you," Qi Yuan added, tossing him a jade slip. "Practice with this as you please." The technique inside was something he had obtained from the Molo clan. To Qi Yuan, it was barely more than a trinket. To other cultivators, however, the technique could provoke infighting among the lesser souls. Lu Shi eyed Stone Pan enviously before ultimately shaking his head. No reward was worth dying over. At the Holy Light clan. Heaven Remnant Sage squinted his eyes, his stooped figure resembling a decrepit servant. Before him, a mythic cultivator stood, sweating with anxiety. The previous night, the Spectral Soul Patrol had suffered an astonishing failure, resulting in the loss of hundreds of thousands of souls. It was no small matter. The Heaven Remnant Sage's eyes were cloudy as he spoke. "Someone who can command such a large force of spectral souls is beyond our control." This news had caught him off guard. Years ago, in pursuit of his son, he had ventured into the heavenly earth mystical land and fallen into the thrall of the Holy Light lineage, forced into servitude. Most young gods in the sixfold heavens knew the heavenly earth mystical land was under the Holy Light lineage's rule. No one would dare venture there lightly. If they did, they would surely avoid the Holy Light lineage. But this person seemed to have no such concerns, going so far as to capture and command spectral souls. Was this young god courting death? "Senior, what should we do now?" the mythic cultivator asked with trepidation. The Heaven Remnant Sage narrowed his gaze. "For now, avoid him on the next Spectral Soul Patrol. We'll wait until the Master comes out of seclusion." Hearing this, the mythic cultivator finally exhaled in relief. But unease still clouded his face. If the Master blamed him upon return, he would be doomed. Spring turned to autumn. Time passed. 6 years drifted by like sand through an hourglass. Inside the barracks, Qi Yuan lay in an ungraceful sprawl. Sigh, these spectral soul controllers have grown clever. They're patrolling underground now. Indeed, over the years, Qi Yuan had not only been observing the 10,000 ghost banner but also continued gathering spectral souls. Providing decent work for these wandering souls. The Holy Light clan hadn't shown the domineering presence he'd expected. Their patrols actively avoided him. Initially, it had been enough to simply stay distant. Qi Yuan had expended considerable effort rounding up these wayward spectral souls, only for the Holy Light clan to patrol further and further, hiding their routes to avoid him. Now they weren't even patrolling the skies but had taken to patrolling underground. Fortunately, Qi Yuan's keen hearing had caught wind of them, allowing him to rescue his spectral soul companions from the depths of the earth. "Elder, Stone Pan requests an audience." A voice echoed from afar, and soon a tall, spirited young man strode forward. It was Stone Pan. Matured from the boy he had been 6 years ago, he now stood tall, having become a cultivator. Come in, Qi Yuan replied lazily. It seemed he'd made some gains. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Master, here are the treasures I've gathered over the past year, 2,700 in total. The total cost came to. Stone Pan bowed as he reverently handed the storage pouch filled with treasures to Qi Yuan. Over the years, he had served Qi Yuan with diligence and unwavering loyalty. With his own cultivation now well into the foundation establishment stage, Stone Pan was no longer the naive boy of years past. Yet, the stronger he grew, the more he understood the unfathomable depth and power of the man before him, a figure he could only admire and respect for a lifetime. Not bad, let's hope there's something new in this batch. Qi Yuan accepted the treasures, examining them closely. Over the years, he hadn't only been researching flaws in the 10,000 Ghosts banner but had also been studying various forging methods. Unfortunately, due to the lack of materials, even though he had completed the armory pavilion, he had only managed to craft one weapon there. That single piece was forged from the remnants of ancient treasures that had been all but obliterated and reduced to mere ashes. He hadn't destroyed the other rare items to convert them into raw materials, perhaps because they were the last surviving tokens of certain lost civilizations and clans. As he browsed through the treasures, looking for anything that might yield a new forging method, Stone Pan slipped away quietly. Suddenly, Qi Yuan's expression sharpened. Fixing his gaze on the space in front of him, he spoke, "Since you're here, show yourself." A bright, cheerful voice rang out in response. "Taoist, you've graced our heavenly earth mystical land with your presence, my apologies for not welcoming you sooner. I hope you'll forgive me." A large figure, as broad as a double-door fridge, appeared with an almost comically small head. Following behind him was a hunched elder, Heaven Remnant Sage himself. "I am Dao Buer, the head of the Holy Light clan," Dao Buer said, his face beaming with a bright smile. As a servant, Heaven Remnant Sage stood quietly by, curiosity in his gaze as he regarded Qi Yuan. Meeting a Holy Light clansman without fleeing. The man clearly had nerves of steel. "Are you here to fight?" Qi Yuan asked casually. The opponent was merely at the Supreme Truth realm, nothing too intimidating. While the Holy Light's Supreme Truth could indeed influence Supreme Truth experts of higher standing, Qi Yuan's own powers of resistance were formidable, he had no reason to fear. Dao Buer's face wavered slightly. "Taoist, you jest. As a guest, I wouldn't harbor murderous intent toward you." "Ah," my nose grew, Qi Yuan observed with disinterest. "You lie, you have a trace of killing intent." Dao Buer's expression subtly changed. He was filled with disbelief. How had his Holy Light's command been detected? Could this man also possess a terrifying ancestral bloodline? That was the only explanation. It seemed this man wasn't a sixfold heaven cultivator either. Just like him, he was an outsider. He regarded Qi Yuan with heightened wariness, though his tone remained neutral. "Taoist, you misunderstand. That was merely unintentional, just a hint of idle killing intent. Aren't you also covered in deathly energy?" "It's different. The ones I kill deserve it," Qi Yuan replied. "So do mine," Dao Buer countered without thinking. Qi Yuan paused, giving Dao Buer a considering look. "Your face is thick, I'll give you that. Now, what do you want?" Standing silently at the side, Heaven Remnant Sage was thoroughly shocked. Shouldn't this black-robed man have knelt and submitted long ago? "I'm intrigued by how you control this army of spectral souls, Taoist. I'd like to learn from you," Dao Buer said calmly. Dao Buer's aims were lofty. To him, the key was complete control over the spectral soul army. But these souls were highly unique, even his Holy Light's command was ineffective. Using bells to enforce control and pollute them yielded only minimal results, progress was frustratingly slow, and it seemed there might not be a solution. Yet, here this mysterious man in black had the spectral soul army working in perfect harmony. Some were building houses, some practicing calisthenics. "It's because I treat them sincerely, so they treat me sincerely in return," Qi Yuan said seriously. Dao Buer paused, then laughed dismissively. "Taoist, you jest." It was clear he didn't believe Qi Yuan's words. "If I treated you sincerely, would you be loyal to me like these spectral souls are?" Qi Yuan asked with a faint smile. Dao Buer's smile stiffened. "Taoist, I just remembered, I have a batch of pills refining. Until tomorrow." With that, Dao Buer turned and hurriedly left. Moments later, Dao Buer stood high above in the heavens, his gaze sweeping over the spectral soul army below, his face dark with complex emotions. He can actually resist the Holy Light's command. His bloodline must be extraordinary. Could he be here for the same thing I am? He muttered to himself, his mind racing. Still, he seems slightly weaker than me. If he were stronger, he would have attacked rather than testing me. His bloodline ability must be similar to the Holy Light's command. Engaging with him gave me an odd feeling. Sensing the unusual energy, he dared not linger any longer and had chosen to leave. Holy Light's command may not necessarily lose to him. Tomorrow, I'll confront him again. I refuse to believe I can't subdue another servant. Collecting servants was of little interest to Dao Buer. What he sought was the means to control the spectral soul army. Meanwhile, lounging in his chair, Qi Yuan's eyes glinted with interest. Absolute adaptation, it's actually stabilizing. Qi Yuan's supreme truth insights consisted of absolute adaptation and freedom. But his cultivation was still limited, so the progression and stabilization of these supreme truth abilities were sluggish. In battles against advanced supreme truth cultivators, he could barely use his supreme truth abilities. However, interacting with Dao Buer had given his absolute adaptation experience in adapting to Holy Light's command. As the old man said, supreme truth insight has 4 levels: dispersed, gathered, solid, and patterned. I'm still in the dispersed phase. A seasoned cultivator like Ancestor Purple Fate had likely reached the solid level of insight. Only as supreme beings, faction leaders, supreme truth could reach the patterned level. It seems Dao Buer needs to stay alive, Qi Yuan thought. He could rely on Dao Buer to gain more experience, raising his mastery over absolute adaptation. This would be an enormous boost. The next day at dawn, Dao Buer and Heaven Remnant Sage appeared once again. Taoist, please don't misunderstand. I harbor no ill will toward you, Dao Buer said in an even tone, secretly activating the Holy Light's command. He had decided to visit this mysterious man in black daily to see who would triumph. You may not, but this old man beside you may. Qi Yuan smiled knowingly. Heaven Remnant Sage's expression flickered, a deep unease arising within him. Taoist, you jest. He wouldn't dare, Dao Buer said with a touch of surprise. Oh, he dares. After all, I killed his son, Qi Yuan replied casually. In Kanglan world, Qi Yuan had once encountered the esteemed Lord Jasmine, who had an ancient mirror that contained a wisp of soul, a descendant of a young god from the sixfold heaven. This arrogant remnant spirit had insulted Moon God Ancestor and was swiftly killed across 2 realms. The father, Heaven Remnant Sage, had preserved his son's spirit in the ancient mirror, sending it down to the lower realms. The spirit tried to possess Qi Yuan, only to be killed by him. Now seeing the spirit's father, Qi Yuan instantly recognized him. You killed Jer. Heaven Remnant Sage's eyes blazed, his body trembling with barely restrained fury. See, he has killing intent toward me, Qi Yuan noted calmly. Dao Buer looked at Qi Yuan, surprise in his gaze. Taoist, have you been to the sixfold heaven? Dao Buer knew Heaven Remnant Sage's full history, including his son's presence in the sixfold heaven. If Qi Yuan had indeed killed him, he must have been to the sixfold heaven. Dao Buer was intrigued, but he felt a growing sense of superiority. His future was bright and limitless, while this mysterious black-robed man was bound by his past. Been there, Qi Yuan replied without hesitation. Dao Buer's smile grew, his heart alight with glee. Since this useless servant dared harbor killing intent, he should perish. In good spirits, he decided to kill Heaven Remnant Sage to entertain himself. Heaven Remnant Sage's face twisted with humiliation. You're happy, so you kill me. Master, I have served you faithfully. Heaven Remnant Sage pleaded, powerless to resist. If you kill yourself now, you'll be resurrected in 3 days as a high-level Supreme Truth Cultivator, Dao Buer replied offhandedly, in a good mood. Heaven Remnant Sage's fear turned to fanaticism as he killed himself without hesitation. A mighty young god, powerful enough to consume a realm, perished like a mere insect. Am I not generous, Taoist? Dao Buer asked, pride evident in his tone as he flaunted the power of Holy Light's command. Qi Yuan looked at Dao Buer, suddenly saying in all seriousness, actually, I'm your father. Dao Buer suddenly sensed a profound unease. Taoist, you're my grandson. Dao Buer retorted, activating Holy Light's command, trying to influence Qi Yuan's mind. The 2 powers clashed like an exchange of adolescent taunts. Who's the grandson here? Qi Yuan replied, unfazed. You are. Dao Buer snapped, only to find himself momentarily flustered. Good boy, grandson, I see you, Qi Yuan replied nonchalantly. Dao Buer's face darkened. Taoist, stooping so low. Is that all you've got? No respect for elders, calling me, Taoist. I'm your father, Qi Yuan declared earnestly, activating his supreme forgetting technique. Another day, then, Dao Buer decided, reluctantly leaving. Not far away, Stone Pan observed the exchange with amazement. This powerful, imposing figure had come to meet his master, had his servant die, traded insults, and then left. Stone Pan, what brings you here? Qi Yuan asked. Seeing absolute adaptation improve further, he was in high spirits. Master, while acquiring treasures, I've met many powerful cultivators. They warned me that the Holy Light clan has deep connections. Should we be more cautious? Stone Pan asked. Qi Yuan glanced at Heaven Remnant Sage's corpse with amusement. The Holy Light clan, barely worth mentioning. Stone Pan didn't argue, familiar with his master's personality by now. Master, a while ago, you said you'd teach me the art of combat among the upper ranks. Today's exchange, did you mean this? Stone Pan asked, slightly bewildered. Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled. Since this Dao Buer shows up daily, I'll likely exchange a few words with him every day. Watch and learn closely. Stone Pan's brow furrowed in doubt, wondering if this was just an elaborate joke. Stone Pan left the area, still carrying a sense of confusion. Is this a fight of insults? He wondered, feeling thoroughly baffled. But wasn't Master just saying he was Dao Buer's father? Then again, how could Master be Dao Buer's grandson? His mind was a swirl of tangled thoughts that he could neither untangle nor make sense of. With these lingering doubts, he returned to his quarters. Just then, a towering cultivator approached him. Stone Pan, have you passed along my message to that great master of yours? This tall cultivator was a respected elder in the heavenly earth mystical land. After learning of Qi Yuan's existence, he had wanted to establish a friendly relationship with him. After all, anyone who could command a spectral soul army must be a supreme truth young god. Yes, I've delivered your message, Stone Pan replied. How did he respond? The tall cultivator's face showed a hint of anticipation. Master said, that the Holy Light clan isn't worth mentioning, Stone Pan repeated Qi Yuan's words. Hearing this, the tall cultivator's expression grew complex. That master of yours, he seems quite confident. Realizing his attempt to ingratiate himself had been futile, the tall cultivator shook his head. This supreme truth young god appeared to be somewhat overconfident. After all, the Holy Light clan had the backing of an entire Holy Light bloodline. The tall cultivator figured that Qi Yuan was on a short path to ruin. Stories of other cultivators had circulated in the tight circles of the heavenly earth mystical land, and many felt that Lu Shi, who had once declined a task for Qi Yuan, was the wiser one. Indeed, Lu Shi had recently entered a secret realm, securing valuable treasures and steadily advancing in cultivation. Meanwhile, this supreme truth young god, proud and dismissive, appeared to be courting death. At that thought, the tall cultivator began to retreat, deciding it was best not to associate with someone whose life was so clearly endangered. Elder, I have a question, Stone Pan said softly. Oh, what is it? The tall cultivator's tone had lost some of its former friendliness. What is combat among upper-level cultivators like? Stone Pan inquired. Today, a cultivator named Dao Buer came to see my master, and they. He recounted the events of the day to the elder, hoping to gain some insight. The elder, a seasoned and experienced cultivator, knew far more than Stone Pan could ever hope to understand at this point. When he heard Stone Pan's story, the elder couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Even if supreme truth cultivators do battle, it would never look like that. It sounds as if your master is just having some fun with you. The elder shook his head and left. Stone Pan was left alone, unsure of what to think. Master wouldn't lie to me, he reasoned, and this elder must simply lack the insight. Resolved, he continued to attend Qi Yuan each day, watching his master, duel, Dao Buer. He frowned and listened intently, striving to comprehend their cryptic exchanges. I'm your father, I'm your grandfather, you've broken your defense. Keep barking, stone dog. The more he listened, the more surreal it seemed. Time passed, and 3 years slipped by. Stone Pan's treasure-collecting expeditions slowed noticeably. Rumors spread that the Holy Light clan's master was about to emerge from seclusion, causing many to avoid Qi Yuan's territory out of fear of provoking the Holy Light clan. One day, after yet another war of words with Dao Buer, Qi Yuan felt particularly refreshed. Finally, I've achieved gathering level minor accomplishment. Through these prolonged and high-stakes verbal sparring sessions, Qi Yuan's absolute adaptation had survived and thrived in a high-pressure environment, reaching the minor gathering level phase. Now, without the martial god Path's assistance, I should be able to withstand a Supreme Truth cultivator who's just entered the Great Supreme Truth stage. Though, he noted, this only meant he could survive. To injure an average Great Supreme Truth cultivator, he would have to reach major accomplishment of the solid level. As for defeating someone like Ancestor Purple Fate, a veteran Great Supreme Truth cultivator, he would have to reach the patterned level of mastery. Dao Buer, in a way, was proving to be a reliable source of experience and a perfect battery for Qi Yuan's cultivation. Stone Pan, what percentage have you understood so far? Qi Yuan asked once more. Stone Pan gave a pained smile. Master, your disciple is dense. I have yet to comprehend even a single part. For the past 3 years, he had witnessed these exchanges, yet understanding eluded him. Master's methods are profoundly simple and natural, deeply in tune with the Tao. It's beyond me. Ah, with your intellect, this level of combat is difficult to grasp. Poor you, Qi Yuan said with a sigh. Once you've glimpsed the vastness of the ocean, no river will satisfy. After scaling Mount Wu, all other clouds seem insignificant. You'll likely find all other styles of combat unappealing in the future. Stone Pan said nothing, but inside he was conflicted. As much as he focused on Master's verbal duels with Dao Buer, it felt less epic than two wild dogs barking at each other. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dao Buer wiped sweat from his brow. That black-robed man is truly formidable. Over the years, he's influenced me subtly, whereas my holy light's command has almost no effect on him. A fierce gleam flashed in Dao Buer's eyes. If there's no progress in another half-year, then it seems I'll have to get serious. Dao Buer was no ordinary holy light clansman. His strength was extraordinary. Should any cultivator from the sixfold heaven enter the heavenly earth mystical land, Dao Buer was confident he could toy with them. So he held little fear of Qi Yuan. It would be easy to kill him, but he wanted complete control, the secret to commanding the spectral soul army. If that proved impossible, however, he'd have no choice but to resort to lethal force. After half a month, Qi Yuan's expression lit up with excitement. The 10,000 Ghosts banner, I've finally cracked its flaw. Years of studying the 10,000 Ghosts banner had finally yielded results. Now, he could enter the ghost barrier as if the banner was a mere decoration. In fact, he could even steal the banner if he wanted to. But, I can't just stroll in, or the banner's master might notice something's amiss. I'll have to act as if it's a struggle, as though I'm barely managing to slip through. I reckon I can get away with this about 3 times before he catches on, but that's all I'll need. He felt satisfied with his progress. The only regret was, this Dao Buer seems to be losing his edge. He's stopped trying to insult me. That won't do, I'll have to let him think he has the upper hand. Qi Yuan mused over this plan. Dao Buer's power supply still had charge, and Qi Yuan wasn't ready to lose such a valuable energy source. Although his rate of improvement in absolute adaptation was slowing, Dao Buer was enough to push him to the next minor stage of gathering level. To spend a few extra years here just for Dao Buer, could this be the great love of a father? It's enough to bring tears to one's eyes. Qi Yuan muttered, pleased with his own resilience. In the days that followed, Stone Pan's expression grew increasingly troubled. Despite his advancement to the Golden Core stage, he found little joy in it. Cultivators began avoiding Qi Yuan's territory. Once close friends of Stone Pan's had drifted away. His journey in cultivation, which had once been full of guests and good company, was now marked by solitude. Even so, Stone Pan stayed by Qi Yuan's side. But he grew worried, for it seemed that lately Master was beginning to falter in his verbal exchanges with Dao Buer, a fact that caused Stone Pan great unease. He now believed that this was, in fact, high-level sparring between his master and Dao Buer. Master, shouldn't we consider leaving the heavenly earth mystical land? You've gathered plenty of treasures. Stone Pan finally voiced his concerns. Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled. The treasures are ready, but I've still got a bit more power to drain from that battery. Dao Buer. Or rather, he was nearly depleted. Don't worry about me, Qi Yuan added thoughtfully. I expect I'll be leaving the heavenly earth mystical land in about half a month. You can stay here to continue gathering treasures. Master, you're really leaving? Stone Pan was both relieved and a bit downhearted. He was glad Master had taken his advice, but he felt a tinge of sadness. Yes, Qi Yuan replied with a nod. Once he had fully exhausted Dao Buer's energy, he would end this tedious game. After all, Qi Yuan was no match for the tongue-twisting wits of the folks on Blue Planet. Luckily, Dao Buer wasn't particularly skilled in the art of insults either. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. A battle of this magnitude, shaking heaven and earth, would be recorded in the annals of the sixfold heaven. It's a shame you were the only one to witness it, Qi Yuan remarked with a sigh. These past few years of intense confrontation had been nothing short of nerve-wracking. Even Qi Yuan himself felt his usual tricks had run thin, so much so that he wished he could record the highlights, add a soundtrack of either epic or tragic music like Desolation, and create a compilation video showcasing the battles. It would surely astonish many cultivators across the sixfold heaven. But Stone Pan only looked puzzled. Was this fight really that spectacular? Go on back. I need to review today's performance and identify where I fell short. I can't repeat the same mistakes tomorrow. With a wave of Qi Yuan's hand, Stone Pan vanished from sight, leaving him alone in the empty hall. When he threw in a roundabout insult about my mother, I'll admit I almost lost my composure. Luckily, my black robe hid it well. He didn't notice, Qi Yuan muttered. Tomorrow, I'll add a backing track, something to bolster my courage. With the right BGM, I'm invincible. The following day, warm sunlight shone through the spacious hall. The black-robed man lounged comfortably on a reclining chair, basking in the light. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps vibrated the ground, echoing as if the palace itself might collapse. A hulking figure appeared, his frame massive like a double-door refrigerator. His gaze was deep, giving the impression of an imposing war god, come to slay demons and banish evil. Here you are, the man on the recliner said evenly, his tone calm and emotion hidden beneath his dark robes. Your grandpa's here, Dao Buer growled in a rough voice. Your grandpa's lying right here, Qi Yuan replied with the same calmness. Dao Buer flinched as if struck by thunder. It was as if the god of thunder himself roared from the 9 heavens above. His mind wavered, a hint of doubt flickering through his eyes. Could this black-robed man truly be my grandfather? Otherwise, how could he be immune to my holy light's command? He quickly crushed the thought. HMPH, I'm older than you, so that makes me your grandpa. Dao Buer retorted smugly, confident he'd gained the upper hand. And is that why you refused to bathe? Qi Yuan responded flatly. As he spoke, he clapped his hands. 67 spectral souls entered the hall, carrying red flowers, drums, and other instruments, their faces painted in exaggerated red and white, strikingly unusual. Cue the BGM. Qi Yuan snapped his fingers. The 67 souls began to perform a lively dance, chanting joyfully, Dao Buer doesn't bathe. Dao Buer doesn't bathe. Their voices and animated movements, accompanied by the energetic beat of drums, created a surreal scene. Dao Buer's expression twisted in embarrassment before he coldly sneered, resorting to such tactics, I see. You're stuck in the role of the grandson. Dao Buer doesn't bathe, Qi Yuan replied lazily. Is that all you've got? Afraid to face me directly? Did you bathe last night? Dao Buer stammered. Time flowed on, half a month slipping by. The Grand Hall and its surrounding areas, even for hundreds of miles, saw few visitors. Only the spectral soul army remained, training and working tirelessly to forge a disciplined military force. Stone Pan, seated in his secluded chamber, glanced at a message on a jade slip, his eyes darkening. Ah Ching, if you keep pressing this, we won't even be friends anymore. Everything I have was given to me by my master, how could I ever betray him? The message was from a female cultivator he knew, a sweet and charming woman. She held feelings for him and now tried to persuade him to leave. But how could he abandon Qi Yuan, to whom he owed everything? Ah Ching only offered him emotional comfort, what else did she have to offer? He put the jade slip into his storage pouch and ignored it. If the Holy Light clan arrives, how will Master handle it? He murmured. He had his own concerns, even though all the cultivators spoke of the Holy Light clan's strength and the Holy Light clan leader's invincibility, he sometimes felt unsettled. Far away, a group of cultivators gathered, anxiety in their faces. Tonight is the Supreme Yin Spectral Night. Following tradition, the Holy Light clan leader is bound to appear. That sage may be in danger, one murmured. HMPH, that sage's pride brought this on himself. After all, the Holy Light clan is not to be trifled with. Lu Shi, it's a good thing you didn't work for him, otherwise, you wouldn't be alive to tell the tale. Lu Shi sipped his wine, his thoughts heavy, not responding. I heard that Sage was gravely injured, his soul weakened, and now he's mentally impaired. Apparently, for the past few years, he's been in a constant insult war with a rogue cultivator, another chuckled. Only someone out of his mind would stay here, another added. Finally, Lu Shi said, regardless, without that sage, we'd still have to hide in the wind tunnels on spectral nights. He's done us a great service, so let's not speak ill of him. The other cultivators shrugged and said no more. On every supreme yin spectral night, it's said an ancient soul appears, towering over all. Maybe tonight we'll finally catch a glimpse of that ancient power. An elder's eyes glistened with curiosity. Typically, they hid away during spectral night, avoiding the roaming spectral souls. Now, with the spectral army bound by that sage, they dared to venture out, safe from its dangers. That ancient soul, what kind of existence could it be? Could it rival a great supreme truth? A great supreme truth is as strong as one can get, a younger cultivator said nervously. This heavenly earth mystical land must have been a wondrous civilization in ancient times. What a pity, one mused. Do you think the sixfold heaven will eventually end up the same way? If so, we'd probably rank below the lowliest foot soldiers in the spectral army. Lu Shi quietly sipped his wine, lost in the other's sighs. As night fell, all the cultivators gathered. No one entered the wind tunnels this time. The night was hauntingly quiet, the wind carried an eerie chill. After a while, a mournful and tragic horn sounded, resonating through the heavens and the earth. For a brief moment, every cultivator felt they were standing on an ancient battlefield. Ruins, desolation, fire, blood, flashes of swords, broken warships hanging in the sky. Countless shadows and an overwhelming cacophony of battle cries. And then silence. It was like the ultimate expression of a soldier's romance. There's nothing there, yet I feel a profound sorrow. Such a battle must have been devastating. A battlefield where not a single man survived. As emotion swept over the crowd, the sky suddenly turned blood red. A tattered figure appeared. The ancient soul has appeared. Look, they strained to see but could only make out a tattered robe. The figure's body was gone, yet the robe remained, still holding its ground. Blood stained its fabric, though they couldn't tell if it was the enemy's or its wearer's. Suddenly, a vast voice echoed through the heavens. We are one, return to your source. The cultivators turned their gaze to the sky and saw a blazing spot of holy light against the blood-red horizon. Their breath caught. It's the Holy Light clan leader. In the crimson sky, that blinding holy light was unmistakable. Only the Holy Light clan leader could command such a force. The cultivators trembled in reverence. Such a powerful being looked upon them as mere insects, far beneath his notice. Outside the hall, Stone Pan froze at the sound. This voice, why does it sound so familiar? The Holy Light clan leader's voice was the same as the one who came to trade insults with Master every day. Could it be a coincidence? Or, Stone Pan felt a creeping suspicion. High in the sky, Dao Buer gazed at the tattered robe, his expression grave. As I expected, he is immune to my Holy Light's command. His sole purpose for coming here was to obtain that robe. It was why he used every tactic to try and control the spectral army, hoping they would help him achieve his goal. But the spectral army was beyond his control, and the robe was similarly unreachable. It seems that to secure the treasures here, I'll have to. Dao Buer's gaze darkened. He needed control over that mysterious black-robed man. Although the black-robed man was challenging to subdue, he was far easier to handle than the tattered robe. With renewed determination, Dao Buer continued, his voice booming with Holy Light's command. We are one, return to your source. This power echoed throughout the heavenly earth mystical land, heard by all the cultivators. Lu Shi and the others looked on in shock. This is the might of a young god sage. If he weren't constrained within the mystical land, he could probably devour it in a single breath. Who among the young gods of the sixfold heaven could withstand such a power? Alas, with the Holy Light clan here, that sage's fate is sealed. Just then, a lazy voice interrupted. So that's why you skipped our daily insults today, saving your strength to handle this big guy. The black-robed man appeared, his entire form cloaked in shadow. The cultivators nearby turned, their expressions changing. It's the sage. Does he realize he's facing a member of the Holy Light clan? Holy Light's command is supposed to be unstoppable, even a great supreme truth can't resist it. And yet. Wait, insults, could it be? One of the cultivators suddenly remembered the rumors and turned pale. The others quickly connected the dots. Could this mysterious rogue cultivator really be the Holy Light clan leader? If so, they had just witnessed an unthinkable revelation. Dao Buer's eyes burned with killing intent. So, this whole time, you were only pretending to be weak. Qi Yuan chuckled, admitting easily, you got me. Dao Buer's energy was nearly exhausted, and Qi Yuan had become sloppy in his performance. Assist me in commanding this spectral soul, and I'll spare your life, Dao Buer said icily. Even without Holy Light's command, Dao Buer felt confident he could kill Qi Yuan. And Qi Yuan had ventured into the sixfold heaven, so his fate was sealed. What gives you the confidence to think you could spare me? Qi Yuan sneered. Are you so brain-addled from all the days of not bathing? Beneath the great supreme truth, I am unbeatable, Dao Buer said. You're no great supreme truth, I've been watching you. What can you do against me? Oh, I'm not a great supreme truth, Qi Yuan replied, but don't underestimate me. I may be just a purple mansion, but I can still defy fate. Quit your bluffing, I've already determined you're merely a supreme truth, Dao Buer replied confidently. Your bloodline is intriguing, Dao Buer continued coldly, but if I can't claim you, then I'll destroy you. If he couldn't control Qi Yuan, he'd simply obliterate him and search for another way to control the spectral soul. You're too dangerous with that mindset. No wonder the spectral soul won't listen to you. True respect requires sincerity, Qi Yuan remarked. His charging station had run dry, it was time to defeat Dao Buer once and for all. Qi Yuan gestured to the spectral soul. Old ghost, want to come dine at my place? Your brothers and sisters are all there. Dao Buer's gaze flicked toward the spectral soul, shocked. Holy Light's command had failed entirely, yet Qi Yuan's words caused the spectral soul to hesitate. With enough time, Qi Yuan might indeed be able to control the tattered robe. Regret filled Dao Buer's eyes. Unruly dogs are best killed. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. Time for a real fight. Dao Buer replied with silence, coldly watching Qi Yuan. Let's be clear, Qi Yuan said, I'm not attacking out of frustration over losing the insult war. It's just that your lack of respect and indiscriminate killing need correction. I'm here to administer justice. He wanted to clarify, lest the nearby cultivators assume he was merely a sore loser. Across the distance, Lu Shi blinked and whispered, are we certain these two are sages? Doesn't matter, another muttered, looking on in disbelief. Spare us the talk, and prepare to die. Dao Buer roared. He finally moved, making a frontal assault without Holy Light's command. Most believed the Holy Light clan's power lay solely in their Holy Light's command. But Dao Buer, one of the Holy Light clan's top 10 talents, had extraordinary combat strength. In pure battle prowess, he could go toe-to-toe with a great supreme truth for at least a few moves. You are not a great supreme truth, so this is the end for you. Dao Buer shouted. A terrifying aura swept across the heavenly earth mystical land, draining the land of spirit energy. Even the cultivators' own spirit energy seemed to vanish, leaving them like mortals. But in the next breath, Dao Buer's expression shifted as the black-robed man moved. So what if I'm not a great supreme truth? Just because I'm Purple Mansion, you think you can bully me? A red armored figure appeared where Qi Yuan had been, a bloody sword in hand and an aura so deep it defied comprehension. With you out of power, I need only one sword strike. With that, he slashed. There was no fanfare, no dramatic shift in the environment, no upheaval in the heavenly earth mystical land, just a simple, unadorned strike. Yet Dao Buer had no way to defend against it. For before him stood Qi Yuan, wielder of the ancestral blood art at the 13th level, in the martial god state with battle power equal to the great supreme truth realm, combined with 5-element essence refining, heavenly path foundation, stellar core, innate god demon nascent soul, and the unrivaled sixfold heaven's first purple mansion. The more titles, the greater Qi Yuan's strength. Now I'll kill you, with one stroke. With the swing of his blade, Dao Buer's body shattered. Seeing Dao Buer's disbelieving expression, Qi Yuan thought of what he'd held back from saying. Child, you've shown up here every day, did you really think I couldn't see through your weaknesses? After all, he'd found the flaw in the 10,000 Ghosts banner through sheer observation. Dao Buer had been coming to trade insults with him daily, Qi Yuan even knew the color of his underwear by now. One strike. Supreme truth extinguished. Such was the strength of Qi Yuan's sword. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. An unremarkable sword strike pierced Dao Buer's shattered form once again. If the first strike destroyed Dao Buer's physical body, the second utterly shredded his spirit. This strike from Qi Yuan was infused with the full power of Great Supreme Truth. Though it wouldn't injure a typical Great Supreme Truth, it was more than enough to slay a Supreme Truth without effort. Dao Buer's shattered gaze held an expression of disbelief and utter incomprehension. You're not a great supreme truth, how? For all these years of exchanging insults, Qi Yuan's eyes had always been able to see through much about Dao Buer. Likewise, Dao Buer had tried to probe Qi Yuan's depths and had never detected the aura of a great supreme truth from him. His strength, at best, seemed on par with his own as a supreme truth. So how could he be killed so easily? No wonder you lost, your memory is terrible. Qi Yuan's tone was casual. I never said I was a great supreme truth. I'm Purple Mansion. With those words, Qi Yuan gave a small flick of his hand. Dao Buer's once imposing body and spirit were ground to dust. Even in death, his face remained one of utter confusion. In his final moments, he felt Qi Yuan was telling him the truth. Could it be that his opponent truly was only a Purple Mansion cultivator? How could that be possible? I was slain by a Purple Mansion. With one final outcry of fury, his life was snuffed out. Meanwhile, the other cultivators across the heavenly earth mystical land who had been watching were wide-eyed, every bit as stunned as Dao Buer had been. Is it over? Is he dead? They had expected an earth-shaking clash that would shake mountains and rivers. After all, Dao Buer had drained all the spiritual energy of the heavenly earth mystical land into himself, leaving them in a state of weakness. They had braced themselves for a devastating showdown, only for it to end in seconds. And the most terrifying part was that the one who died was the Holy Light clan member. Several cultivators turned to Lu Shi, expressions filled with regret. Such a pity, Taoist Lu Shi. Had you chosen to serve that esteemed one, your future would have been limitless. That kind of strength, could it be that he's a legendary great supreme truth? They had thoroughly investigated the Holy Light clan's influence before venturing into the heavenly earth mystical land. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to enter. But that revered one's ability to slay a Holy Light clan young god was simply terrifying. Lu's eyes' expression didn't change, and he replied calmly, the world is full of choices, who can be sure every choice is the right one? At least I'm still alive. I count that as a win. His words were light-hearted, accepting of his fate. Overhead, Qi Yuan's gaze was fixed on the spectral soul within the tattered robe. Qi Yuan was curious about Dao Buer's obsession with the tattered robe. Hey, old man, want to come to my place for a bit? Stop wandering around, and I'll give you a home. Qi Yuan called out to the spectral soul. That spectral soul looked immensely powerful. Qi Yuan wasn't interested in whatever Dao Buer had planned, but the spectral soul's original form piqued his curiosity. If he could place it within his emperor's banner, its power would advance significantly. The spectral soul in the tattered robe paused mid-step in the void, and Qi Yuan's eyes lit up as he continued, don't worry, no rent required. I'll provide meals and lodging too. Qi Yuan steeled himself. No pain, no gain. Though it lacked a physical body, Qi Yuan sensed that the spectral soul's gaze was fixed upon him. Seeing that it remained silent, Qi Yuan hesitated, then continued, and I'll even throw in a benefits package. Not one insurance policy, but two. This was a huge concession on his part. Facing this spectral soul, Qi Yuan felt a rare hint of intimidation. As the spectral soul observed him, a sense of ancient sorrow and majesty filled the air. Qi Yuan felt as though he heard the mournful cries of ancient souls from the depths of hell. Without forging light, there can be no light, boomed a mighty voice. And with that, the spectral soul disappeared from sight, and the blood-red sky above faded into clarity. Qi Yuan looked at his hand in surprise, where a tiny, pearl-like bead had appeared. This small crystalline pearl bore a single bloodstain on its surface. The embryo of light, tainted with ominous blood. Qi Yuan stared at it, momentarily stunned. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly earth mirror appeared. He remembered that, when he had studied it before, the mirror also seemed tainted with a similar ominous blood. Just what kind of blood is this? And why did that spectral soul suddenly leave me this embryo of light? Did it really fall for my insurance package, or maybe it's just not interested in free housing? Qi Yuan speculated, but he couldn't be certain. He called out into the void, hey, old man, what are you trying to tell me? There was no response from the void. Without forging light, there can be no light. What does it mean? Qi Yuan pondered. At that moment, the embryo of light in his hand burrowed into his spirit. Qi Yuan blinked in surprise. It went into my spirit. He gave a small shake, causing the embryo of light to tumble out once again. His face showed pure curiosity. This thing can enter my spirit. He was intrigued. Typically, treasures were stored in pouches or perhaps held within the dantian, Having one enter the spirit directly was rare. It seems to be quite an exceptional treasure, I just don't know its purpose. For now, he had no way of understanding the embryo of light's true use. Well, it's time to head back. My journey here in the heavenly earth mystical land is temporarily over, Qi Yuan said evenly. A throng of white moonlights, who also didn't like bathing, was waiting for him back at the Ghost Pass. Though recently, my right eyebrow has been twitching, could it mean something dangerous is about to happen? He mused. Could it be that Banner Lord has devised something against me? No, his strength doesn't measure up. Then the greatest likelihood is that the Taihuang Palace is getting closer to uncovering my true identity. Has my incredible acting finally worn thin? Qi Yuan considered. Even though he had been careful to remain hidden since arriving in the upper realms, any small slip could still be discovered. No matter, I'm not afraid. Even if the Taihuang Palace comes after me, I have the law on my side. He laughed to himself. They've committed a great crime by letting their sunlight invade my sanctuary and violate my sacred privacy. Qi Yuan was unfazed. After all, he had plenty of escape routes. For instance, the heavenly earth mystical land alone offered a reliable fallback. Just the spectral soul from the tattered robe was enough to deter great supreme truths from entering. But Qi Yuan was different. He stood on solid ground, his actions always righteous, so he had no qualms about entering at will. In a rundown market, Tianyan yawned, feeling the tediousness of life weigh upon her. Ah, I wonder how that sage is faring, she murmured, thinking of that figure in the black robe. Aunt Luan, who sat next to her, spoke up, no use dwelling on it. He's no concern of ours. At that moment, a calm voice called out from outside. Forgive my interruption, but, may I come in? Outside the cave, a black-robed figure had appeared. Hearing the voice, Tianyan's face changed instantly. Aunt Luan, equally alert, looked at the newcomer with apprehension. It's that revered one, Tianyan stammered. The two exchanged a glance, and Tianyan said respectfully, please, revered one, do come in. Upon her invitation, the black-robed man entered. Of course, this was Qi Yuan. After settling matters with Stone Pan, Qi Yuan had departed from the heavenly earth mystical land. Rather than heading straight to the Ghost Pass, he had come to pay a visit to Tianyan. After meeting Stone Pan and others, he noticed Tianyan shared a similar bloodline with them. Or rather, Tianyan's bloodline was even more concentrated, and this bloodline seemed connected to the spectral soul in the tattered robe. He wanted to figure out the purpose of the embryo of light, so he had come to consult Tianyan. Revered one, did you come from the heavenly earth mystical land? May I ask what brings you to me? Tianyan asked, sitting upright with a look of unease. Aunt Luan stood by like a reprimanded junior, a tangle of emotions swirling inside her. How could this person come out of the heavenly earth mystical land? He'd been in there for years, shouldn't that Holy Light clan member have already subdued him? On the night of the Supreme Yin spectral night, I encountered a spectral soul in a tattered robe. It seems to have a deep connection to you, Qi Yuan explained calmly. Hearing this, Tianyan and Aunt Luan's breaths became shallow. Eventually, Aunt Luan spoke, her voice laden with sorrow. According to the ancient records of our clan, that spectral soul is our clan's human king. Oh, a human king. Qi Yuan paused. The title of human king was reserved for peerless individuals, even a ruler of realms. No wonder the spectral soul had refused his offer of lodging, as a human king, residing within the emperor's banner would be beneath him. He told me something I didn't understand, so I've come to ask you about it, Qi Yuan explained. Did the human king actually speak? Aunt Luan stared at Qi Yuan, clearly shaken and incredulous. The human king's spectral soul had existed for over 10 million years, and yet, in all that time, it had never spoken a word. He told me, without forging light, there can be no light. What does that mean? Qi Yuan asked. Upon hearing the phrase, Aunt Luan's face shifted once more, and she lowered her gaze, finally believing the mysterious figure had truly made the human king speak. She replied, her voice tinged with nostalgia, in our celestial clan, there is an ancient account. During ancient times, our celestial clan prospered under the leadership of the human king, a time that rivaled the brilliance of the current sixfold heaven. Aunt Luan's face glowed with pride as she spoke. The celestial clan had once experienced a golden age, their civilization flourishing across countless worlds. But one day, darkness descended, plunging our clan into shadow, and the sky was forever lost, she continued, eyes dim with sorrow. The human king led the celestial generals to the front lines to resist the darkness. But the darkness was too powerful, and in the end, our clan was nearly wiped out. Only a few managed to escape, eventually finding refuge in the heavenly earth mystical land. Aunt Luann's voice carried the weight of ages. She had never experienced that era of catastrophe, but she had heard stories from the elders as a child. Her ancestors had once shone brightly in the heavens. Back then, the human king received a prophecy. Only by forging a miraculous light treasure could they break the darkness and see the light again, she said, voice heavy with sadness. Alas, the light treasure remained a myth, and despite using the strength of our entire clan, we were unable to forge it before our tribe fell. Qi Yuan pondered this, drawing more connections in his mind. If these accounts were true, the embryo of light was likely the proto-form of the fabled light treasure, a half-complete miracle artifact. Which is stronger? Qi Yuan asked, the light treasure or an origin artifact? Aunt Luann hesitated, then shook her head. It's such an ancient matter that I cannot say. However, according to legend, the light treasure surpasses ordinary origin artifacts. Do you know how to forge the light treasure? Qi Yuan was eager to use the embryo of light to create it. However, none of the crafting techniques he had learned in the heavenly earth mystical land seemed to apply. I don't know. Aunt Luann shook her head. Such techniques had long been lost. That makes sense, Qi Yuan sighed. If you knew how to craft it, you wouldn't be in this situation. He now had a rough understanding of the embryo of light's purpose, though it seemed useless to him for now. Got it, thanks, I'll be off. Qi Yuan was quick to come and quicker to leave. Before departing, he casually mentioned, the Holy Light Gate in the heavenly earth mystical land has fallen, and Dao Buer of the Holy Light clan is dead. You may return to the mystical land whenever you wish, it's safe. And with that, Qi Yuan's form faded away, leaving Aunt Luann and Tianyan in stunned disbelief. Is what he said true, Aunt Luann? Could he really have slain a Holy Light clan young god? Is he a supreme sovereign? No, even for a supreme sovereign. Who is he, really? In the Ghost Pass. Ghost Crime Sage's eyes flickered as he glanced at the Taihuang Palace envoy nearby. So, even a supreme sovereign is aligning with Taihuang Palace. Moments earlier, the Taihuang Palace envoy had, casually, shared the news while discussing strategy. It didn't take much intelligence to see through the guise. Taihuang Palace was flexing its power. The envoy's eyes shone with satisfaction. Not only one supreme sovereign but also a few grand supreme truths, comparable to the commanders of the banners, are aligning as well. Ghost Crime Sage and Ghost Origin Sage drew in a sharp breath. Though they had expected powers to rally around Taihuang Palace with the upcoming lineage transformation, they hadn't anticipated such speed. Clearly, the major powers of the sixfold heaven had already deduced the outcome. Have no fear, sages. As long as we secure victory in the abyss of black demons, this lineage transformation will ensure Ghost Command Heaven remains secure, the Taihuang envoy promised grandly. Ghost Crime Sage looked pensively across the realm. If only that Emperor's Hall envoy weren't stationed outside. We'd have taken the demon pass by now. It irked him. A gathering of young god sages cowering under a single foe's presence, forced to rely on the 10,000 ghosts banner for protection, it was humiliating. The envoy's gaze was equally bitter. That rogue has evaded capture too long. Their previous attempt to control the Black Demon Abyss had been thwarted, and the envoy still harbored intense resentment toward the Emperor's Hall envoy, especially after the threat he received before that rogue departed, forcing him to stay close to the two grand supreme truths for safety. Worry not. Once the lineage transformation begins, we will pinpoint his location, and his end will be inevitable, he assured. Taihuang Palace had many hidden enemies. Among them was not only the Emperor's Hall envoy but also the elusive Ten-Sun Sage and another figure, a certain Qi Yuan from the lower realms. Though the envoy knew little about Qi Yuan's misdeeds, he was on the palace's list of targets. We'll be there to assist, declared Ghost Crime Sage. At that time, a Grand Supreme Truth-level fighter would handle the Emperor's Hall envoy, or perhaps even a Supreme Sovereign would make the move. Worry not. The greater his arrogance, the more pitiful his demise will be, the envoy said. Just then, he received a transmission, and a look of sheer delight crossed his face. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Ghost Crime Sage and Ghost Origin Sage exchanged curious glances. Master Envoy, have you received good news? Ghost Crime Sage inquired. The envoy chuckled with satisfaction. Nothing major, but I'd say it's a decent piece of news. They leaned closer to hear the details. Just now, I received word that the old lord of Black Demon Abyss has finally relented and offered tribute to Taihuang Palace. He also pledged that, for the upcoming lineage transformation, he will not stand against us. It seems he has chosen wisely, sensing the winds of change. The envoy seemed elated. Although they hadn't managed to kill Heijian or defeat the Black Demon Abyss, they had forced its leader to surrender, a success, in his eyes. Are we just letting Black Demon Abyss off the hook? Ghost Crime Sage asked, visibly displeased. Ghost Command Heaven had suffered significant losses, while Black Demon Abyss was barely harmed. Relax. Anyone who dares oppose you will not escape without consequences. Rest assured, Taihuang Palace will demand a price. The two sages shared a look, lowering their voices as they asked, does that mean? The envoy held up two fingers, then replied with a haughty smile, at least that much. Anything less is non-negotiable. Ghost Crime Sage and Ghost Origin Sage inhaled sharply. 2 fingers, 2 grand supreme truths. It sent a chill down their spines, a reminder of how even they could one day be discarded without hesitation. All we need to do is sit at Ghost Pass and patiently await the lineage transformation. The Black Demon Abyss Lord knows what to do, the envoy said calmly. The two sages nodded, more keenly aware of Taihuang Palace's might than ever. With the approval of the only hall to oversee the lineage transformation, Taihuang Palace was truly an entity to be feared. Even powerful realms like Black Demon Abyss had no choice but to bow and seek survival by compromise. This lineage transformation will be a mere formality, Ghost Crime Sage grinned. With Black Demon Abyss out of the way, who besides the Supreme Truth Society and Moon God Palace would be foolish enough to resist? Right, and then there's the Emperor's Hall envoy, that pesky clown. But he's nothing more than a grasshopper to be. Boom. Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion rocked the air. Ghost Crime Sage and Ghost Origin Sage froze, a terrifying thought dawning upon them. How could this be? With the Grand Commander's 10,000 Ghosts banner in place, how could the Emperor's Hall envoy have broken through? Yet, a familiar voice rang out. So this is the Supreme Truth level Young God. Took me 2 slashes to kill it. All eyes turned to see a blood-armored man with a crimson sword hovering in the sky. In front of him, a lifeless body floated. A body unmistakably belonging to a Supreme Truth Young God. Somewhere in the astral world, a star went dark. It was a Supreme Truth level Young God, not a mere heaven level Young God. Even Ghost Command Heaven didn't have many Supreme Truth level Young Gods, only a dozen or so. Envoy of Emperor's Hall, why are you here? Ghost Crime Sage roared, charging at Qi Yuan, his powerful celestial aura surging around him. Ghost Origin Sage prepared to attack but was stopped by the Taihuang Palace envoy. Stay with me and protect me. Terrified, the envoy clung to the Supreme Truth. As a Supreme Truth himself, he knew the Emperor's Hall envoy could kill him with a single strike. From the heavens, the Emperor's Hall envoy's cold, raspy voice drifted down. Surrender the Emperor's banner, and I'll give you some dignity. Refuse, and I'll hunt you down daily. Qi Yuan didn't waste time fighting Ghost Crime Sage. Instead, he moved in an instant, dispatching another Young God Sage with ease and taking their soul banner. Ghost Crime Sage seethed with fury and bellowed, how did you get in here? 10,000 Ghosts banner, suppress him. With his shout, the 10,000 Ghosts banner covering the entire Ghost Pass began to stir. A dark, all-encompassing force pressed down on Qi Yuan. Feeling its power, Qi Yuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. With a simple gesture, he could have absorbed the entire banner. But he restrained himself, preferring to let the stakes rise even higher. With a look of false regret, he smirked. Oh no, you're really only using the 10,000 Ghosts banner. Too bad this banner isn't quite strong enough to hold me down. He waved his hand with a parting gesture. Bye now, everyone. Clapping his hands, he vanished from sight, leaving the gathered Young God Sages seething. Above them, the ominous aura of the 10,000 Ghosts banner permeated the air, potent enough to make even a great Supreme Truth tremble. But Qi Yuan had already slipped from their grasp. Ghost Crime Sage's expression darkened. How did he get in here? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The phantom of the 10,000 Ghosts banner had been set up directly by the Banner Lord himself, forming a series of barriers through which the envoy of the Emperor's Hall could not easily pass. Even if he attempted to breach it by force, an immediate alarm and suppression mechanism would trigger, giving the Young Gods stationed at Ghost Pass time to prepare and respond before he could wreak havoc. However, all these precautions were in vain. The alarms and barriers proved useless, only activating sluggishly after the envoy of the Emperor's Hall had already slain a supreme truth-level young god sage and made a clean getaway, cutting down another unlucky young god before finally departing. Ghost Heaven was humiliated. "He's too slippery," muttered the envoy from Taihuang Palace with a worried look. "This place isn't safe." Scanning his surroundings, he felt as if danger lurked in every corner, as though the envoy of the Emperor's Hall might appear at any moment. To be honest, he now longed to return to Taihuang Palace. Nearby, other young gods cloaked themselves in invisibility, unwilling to reveal their forms. Their voices were mere whispers drifting through the air. If not even the 10,000 Ghosts banner phantom can stop him. Remaining here is like lambs waiting for slaughter. They had lived high and mighty for their entire lives, yet now they feared for their lives. The envoy of the Emperor's Hall seemed inhuman in his tactics. A typical Grand Supreme Truth-level young god with his power might hesitate to invade the core of a sacred land in the sixfold heaven, risking capture or suppression. Yet here he was, instilling terror by slaughtering the young god sages of Ghost Heaven. In just a short time, the envoy of the Emperor's Hall had killed 9 young gods, including a member from the Black Demon Abyss and 1 Supreme Truth-level young god. This suggested that, short of the Grand Supreme Truths, none of Ghost Heaven's other young gods were safe from him. At this moment, a cold, vast voice echoed through the air. "The flaw in the 10,000 Ghosts banner phantom has been identified. This oversight is mine alone." The Banner Lord's voice reverberated, though he remained seated within the core of Ghost Heaven. At his level, a master's physical presence rarely left the sacred grounds. Qi Yuan had seen this personally not long ago with the White Dragon Abyss Master, whose appearance was also but a projection. Hearing the Banner Lord's words, the young gods felt far less reassured than they had the first time. Their trust had waned, though they dared not speak up and wound his pride. With a sigh, they resigned themselves to fate, even if it meant lamenting the fallen young gods. In the coming days, the families and clans of the young gods who perished in battle will receive equal status in Ghost Heaven. "I will personally bestow a portion of young god energy to them," the Banner Lord announced solemnly, making a rare concession. The Ghost Heaven young gods were slightly surprised, as such compensation had never been offered before. Ghost Heaven, a notoriously ruthless sect, typically had its resources devoured upon the fall of one of its young gods. "The flaw in the 10,000 Ghosts banner has been pinpointed, and I have taken steps to repair it myself," the Banner Lord declared. A few of the young gods forced smiles, replying with polite thanks, though their trust remained tinged with doubt. A number of young gods cast subtle glances at the Taihuang Palace envoy, who immediately flinched and stammered, "Banner Lord, would it be prudent to double-check for any other weaknesses? Just in case, if the envoy of the Emperor's Hall were to break through again." There was a long silence before the mighty voice replied, "This time, I shall summon a third of the 10,000 Ghosts banner's true form to protect you." This was a significant gesture. Unlike the previous phantom and lesser projections, summoning a portion of the 10,000 Ghosts banner's true form represented considerable sacrifice. Hearing this, the young gods felt more secure. Meanwhile, in the depths of Demon Pass, a hushed meeting of warriors convened in anxious silence. Ice Sword, Purple Fate Shui, and Little Do Purple Fate exchanged worried glances, knowing they could only watch events unfold, helpless to alter their fates. Inside a grand hall ahead, a heated debate raged among the young gods. Purple Fate Shui threw up her hands in exasperation. "Well, Linya's transformation hasn't even begun, and it already feels like the Black Demon Abyss is starting to splinter." The news that their Abyss Master had bowed to Taihuang Palace and offered concessions had caused considerable shock among the young gods and left these warriors caught off guard. "We're beaten before we've even started. The Black Demon Abyss is truly disgraced this time," grumbled one young warrior. "Let's not judge the Abyss Master too harshly," another warrior replied seriously. "He surely made this choice for the greater good. It's better to avoid an unnecessary war. How many of us would die if we recklessly engaged in battle? Isn't surrendering to them just as bad as becoming their dogs? They'll command us to bite at their whim," and Zunlu countered unhappily. "Aligning with Taihuang Palace at least makes us winners in Linya's transformation. Opposing them, well, you've seen what happens," the other retorted. Then, Ice Sword spoke up. "Do you really think Taihuang Palace will let things slide so easily?" The group fell silent, a creeping sense of dread in their hearts. They all knew Taihuang Palace was not known for forgiving its enemies, and the Black Demon Abyss had several factions with grudges against it. Let's not jump to conclusions about things that haven't happened, another young warrior protested, though his voice held more hope than conviction. At that moment, a calm voice interrupted as a handsome man in a blood-red robe appeared. Even if the Abyss Master has yielded, Taihuang Palace's theft of my property will not go unanswered. Of course, it was Qi Yuan who had arrived. What did Taihuang Palace steal from you? And Zunlu asked. Qi Yuan ignored her, glancing over at Purple Fate Shui. Where did you go recently, Blood Robe? I was hoping to have you try the Purple Fate Heaven's delicacy, the mushroom I just cultivated, but you were nowhere to be found, she asked. Secret, Qi Yuan replied, casting a look at little Do Purple Fate. Her cheeks flushed as her heart began racing. She alone knew he had ventured to the heavenly earth mystical land, Purple Fate Shui had no idea. This gave her a giddy sense of privilege. Sigh, our black demon abyss has fallen so low. Not even our entire force can compare to the envoy of the Emperor's Hall, Lady Oxhorn remarked. He faced Ghost Heaven alone, slaughtering young gods like cattle. Meanwhile, She trailed off, glancing at Qi Yuan. You remind me a lot of the envoy of the Emperor's Hall. Qi Yuan's pulse quickened with alarm. Could it be that even someone as careless as Lady Oxhorn had seen through his disguise? In what way? He asked carefully. You both have that same rebellious spirit, laughed Purple Fate Shui. Her meaning was clear. Blood Robe was always going on about Taihuang Palace being his archenemy and how he needed to crush it. It was a boldness rivaled only by the envoy of the Emperor's Hall. I'm waiting for you to defeat Taihuang Palace and make me your concubine, Purple Fate Shui teased. Beside her, little Do Purple Fate looked anxious. If Purple Fate Shui became a concubine, what would that mean for her? Before she could voice her worries, and Zunlu's mocking voice broke in, the envoy of the Emperor's Hall is really out there slaughtering young gods. Blood Robe here can't compare, all he's got is his talk. Hey, you can't tarnish my reputation just like that, Qi Yuan shot back. If you haven't kissed me, how do you know all I can do is talk? And Zunlu was left speechless, her face flushed as she struggled for words. Thinking of something, Qi Yuan suddenly asked, by the way, does Black Sword have a sharp tongue? And Zunlu turned bright red. What are you talking about? Stretching lazily, Qi Yuan eyed Ice Sword curiously. Why are you hiding your strength? Ice Sword's face momentarily faltered. How could you tell? He realized Blood Robe must have seen through his unstable energy field, still adjusting to his recent breakthrough into young god status after mastering the ancestral Blood Sutra, which Blood Robe had gifted him. Ice Sword didn't hide it further, muttering in a whisper, keep it quiet for me, will you? I've got a surprise planned. Thrilled by his new young god status, Ice Sword was eager to flaunt it at the right moment. Qi Yuan sighed, sensing a hint of impending doom. His right eyebrow had been twitching lately, and now he was beginning to understand why. Will every young god be exposed? He asked, anxious. When heaven's will scans the realms, it illuminates all young gods who've breathed sixfold heaven's air. No hiding, Ice Sword said cheerily. Qi Yuan muttered with growing worry, if a Purple Palace cultivator had the power of a young god, would they be revealed? Ice Sword was bewildered by the question. Well, perhaps. Yes, he finally answered, if this Purple Palace cultivator has young god power, they would appear. Qi Yuan grew increasingly uneasy and wandered off in haste, determined to come up with a plan to handle the heavenly scan. He quickly excused himself, leaving the others puzzled. Ice Sword watched him depart, deep in thought. Did something I say make him anxious? Once alone in his cave, Qi Yuan paced, mind racing. I should have seen this coming. Last night, I shouldn't have gone to bed so early. Then I'd have had more time to process this storm. Only my grand plan can save me now. After a half-hour of intense contemplation, Qi Yuan finally exhaled. The ultra-grand plan is taking shape. Just then, time itself froze, and Qi Yuan knew it was the old ancestor, Purple Fate Ancestor, once again. The diminutive ancestor regarded him with a complex look. You know the Abyss Master has yielded to Taihuang Palace, the elder began. Qi Yuan merely nodded, now brimming with confidence from his ultra-grand plan. This lineage transformation is going to be a treacherous ordeal for Black Demon Abyss. There's a good chance we'll lose a grand supreme truth, sighed the ancestor. Old man, you're a good person. It won't be you, Qi Yuan replied. The ancestor chuckled softly but continued. Don't interact with Black Sword and avoid meetings with the Abyss Master if you're summoned. Instead, contact me. Alone once more, Qi Yuan set his gaze beyond the cavern, his sights set on the 10,000 Ghosts banner. It's unfortunate that I'm still too weak. If I were stronger, I'd invade the very heart of Ghost Heaven. But he had no more time to waste. He needed to seize the 10,000 Ghosts banner, gain strength, and complete the Emperor's banner. A few hours later, hidden in the shadows of Ghost Pass, 3 grand supreme truths lay in wait. The Banner Lord himself had left a slight flaw in the banner, baiting the Emperor's Hall envoy to enter, where they would pounce. "He's here," Ghost Crime Sage grinned. "He's arrived at the flaw," whispered Ghost Origin Sage. But the envoy of the Emperor's Hall did not enter. He stood just outside, waiting. "Could he have detected our trap?" Ghost Crime Sage murmured. "Impossible," Ghost Origin Sage replied. After nearly 100 breaths, the joyous voice of the Emperor's Hall envoy rang out across Ghost Pass. "Thank you, Nature. Look at the size of this Emperor's banner." The 3 grand supreme truths watched in horror as the envoy took hold of the 10,000 Ghosts banner and vanished, leaving only the enraged roar of the Banner Lord in his wake. Thus, news of the audacious theft of a third of Ghost Heaven's sacred 10,000 Ghosts banner shook the sixfold heaven. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. An enraged roar tore through Ghost Heaven, echoing across millions of miles. It reverberated with a burst of dark light, blindingly intense yet incomprehensible. Heaven and earth trembled, spirit energy rippling like tidal waves, as countless cultivators shivered in fear or stood frozen in awe. "This power level, what caliber of strength are we witnessing here?" One of the young god sages muttered in astonishment. "Is that, Ghost Heaven? The Banner Lord has made a move. Could it be, the envoy of the Emperor's Hall again? Wait, where's the 10,000 Ghosts banner?" In the void, a young god sage blinked in shock, his mind whirling with bewilderment. Over in Demon Pass, cultivators had also turned their gaze toward Ghost Heaven. "Damn, the envoy of the Emperor's Hall really pulled it off. He took the 10,000 Ghosts banner." Purple Fate Shui muttered in disbelief, even as she absent-mindedly snacked on mushrooms. "Doesn't this mean it's the perfect time for us to launch an attack on Ghost Heaven?" And Zunlu, though prone to romantic daydreams, was also practical and immediately added, "A guy like that envoy of the Emperor's Hall, and Blood Robe dares to compare himself." Purple Fate Lu shot in Zunlu a glare, twisting her robe anxiously as she struggled to think of any way to defend Brother Blood Robe. The moment the 10,000 Ghosts banner vanished, Purple Fate Lu had an inkling it was tied to her past mission for Brother Blood Robe, where she'd discovered how the Heavenly Earth mystical land could access the 10,000 Ghosts banner. Surely, Brother Blood Robe must know the envoy of the Emperor's Hall. His stunning feat, there had to be a contribution from Blood Robe and, indeed, her own major efforts. Still, she kept her mouth shut, her promise to Blood Robe silencing her. If only Zunlu knew the truth, she would be floored. Purple Fate Lu glanced at Ice Sword, who sighed. "If it were any other time, we'd have charged in without hesitation, but right now, with Black Demon Abyss bowing to Taihuang Palace, what reason do we have to act? The chaos at Demon Pass would be ideal for striking undercover. But with their Abyss Master now lying low, they risked marching straight into death." And Zunlu's eyes glowed with resolve. "When Brother Black Sword ascends to Grand Supreme Truth and commands Black Demon Abyss, we won't endure such humiliation." The other young warriors murmured in agreement. It was clear they had faith in Black Sword. He was the one true hope of Black Demon Abyss, though his growth was still underway. Until he reached his full strength, the Abyss would have to endure and wait. One envoy of the Emperor's Hall can shake all of Ghost Heaven. If Brother Black Sword reaches the Grand Supreme Truth level, even Taihuang Palace would have to respect us, said one warrior. Indeed, murmurs had spread through the Black Demon Abyss. The Abyss Master had bowed to Taihuang Palace to give Black Sword the time to grow. In Linya's transformation, without someone at the level of Grand Supreme Truth, they were mere pawns, lacking any true voice. The Abyss Master's temporary retreat would secure a stronger future, allowing them to transcend. After all, while disturbances plagued weaker sects, the ancient powers led by Grand Supreme Truths remained still as mountains. Now, even the young god sages were captivated by the thought of the Emperor's Hall envoy seizing the 10,000 Ghosts banner, a treasure of such magnitude that every young god sage couldn't help but be astonished. No other sacred land would allow one of its supreme weapons to fall into enemy hands, and yet the envoy had pulled off this unimaginable feat, inspiring both awe and dread. This envoy of the Emperor's Hall is indeed mysterious. He's being overly bold. When Linya's transformation begins, Taihuang Palace will undoubtedly deal with him first. No historical records even mention his sect. Back in the Heavenly Earth mystical land, Qi Yuan sighed in relief. Good, I made it back safely. Excitement sparked in his eyes as he gazed at the third of the 10,000 ghosts banner that he now possessed. Combined with his half-finished Emperor's banner, he was almost ready to forge a powerful offensive artifact. With it, his ultra-grand plan was within reach. Wasting no time, Qi Yuan focused his attention on refining the 10,000 ghosts banner. Suddenly, a terrifying figure emerged from within it, emitting a menacing aura and rushing to attack him. Even the low-level cultivators in the mystical land felt a foreboding sense of impending doom. What's happening? Is that the aura of a young god sage? But Qi Yuan merely laughed at the 10,000 ghosts banner's defiance. You've entered my house, yet you still want to defy me. A vast pressure swept through the land, and Qi Yuan effortlessly nullified the power of a grand supreme truth level strike. He stomped on the banner, pinning its spirit in place. The artifact struggled, but its weakened state left it unable to break free. To ease any unrest, Qi Yuan called out, "Don't worry, everyone. I'm just refining a treasure. It might get a little noisy, but you'll be fine. If you can't sleep, just think, sleep, and I'll help you fall right to sleep." He tried to be considerate, knowing the chaos and noise might disrupt even the regular folk of the mystical land. Hearing his reassuring words, the inhabitants felt a sense of relief. It's the master himself. Is he crafting some grand treasure? The days that followed were eventful. Every day, sounds resembling heavenly music filled the air. Thousands of sages seemed to debate their philosophies, tens of thousands of Buddhas chanted sutras, and the land resonated with ghostly howls. The first 6 months brought trepidation, but eventually, even the strange sights and sounds of the northeast became a familiar, albeit otherworldly, spectacle. It's indeed a young god weapon, truly awe-inspiring. The tiniest whiff of that aura could throw all of heaven's lands into chaos. It feels familiar somehow, like the 10,000 ghosts banner of Ghost Heaven. Could this master actually be a Ghost Heaven cultivator? In Ghost Heaven, meanwhile, the banner lord floated high in the void, eyes blazing with menace as the 10,000 ghosts banner trembled under his control. The nearby young god sages averted their gazes, cowed by the banner lord's seething rage. "Do you think hiding in a mystical land can keep you from me?" he growled. From his connection to the 10,000 ghosts banner, the banner lord sensed the envoy of the Emperor's Hall was hiding somewhere in the mystical lands. Although the exact location was unknown, he would find it soon enough. Taking the 10,000 ghosts banner will come at a high price. Reaching out to Taihuang Palace for assistance, he decided to put the envoy of the Emperor's Hall down for good, if not to kill him, then to imprison him permanently. Moments later, a spectral figure materialized above Ghost Heaven. Every young god sage bowed deeply. "Welcome, True Origin Sage," the banner lord intoned respectfully. True Origin Sage was, beneath Taihuang Palace's great sun himself, their mightiest figure. "The great sun has confirmed that the envoy of the Emperor's Hall is no grand supreme truth," True Origin Sage stated, his voice like a resonant bell. The gathered young god sages were shocked. "He's not a grand supreme truth. How can that be? If he isn't, how could he kill a supreme truth so easily? If he isn't a grand supreme truth, what am I?" "One supreme truth," young god muttered bitterly. The banner lord looked incredulous. Had the envoy of the Emperor's Hall not been a grand supreme truth, he couldn't have escaped from their clutches. The number of grand supreme truths has neither increased nor decreased. Furthermore, I've observed that he lacks the supreme mark. He may be an anomaly from outside the celestial realm, capable of wielding the power of a grand supreme truth without actually being one, True Origin Sage concluded. This news made the banner lord's eyes flash with lethal intent. No supreme mark, does that mean I could kill him? For those at the grand supreme truth level, the supreme mark connects them deeply to celestial Tao itself, making it impossible to harm each other under normal circumstances. Only offensive celestial artifacts could carve a crack in another grand supreme truth's supreme mark. Of course, an upper sovereign could simply erase it and kill them outright. The banner lord shook his head, however. Catching the elusive envoy of the Emperor's Hall would still be nearly impossible. This is a Tazi talisman. It creates an eternal instant, a brief eternity, if you will. If he lacks true supreme level strength, he will be bound and unable to leave, True Origin Sage said, handing him a seemingly ordinary talisman. The surrounding young gods were taken aback. A Tazi talisman. The Great Sun created this talisman himself. The envoy of the Emperor's Hall, he's as good as dead. Accepting the talisman, the banner lord's eyes gleamed with determination. "Rest assured, True Origin Sage. With this Tazi talisman, I will personally execute him." The Banner Lord would trap and slowly grind the envoy down with his offensive celestial weapon if he had to. True Origin Sage nodded, his shadow disappearing, and the Banner Lord turned to his followers with confidence. Invite our allies from the four corners, I am going to execute the envoy of the Emperor's Hall. The announcement sent waves through the celestial realm. From various sacred territories, leaders planned to attend the Banner Lord's gathering, though many grand supreme truths themselves kept their distance, wary of being drawn into conflict. Meanwhile, in the mystical land, Qi Yuan was wholly absorbed in his work. Oblivious to the plans against him, he pressed forward with the Emperor's banner. The once dark and tormented spirits within it now glowed with a majestic light, transformed into holy sentinels. Their negative energy had been cleansed and replaced with a radiant, righteous energy. At last, Qi Yuan finished. Heavenly battalion of shadows, hear my command. As he called out, the legions of spirit soldiers radiated a holy glow, transforming from grim reapers to resplendent warriors guarding the celestial realm. Enter my Emperor's banner, defend our realms. Their thunderous cries resounded as they entered the Emperor's banner. The artifact blazed with light, appearing tattered and blood-stained, yet radiating an enduring spirit of power. He grinned with satisfaction. This banner will leave bruises when it strikes. At long last, Qi Yuan possessed a celestial weapon of his own, one that would let him face the dangers of the sixfold heaven with new confidence. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In Ghost Pass, powerful figures gathered, their auras periodically pulsing through the air. Even the starlight from the star realm seemed drawn to the area, casting an ethereal glow upon the usually gloomy Ghost Pass. Within a short half-day, the grim and oppressive atmosphere was replaced by an almost celestial ambiance, as if it had transformed into a sanctuary of immortal energy. As the old saying goes, a mountain need not be high if there is a deity residing upon it. Master of Shenluo Heaven, it's been ages, and yet your elegance is unshaken, spoke the Abyss Lord of the Endless Abyss, an amorphous creature stretching beyond sight. His race dwelled in the Abyss, one of the most mysterious realms in the sixfold heaven. The Master of Shenluo Heaven gazed at him in surprise. And you, old friend, have finally re-emerged. The Abyss Lord hadn't appeared since the last linear transformation. A grand supreme truth hasn't fallen in ages, so I thought I'd join in the excitement, he replied. The last supreme truth to fall had been the great sunlight Buddha of the Buddhist kingdom. The young god sages around them fell silent, some casting subtle glances at the supreme truth of the sky loft. The sky loft was known as one of the strongest of the three heavens and was home to a supreme sovereign who had deep ties to the fallen Buddha, having taught him for a brief time before he attained enlightenment. It was likely this connection that preserved the Buddhist kingdom. Without a grand supreme truth to safeguard it, Taihuang Palace could have easily snuffed it out. The supreme truth from Skyloft maintained a composed demeanor, appearing unaffected by the Abyss Lord's words. The White Dragon Abyss Lord then remarked, I've heard a new Buddha has emerged in the Buddhist kingdom. Perhaps this linear transformation will bring forth another grand supreme truth for them. In the sixfold heaven, there are the powers of one hall, 2 palaces, 3 heavens, 4 abysses, and several sacred lands. If the Buddhist kingdom were to gain another supreme truth, it would undoubtedly rise among these ranks. This linear transformation is once again under Taihuang Palace's direction. The Buddhist kingdom is in danger, the Abyss Lord commented with quiet implications. Humph. Taihuang Palace may preside over the linear transformation, but that does not grant them the right to unjustly kill, scoffed an aged voice with unyielding authority. The speaker was a young god from the Council of Supreme Truths. The council had been the leading force in the previous linear transformation, pursuing a vision of countless supreme truths. Thanks to their balancing influence, the number of young gods who fell had been relatively low last time. At this, the Banner Lord of Ghost Heaven spoke up. This so-called envoy of the Emperor's Hall has mercilessly slain many of our young god sages in Ghost Heaven. I wonder when the council will bring justice and execute this envoy. His tone was thick with mockery, signaling Ghost Heaven's alliance with Taihuang Palace and, consequently, opposition to the council. In this linear transformation, Taihuang Palace's second goal, aside from promoting young gods to the One Hall, was to curb the council's influence and cement its position as the dominant power in the sixfold heaven. The council's supreme truth merely sneered in response, remaining silent. To the council, Ghost Heaven was like a malignant tumor within the celestial realm, a force they would have eradicated long ago if not for Taihuang Palace's support. The White Dragon Abyss Lord turned to the Banner Lord with interest. I'm curious, Banner Lord. How do you intend to defeat this envoy of the Emperor's Hall? Is it possible Taihuang Palace's Supreme One has deigned to descend in person? Only an upper sage could hope to kill a grand supreme truth. The Banner Lord smiled mysteriously. Heaven's secrets are not to be revealed. The White Dragon Abyss Lord chuckled. This envoy of the Emperor's Hall. I'm curious about his origins. Recently, this envoy had turned Ghost Heaven upside down, attracting the attention of many top cultivators. Rumors about his identity ran wild, and several sacred lands even hoped to establish friendly ties with him, though without knowing where to start. Perhaps, he is an old friend of ours, suggested the master of Shenluo Heaven, casting a shrewd gaze around the assembly. The sixfold heaven was merely enjoying a calm before the storm. Once the linear transformation began, the furnace of contention would ignite. The other supreme truths exchanged curious glances, each pondering the mysterious identity of the envoy of the Emperor's Hall. Meanwhile, the Banner Lord concentrated on divining the location of the 10,000 Ghosts banner. Time flowed on, and the assembled young god sages mingled, though undercurrents of rivalry ran deep. At length, a sharp gleam appeared in the Banner Lord's eyes. Found him. Every young god sage turned to him with eager anticipation. He's in the heavenly earth mystical land. The young gods' faces filled with astonishment. He's in the heavenly earth mystical land. But how? There's a holy light clan in there. The supreme truths were taken aback. Those among them who knew more understood that the real threat in the heavenly earth mystical land wasn't the holy light clan but the remnant robe spirit. Both were beings few dared provoke. How did he enter that mystical land? Banner Lord, you've got your work cut out for you with this one, some other supreme truths laughed. Unlike other mystical lands, the Banner Lord couldn't simply waltz into the heavenly earth mystical land and kill the envoy or absorb the mystical land itself. In this place, he was the one who would be in danger. The Banner Lord's expression hardened. Let's go to the heavenly earth mystical land. If he refuses to come out, I'll seal the entrance and leave him there forever. With a sweep of his sleeves, the Banner Lord led the way to the heavenly earth mystical land. The young god sages exchanged glances, each bearing varied expressions of amusement and concern, before following. The White Dragon Abyss Lord smirked, clearly enjoying the spectacle. She was curious to see how the Banner Lord intended to navigate this impasse. She knew well that the entrance to the heavenly earth mystical land was not something that could be so easily sealed. News of this gathering quickly spread across the sixfold heaven, reaching various sacred lands. Half a day later, Purple Fate Lu learned of the situation and turned deathly pale. The envoy of the Emperor's Hall is really in the heavenly earth mystical land. This is terrible. Her nerves were frayed. Could this be a mere coincidence? It was far too convenient. I just hope Brother Blood Robe isn't with the envoy of the Emperor's Hall in the mystical land. She could only console herself with this thought. There was no one to turn to for help now. And even if she could reach someone, who could she trust? The higher-ups in Black Demon Abyss would likely be glad to see Blood Robe die. Even Senior Brother Black Sword was embroiled in schemes. How much less would they care about Blood Robe? With no other recourse, she could only pray for his safety. Meanwhile, for half a day, a cluster of young god sages waited outside the heavenly earth mystical land while the Banner Lord paced, still unwilling to act rashly. Within, the beings that dwelled there filled him with dread. His indecision evoked mixed reactions from the gathered supreme truths, some merely watching in amusement while others felt a measure of sympathy. No wonder this envoy of the Emperor's Hall is so audacious. He's found himself quite a nest, remarked the Abyss Lord of the Endless Abyss with a wry smile. If he could neutralize the Holy Light clan and win the support of the remnant robe spirit, he might consider moving his clan into the mystical land himself. The Banner Lord's face darkened as he surveyed the scene, his gaze eventually falling on the nearby marketplace. The area bustled with mortals and cultivators, their presence a nuisance in his eyes. Erase these insects, he commanded. A single sweep of his hand obliterated tens of thousands of lives in an instant. To him, it was as easy as swatting a fly. The other supreme truths remained unmoved, their expressions indifferent. Even those aligned with the Council of Supreme Truths, normally advocates of order, said nothing. It was unwise to provoke the Banner Lord over the lives of mortals. Besides, the Council's aim was to protect the interests of young god sages, not mortals and low-level cultivators. The dead had been exterminated in an instant, with neither pain nor warning. He can't hide in there forever, the Banner Lord muttered in frustration, already reaching out to Taihuang Palace for a way to break the stalemate. If I were him, I'd gladly stay hidden, remarked the White Dragon Abyss Lord with a chuckle. The supreme truth of the council nodded, smirking. It seems, Banner Lord, that your banquet has been a miscalculation. Are you hoping to set a record for the longest feast in the sixfold heaven? The derision in his words was clear, and the Banner Lord's face darkened. Just then, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance to the mystical land. The figure, clad in armor like liquid blood and covered in thorny, violet crystalline armor, radiated an ominous, fearsome aura, with only his cold, merciless eyes visible beneath his helmet. A blood-colored sword glinted in his grasp, wrapped in an aura of greed, envy, and lust, a weapon that seemed steeped in the miasma of the underworld. He looked like a demonic god emerging from hell. In truth, his aura was even darker and more sinister than that of any hellish being. Every young god sage instantly focused on the blood-armored figure, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. This one reeks of sin, greed, gluttony, murder. This envoy of the Emperor's Hall is the very incarnation of original sin, commented the Abyss Lord. With such dense malevolent energy, he is indeed worthy of death, intoned the master of Shenluo Heaven. The White Dragon Abyss Lord narrowed her eyes in curiosity. Such a familiar feeling, could he be an old acquaintance? No familiar names came to mind, but she couldn't shake the sense of recognition. A demon of this magnitude. Zuki, surely you have no objections if I cut him down? The Banner Lord asked, addressing the supreme truth of the council. Council Sage Zuki shrugged in resignation. The blood-clad figure took in his surroundings, undeterred by the many formidable auras around him. Holding his blood-colored sword at the ready, he spoke. Will you all be coming at me together? The supreme truths froze in shock, their amusement vanishing. Does this envoy of the Emperor's Hall imagine he can contend with all of us? The White Dragon Abyss Lord laughed. You misunderstand, Taoist. We're here to watch the show. Your opponent is the Banner Lord. The Banner Lord raised the 10,000 Ghosts banner, eyes alight with killing intent. You have chosen to step into Hell's gates yourself. Today, you will die. He exuded renewed confidence since learning that his opponent wasn't a grand supreme truth, and with the Tazy talisman in hand, there was no need to worry about him escaping. The blood-clad figure scanned the ruins around him, his expression inscrutable. After a brief pause, he sighed. The cultivation world's ethics have fallen low. The carelessness of the powerful could shatter countless lives, reduced in historical texts to a mere line like, the famine year drove men to eat one another. The blood-armored figure held his sword with an expression as cold as ever. Seeing him draped in an aura of dark energy even more sinister than his own, the Banner Lord sneered. You have the gall to speak of ethics when you reek of evil more than I do. Do you believe you can provoke me and simply walk away? You are about to learn the meaning of true power, of a grand supreme truth. As he spoke, the starlight intensified. With a snap of his fingers, the Tazy talisman fell, settling across the battlefield with blinding speed. The young gods gasped, each recognizing the formidable Tazy talisman. So, the Banner Lord did come prepared. Surrounded by starry light, the blood-armored figure's armor gleamed a deeper red. He observed the Banner Lord with intrigue. Interesting talisman, you're making me want to hit you more. The Banner Lord held the 10,000 Ghosts banner aloft, his voice a mix of menace and glee. Trying to stall, are you? Without a way to escape, you are dead today. The White Dragon Abyss Lord commented idly, even without an escape plan, I wonder if you can truly kill him. Several supreme truths shared the same doubt. The Banner Lord looked at his foe with renewed confidence. If he lacks the supreme truth seal, he's nothing but prey on the chopping block. At this, the gathered supreme truths fell into stunned silence. The man who had raised Ghost Heaven was not even a grand supreme truth. The blood-armored figure rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. Can we cut the speeches and just fight? The Banner Lord narrowed his eyes. You've no idea of true supreme truth power. With a flick of his wrist, the 10,000 Ghosts banner unleashed a devastating blow. This was the full strength of his main body, a strike empowered by the 10,000 Ghosts banner itself, reaching a terrifying magnitude. Even a grand supreme truth's shield would crack under such an attack. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The Tazy talisman intensified, confining the battle between the Banner Lord and the envoy of the Emperor's Hall within a designated space as the 10,000 Ghosts banner unfurled, blanketing the battlefield. The Banner Lord's face brimmed with confidence. Without the supreme truth seal, this envoy was nothing more than a prime target in his eyes. Die, he shouted, each strike unleashing a torrent of immortal energy, powerful enough to annihilate worlds. Spatial rifts and overlaps flickered as his attacks unleashed their full, terrifying might, enough to make even ordinary supreme truths falter. At that moment, a crimson sword emerged from the envoy's hand, radiating intense, malevolent energy, a chilling aura of pure malice. As the sword clashed with the Banner Lord's energy, it was like two dark forces waging war. Boom! The first clash ended as expected. The Banner Lord had the upper hand, his advantage apparent over the envoy of the Emperor's Hall. The White Dragon Abyss Lord narrowed her eyes. With Taihuang Palace's support, the Banner Lord might actually manage to subdue this envoy. The Master of Shenluo Heaven mused aloud, what puzzles me is why the envoy even emerged from the mystical land. Had he stayed hidden, he wouldn't be trapped by the Tazi talisman. Perhaps he never anticipated it, another commented. Clearly, he isn't from any of our sixfold heaven's sacred lands. Speculations rippled among the supreme truths as the battle raged on, each move and countermove exchanged in a furious 100-round duel. Despite his superiority, the Banner Lord found himself unable to inflict any actual harm on his adversary. The Banner Lord smirked with barely concealed surprise. So, you do have some strength. But now, I'll get serious. Satisfied with his assessment, he launched a full-force assault. The envoy lacked the supreme truth seal, so at best, this skirmish could drag on indefinitely if fought traditionally. Thus, he resolved to bring the full power of the 10,000 Ghosts banner into play. Hand over the 10,000 Ghosts banner, and I'll grant you a dignified death. The banner unfurled, casting shadows over the sky, its malevolent aura seeming to chill the very bones. In the eerie dimness, ghastly apparitions lurched forward with open claws, their faces twisted with hatred and pain. Every ghostly pair of eyes locked on Qi Yuan as though they saw him as the murderer of their kin. The Banner Lord had long fused the 10,000 Ghosts banner with his own energy, manipulating its vengeful souls to perceive his enemies as their executioners. Under the banner's influence, each soul attacked as if seeking revenge. Qi Yuan, sensing imminent danger, instinctively summoned his own banner. You have the 10,000 Ghosts banner, I have the Human Emperor's banner. With a single, resounding shout, Qi Yuan brandished a tattered yet imposing banner. Covered in ancient, complex patterns, it was an artifact infused with the virtue of righteousness. Its light, fierce and unyielding, was the very antithesis of the 10,000 Ghosts banner's sinister aura. Under its holy radiance, his blood-red armor appeared all the more otherworldly. Wielding his blood-hued sword with one hand and the Human Emperor's banner with the other, Qi Yuan stood as both a divine and demonic figure. Demons and spirits, all shall be purged. His sword flashed, and purifying light surged from the Human Emperor's banner, dispelling the evil presence from the 10,000 Ghosts banner. Ghostly wails filled the air, a piercing response to the purification. Human Emperor's banner, the supreme truths exclaimed, taken aback. An offensive artifact of this caliber was usually crafted by supreme truths through centuries of refinement. The existence of the Human Emperor's banner was unexpected, and the Banner Lord himself looked on in disbelief. How is it possible? A Human Emperor's banner truly exists? He muttered, shaken. Every time the envoy had attacked Ghost Heaven, he had claimed that all banners fell under the dominion of the Human Emperor's banner and that the 10,000 Ghosts banner rightfully belonged to the Emperor's Hall. Until now, the Banner Lord had dismissed it as mere boastful threats. After all, he had completed the 10,000 Ghosts banner himself after inheriting it from his predecessor. Qi Yuan paid him no mind, his voice resonating with purpose as he held the Human Emperor's banner high. Wherever there is injustice, this banner will clear it. With his sword in one hand emanating killing intent and the banner in the other radiating righteous light, Qi Yuan pressed forward. His crimson and holy energies intertwined, a dazzling contrast. Attack! He bellowed, brandishing the banner. The Banner Lord recoiled in alarm. Under the power of the Human Emperor's banner, his 10,000 Ghosts banner shrank back as though a mouse before a predatory cat. Ghostly cries echoed as though faced with a natural nemesis. The Banner Lord's panic flared. He had never anticipated his opponent possessing such an artifact of destruction. Qi Yuan's voice thundered over the battlefield. 10,000 Ghosts banner, you have suffered enough. Evil is not your inherent fault. The Human Emperor's banner glowed, and a curious change swept over the 10,000 Ghosts banner. What are you doing? The Banner Lord shouted, alarmed. I am purifying the cultivation world's corrupted ways. I am here to make things right, Qi Yuan replied impassively. The 10,000 Ghosts banner was a product of a twisted cultivation world, a vile artifact refined by merging countless vengeful spirits. Looking into the banner, Qi Yuan continued, Banner, I know you've done wrong, but it is not your fault, it's the fault of this world. Will you join the Human Emperor's banner and help me change it? Using the Great Forgetting Sutra, Qi Yuan's persuasive voice reached into the 10,000 Ghosts banner, sowing doubt in the spirits within. The banner lord grew frantic, watching as the spirits seemed to pause, as if briefly moved. Enough! The banner lord roared, attacking Qi Yuan in desperation. But the 10,000 Ghosts banner felt somehow sluggish and resistant, and even with reinforcements from 3 other great supreme truths of Ghost Heaven, the tide of the battle turned against him. To his horror, a fifth of the 10,000 Ghosts banner's fabric tore away and drifted towards the human emperor's banner. The banner lord's face contorted in rage and despair. No, he howled, but it was futile. The supreme truths watching exchanged uneasy glances. Could the 10,000 Ghosts banner truly be part of the human emperor's banner? One mused. Perhaps the envoy of the emperor's hall engineered this entire confrontation, planning to provoke the banner lord into summoning his banner so he could then absorb it, another supreme truth suggested. This can't continue, he'll lose the entire 10,000 Ghosts banner at this rate. Indeed, more and more of the 10,000 Ghosts banner's fabric merged into the human emperor's banner, its betrayal appearing like a prodigal's return to its true home. Qi Yuan called out in stern reproach. When one sees the error of their ways, there's no greater virtue than change. Banner Lord, even the 10,000 Ghosts banner has seen reason. Will you now end yourself and join my banner? I'll reserve a place for you as a humble spirit. The banner lord cursed his decision to use the Tazi talisman. Its restraints meant he couldn't escape, and he could only watch as his treasured artifact slipped from his grasp, merging with the human emperor's banner. The battle dragged on, and with each passing moment, the 10,000 Ghosts banner diminished further. The banner lord looked worse by the minute, despairing as he saw his ultimate weapon reduced to a fraction of its former glory. Just then, a light appeared, and the banner lord cried out in joy, "Origin True Sage, please help lift the Tazi talisman." Origin True Sage's projection descended, catching the attention of every supreme truth. The projection of Taihuang Palace's supreme truth waved his hand. Dispel. The Tazi talisman's effect had nearly expired anyway. As its influence lifted, the banner lord breathed a sigh of relief. Though his artifact was broken, as long as a piece remained, he could still maintain his position within the ranks of the second-tier supreme truths, even if among the weakest. He turned and fled, but just then, 2 glimmers blocked his escape, and in the time it took to stall him, Qi Yuan closed in. The banner lord's last piece of the 10,000 Ghosts banner was absorbed into the human emperor's banner. No, he wailed, his desperation echoing. In the face of the emperor's banner, he could no longer resist. Fleeing with bitterness and resentment, he heard the mocking voices of those present. Banner Lord, it wasn't me who interfered. It wasn't me. Nor was it I. Many had no sympathy for the banner lord's loss. The battle ended in defeat, with the banner lord fleeing and stripped of his banner, leaving the other supreme truths to contemplate the significance of what had occurred. The banner lord's loss was a severe blow. Few offensive artifacts of that caliber existed in the sixfold heaven. Qi Yuan regarded Origin True Sage with a piercing gaze. Aiding a criminal's escape is itself a crime. The supreme truths were taken aback by the audacity. Even the White Dragon Abyss Lord seemed intrigued. The Abyss Lord of the Endless Depths scoffed. Envoy of the Emperor's Hall, do you even know who he is? He's one of the 3 lords of Taihuang Palace. HMPH. Even a king is subject to the law. If he has committed a crime today, he is guilty, Qi Yuan replied calmly. The supreme truths were struck silent. Even those who had considered allying with him quickly reconsidered. Origin True Sage's gaze grew cold. I would love to see you enforce judgment on Taihuang Palace. I'll come in person once I've completed my training, Qi Yuan replied, yawning. His demeanor was lazily dismissive, but his tone carried an ominous weight. Then I'll wait for you in Taihuang Palace. Origin True Sage scoffed as his projection disappeared. As the supreme truths departed, they offered Qi Yuan respectful but wary glances. Alone at last, Qi Yuan appeared beside the ruined town where the corpses of villagers lay, clutching their last possessions. He closed his eyes and allowed a fleeting image of their final moments to surface in his mind, villagers hauling heavy loads up steps to a mountain temple, their lives abruptly cut short. Good thing I'm merciful enough to leave seeds behind, Qi Yuan murmured, reaching down to activate the hidden marks he had left on those nearby, marks that would revive these mortals in the underworld as long as resources permitted. Suddenly, a cloaked figure spoke. What exactly are you doing? Qi Yuan glanced up to see a grey-cloaked figure, the White Dragon Abyss Lord herself. Just helping them find new work, Qi Yuan replied curtly, feeling uncomfortable around her. Such kindness, the Abyss Lord observed, assuming he was laying them to rest. Resurrections, after all, were impossible at that level. Why have you come? Qi Yuan asked, keeping his distance. This time, an elderly voice joined in. I have come to invite you to join the Supreme Truth Council as an honorary member. The Supreme Truth appeared, his manner bold. Qi Yuan declined without hesitation. I thought you'd want an alliance against Taihuang Palace for mutual benefit, the Council's Supreme Truth offered, his tone confident even before a rival Supreme Truth. Qi Yuan shook his head. Joining you would mean compromising. If I found you committing atrocities, I'd feel obligated to act, for the sake of my banner's integrity. The Council's Supreme Truth was left speechless, his assumption that Qi Yuan's ideals were a mere pretense suddenly shattered. Do you mean this? He asked, hesitantly. I don't lie often, Qi Yuan replied. The human emperor's banner represents my wish to cleanse the corruption in the cultivation world. We're not on the same path. After a moment, the Council's Supreme Truth sighed in resignation. The White Dragon Abyss Lord looked at Qi Yuan, intrigued. If he truly meant what he said, it seemed there was more to him than mere words. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The Supreme Truth of the Supreme Truth Council cupped his hands before Qi Yuan and respectfully continued, Friend, if you are to stand against Taihuang Palace, be cautious. Taihuang Palace's strength cannot be underestimated. As he spoke, he took out a jade slip and handed it to Qi Yuan. If you encounter a crisis, you can crush this jade slip, and the Supreme Truth Council will discreetly intervene once on your behalf. Although the envoy of the Emperor's Hall had refused to cooperate with the council, there's an old saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Assisting the enemies of Taihuang Palace gave the Supreme Truth Council a certain satisfaction. Qi Yuan observed the jade slip closely, his gaze steady. An upper sovereign. He could sense the essence of an upper sovereign contained within it. The Supreme Truth straightened his back with pride. This jade slip was crafted by the council's second master, he explained. The second master was, indeed, an upper sovereign. You're giving me something so valuable, should I return the favor? Qi Yuan scratched his chin before suggesting, today's your lucky day. I have a unique mark you can place within your soul, it'll ensure that if you fall, you can revive as a soul in my purple mansion. Qi Yuan wasn't one to take advantage of others without offering something in return. Hearing this, the Supreme Truth froze in surprise. A soul mark, placing one in his soul. That's unthinkable. At their level, allowing another to plant a mark within one's soul was akin to inviting death. Thank you for your kindness, but I'll have to decline, the Supreme Truth quickly refused, brushing off the offer of rebirth in the purple mansion as a jest. Qi Yuan sighed. Are you sure? With this, you could wander freely throughout the sixfold heaven without fear, as long as I'm alive. He wasn't one to take advantage of others lightly. The Supreme Truth chuckled, shaking his head again. That won't be necessary. Fine, but don't say I owe the council later, Qi Yuan said. The Supreme Truth smiled awkwardly, increasingly convinced the envoy of the Emperor's Hall was somewhat eccentric, perhaps not entirely ordinary. After a few more polite exchanges, he took his leave, leaving Qi Yuan alone with the White Dragon Abyss Lord. Qi Yuan glanced at her. Two people alone here, isn't that a little inappropriate? In other words, since the Supreme Truth had left, perhaps she should as well. The Abyss Lord's body stiffened, her voice unexpectedly gruff. What are you implying? Are you saying you're a woman? White Dragon Abyss Lord, are you still pretending to be a man? Qi Yuan asked, seeing through her disguise. A change of clothing won't fool me. You could change, or even wear nothing, and I'd still recognize you. The White Dragon Abyss Lord's smile froze, astonished that the envoy had seen through her disguise. How did you know? She asked, puzzled. Even an upper sovereign, unless they employed powerful magic to break through her disguise, couldn't have recognized her identity. Breaking through would have alerted her, giving her a chance to counter. I saw it with my eyes. Speechless, she stared at Qi Yuan. Have we met before? In a way, Qi Yuan admitted, not hiding it. All right, enough small talk. What do you need? This recent battle had brought him ample rewards, and he would need time to fully integrate the 10,000 Ghosts banner into the human emperor's banner. Are you from beyond the immortal realm? The White Dragon Abyss Lord blinked curiously, pondering the envoy's origins. In a way, Qi Yuan replied honestly. His home was back on Blue Star, in some obscure corner. I see. The White Dragon Abyss Lord took a deep breath. It seems you're not an indigenous supreme truth and haven't fused your will with the immortal path's will to form the seal of supreme truth. Without the seal, if he ever confronted an upper sovereign, even with an offensive artifact, he wouldn't stand a chance. There's a gulf between an upper sovereign and those like the Banner Lord. While it may seem a slight difference in level, an upper sovereign's power. She paused. Without the seal, I wouldn't survive a single breath under an upper sovereign's hand. The White Dragon Abyss Lord's meaning was clear. The envoy lacked a seal, so his life would be in great danger if he faced the Taihuang Palace's upper sovereign. Qi Yuan pondered. This seal was indeed something he had learned about recently. Because he lacked it, he couldn't harm even an ordinary supreme truth unless he wielded the human emperor's banner. Here, I have a secret method to help those from other realms form a seal of supreme truth by merging their truth with the immortal path's will, she said, handing him a jade slip. Is that possible? Qi Yuan scanned it, understanding immediately. Since you're helping me, I should reciprocate. Would you like me to place a mark within your soul? The White Dragon Abyss Lord hesitated, silently considering. Sensing he may have overstepped, Qi Yuan backtracked. Don't worry, it won't allow me to spy on you while bathing. Even if I did see you by accident, I wouldn't mind the size of your. If you let me see you first, I might allow you to leave the mark in my soul, the Abyss Lord countered, unperturbed. Let's skip that, Qi Yuan quickly declined. He had no wish for further complications. Back at the Demon Gate, Qi Yuan furrowed his brow. After parting from the White Dragon Abyss Lord, he'd gone first to the Demon Abyss, where he successfully fused the 10,000 Ghosts banner with the Human Emperor's banner, enhancing his strength. Back in his cave at the Demon Gate, he then began to study the secret method she had provided. One glimpse was enough to shock him. Is this immortal will suffering from handsome aversion? Why does it seem to resist me so strongly? Qi Yuan mused. It seemed to him that the immortal will's issues were significant. Or could it be, he thought, that I upset it by casually sowing seeds and pulling people into the netherworld? In his mind's eye, the immortal will was muddled and nearly devoid of awareness, acting on instinct. In a way, it was an oversized version of the heavenly will. Does that mean, no seal for me? He pondered. After obtaining the secret method, he attempted a connection with the immortal will, though he hadn't intended to fully merge with it just yet. The thought of binding himself in a contract, or marriage, as it were, was unnerving. And what if he left the immortal realm and ended up in a costly divorce, losing half his cultivation? But to his surprise, it was a moot point. The immortal will wasn't the slightest bit interested in any kind of union. So it really does have handsome aversion, Qi Yuan concluded. Fortunately, I have my ultimate plan, he reassured himself. Just then, a sound came from outside his cave. Blood-robed senior brother, are you there? The voice was cheerful with a hint of delight. Little Lu, what's up? Qi Yuan walked out, looking calm. Upon seeing him, Purple Fate Xiao Lu clutched her robe and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought something might have happened to you. With the gathering called by Ghost Heaven to hunt the envoy of the Emperor's Hall, even venturing into the heaven and earth mystical land, Xiao Lu had been anxious. Don't worry, what could harm me? Qi Yuan replied nonchalantly. She studied him with wide eyes, as though contemplating something. She had many doubts and uncertainties, but in the end, she didn't ask anything. Since her senior brother wasn't willing to tell her, it must be a secret, and as a mere yin god, she would be defenseless if any yang god captured her to uncover it. It's enough that you're safe, senior brother. Xiao Lu presented a small vial to him. I collected some new ancestor blood essence. Excellent, keep up the good work, and I'll keep covering your room and board. Qi Yuan said with satisfaction, accepting the essence. For him, the progress of his ancestor blood art still needed further enhancement through Black Demon ancestor blood. His ancestor blood art had been stuck at the 13th level for nearly a month. Thank you, senior brother. Xiao Lu, in high spirits, took her leave. Meanwhile, the younger talents of the Demon Gate were buzzing with excitement. News of the Emperor's Hall envoy's overwhelming victory over the Banner Lord and his seizure of the 10,000 Ghosts banner had spread across the sixfold heaven, leaving them awestruck. The Demon Gate youths couldn't resist wondering when they might assault Ghost Heaven and earn themselves some glory. But little did they know, they were quickly running out of time. The 7 patriarchs of the Black Demon Abyss had finally concluded their conference with the Yang gods. The Abyss Lord had made a significant announcement. At that moment, Purple Fate Ancestor appeared at Qi Yuan's cave. Kid, let's go pick up your Tao partner from the Moon God Palace. Surprised, Qi Yuan, who had been cultivating, asked, why the rush, old man? Purple Fate Ancestor's expression was somber. The Abyss Lord just announced that the Black Demon Abyss is sealing itself. Sealing meant closing off its borders, with no cultivators going out. In effect, it was a withdrawal from the Lingya transformation. Is that possible? Qi Yuan was stunned. Could other factions do the same? There's much more complexity involved. Purple Fate Ancestor shared the latest information with Qi Yuan. Hearing this, Qi Yuan snorted. It's less of a seal and more like they've become Taihuang Palace's lackeys. While the Black Demon Abyss sealed itself off, they would still need to send some supreme truths to support Taihuang Palace. So we must fetch your Dao partner now, otherwise, you won't get the chance, Purple Fate Ancestor said worriedly. Relax. One day, old man, I'll have your back, Qi Yuan replied casually. The ancestor sighed. Please, you think you're an upper sovereign? At the Moon God Palace. The moonlight was like flowing silver, blanketing the world in serene calm. Yu Shuang watched Jin Li, who was dressing carefully, her gaze deep. The Black Demon Abyss may be full of turmoil, but it's far better than the Moon God Palace. You're better off there. Ever since news broke that Taihuang Palace would preside over the Lingya transformation, the atmosphere in the Moon God Palace had grown tense. Through a mirror, Jin Li's fair face glowed as she adorned herself with a few pearls, her elegance enhanced. Sitting in the window, Yu Shuang stretched her legs and continued, I am curious, how did your man convince young god Yuehua to allow you, a moon maiden, to become his Dao partner? Yu Shuang was baffled. This was unprecedented. A young god had once requested a moon maiden as a consort and had been promptly turned down. Maybe, he's excellent enough, Jin Li replied, her calm demeanor like a serene flower. But only Qi Yuan knew how passionate she could be once her robes were removed. Just excellence isn't enough. Perhaps, Yu Shuang trailed off, hesitating to voice her thoughts. But the only explanation she could think of was a political alliance. Could the Black Demon Abyss truly have such motives? At that moment, a majestic voice resounded throughout the Moon God Palace. Purple Fate Ancestor of the Purple Fate Heaven has come, wishing to establish a union with the Moon God Palace. The words had barely fallen when countless beams of radiant light cascaded down upon the Moon God Palace. It was like celestial maidens scattering petals, a gentle mist blanketing the palace as if touched by the hands of deities themselves. In an instant, the entire Moon God Palace was aglow, vibrant and adorned as if preparing for a grand celebration. Then, countless spiritual stones and immortal jades began to rain down from the sky like a flurry of snow. The sight of this rare blessing made the eyes of the Moon God Palace disciples widen in astonishment and uncontained delight. One after another, they soared into the air, joyfully gathering the stones and jades that had fallen from the heavens. Inside her chamber, Jin Li felt her heart skip a beat as her eyes widened. Meanwhile, watching the divine scene unfold, Qi Yuan couldn't help but murmur telepathically, "Old man, this little display must have cost quite a bit, right? HMPH, as your elder, I've got to back you up. Can't have us appearing too stingy, now, can we? But, isn't raining down spiritual stones and immortal jades a bit unromantic? Doesn't it seem rather vulgar?" Qi Yuan asked doubtfully, imagining how the whole scene might come off as a bit new money. The disciples of the Moon God Palace are loving it. What do you care if it's vulgar? Starting to believe that Purple Fate Shui really takes after you, Qi Yuan muttered, ending the conversation. Just then, a kind and gentle voice echoed through the Moon God Palace, "Distinguished guests have arrived. Please, come in." The speaker was none other than young god Yuehua, the only one among the palace's two great supreme truths. Moments later, Qi Yuan, following Purple Fate Ancestor, arrived at the Moon God Palace's main hall. The grand hall appeared to hover in a realm unto itself, radiating an otherworldly aura. As Qi Yuan entered, he felt a slight chill and caught the faint scent of cinnamon in the air. Seated on the central dais was young god Yuehua herself, surrounded by 18 esteemed young god sages on either side. Qi Yuan quickly spotted Moon Maiden Jin Li among them, her delicate gaze meeting his for an instant before she lowered her eyes shyly. The 18 young gods looked at Qi Yuan, some curious, some puzzled. Qi Yuan's background was mysterious to them, and they were just as unclear why young god Yuehua would allow Jin Li, a Moon Maiden, to form a union with him. Yuehua spoke gently, her tone warm and gracious. "Your intentions are clear to me," she said, fixing her gaze on Qi Yuan. "Today has been anticipated for quite some time." The words caused the young gods to exchange glances, some puzzled, others deep in thought, as if contemplating something of great significance. Under normal circumstances, when a daughter of the moon god palace weds, we celebrate with all due honor and grandeur. But today, Yuehua's eyes softened with a hint of worry. With the Lingya transformation on the verge of beginning, let us keep the arrangements simple. Blood robe, moon maiden Jin Li, I entrust her to you. Treat her with respect and devotion. If she should suffer even the slightest grievance, Yuehua's voice grew stern, the moon god palace will come looking for answers. Qi Yuan bowed respectfully, his tone sincere. Rest assured, senior, I will treat Jin Li with a heart as unwavering as the moon. Outwardly composed, Qi Yuan's heart swirled with thoughts. He and Jin Li, their paths had crossed through the resonant Jade and Moonwatch world. At last, he had honored his promise, reuniting with her as vowed. This time, as Jin Li leaves for Purple Fate Heaven, I will personally escort her, Yuehua declared, her words carrying the authority of a supreme truth as she gave a casual wave of her sleeve, sending out a gentle wave of immense power. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Hearing these words, the expressions of the supreme truths within the moon god palace became more profound. A mere moon maiden, yet worthy of a personal escort by Venerable Yuehua. They all understood now. Yuehua Venerable's escort was simply an excuse, while the deeper alliance with Black Demon Abyss was the true reason. Even Purple Fate Ancestor found this surprising. He looked at Qi Yuan, his mind swirling with complexity. Could it be, is this blood robe the moon god ancestor's secret son? Otherwise, why would the moon god ancestor show such favoritism towards blood robe? However, his speculation was soon dismissed. Once their discussion had concluded, Qi Yuan stepped forward. Venerable Yuehua, might I have a chance to see the moon god ancestor? Qi Yuan was still uneasy about the unknown whereabouts of his master, Ruan Yishi. Yuehua's eyes sparkled as she spoke gently, the upper sovereign is still in seclusion and cannot receive visitors. Qi Yuan felt a pang of disappointment. He cast a deep look at the moon god palace, his gaze resting briefly on Jin Li's fair, snow-like face before he once again wore a smile. Half a day later, Purple Fate Heaven, Purple Fate Ancestor regarded Qi Yuan with a strange look. What exactly is your relationship with the moon god ancestor? No relationship, we've never even met, Qi Yuan replied truthfully. Along the way, Venerable Yuehua was overly warm toward you, Purple Fate Ancestor said with a puzzled expression. Throughout the half-day journey that he, Blood Robe, Venerable Yuehua, and Jin Li had taken together to Purple Fate Heaven, Yuehua Venerable's attitude toward Blood Robe had been far from what one would expect from a senior to a junior. If anything, she treated him as an equal. Everyone's equal, it's only natural she's warm to me, Qi Yuan remarked lightly. She's a great supreme truth wielding an offensive type creation artifact, Purple Fate Ancestor pointed out. He didn't say the part he was thinking, that Yuehua Venerable seemed to show more respect for Blood Robe than for him. And he, after all, was a great supreme truth. Aren't you also a great supreme truth? And you're always warm toward me, Qi Yuan pointed out. Purple Fate Ancestor paused for a moment, then replied, how could it be the same? At that moment, the curtain of the flying boat opened, and Venerable Yuehua and Jin Li stepped out. Jin Li, dressed in a flowing white dress, appeared as serene and graceful as a moon goddess. Venerable Yuehua glanced up at the celestial realm and sighed, the Lingya transformation is soon upon us. Black Demon Abyss will also be thrown into turmoil, I only hope it won't affect the two of you. Her gaze fell upon Qi Yuan and Jin Li. Don't worry, with me around, no one will harm Jin Li. Bold and cliched words of a protective lover, but Qi Yuan had a knack for delivering them with confidence. After all, it depended on who said it. Coming from a goblin, it would sound greasy, but from a dashing young man like Qi Yuan. Suddenly, it was charmingly light-hearted. As he said this, Qi Yuan grasped Jin Li's cold hand. Jin Li stood quietly, looking at him without a word. The group continued by flying boat, then transferred through a teleportation array until they finally arrived at Purple Fate Heaven. Without Jin Li, the great supreme truths could have covered the distance in a fraction of the time. Just as they reached Purple Fate Heaven and Venerable Yuehua was about to speak, she suddenly raised her head to gaze at the star realm above. Purple Fate Ancestor quickly followed her gaze. Within Purple Fate Heaven, countless young gods and cultivators also felt something, their gazes turning skyward. They saw the star realm at that moment, a vast sea of starlight spreading across the heavens. The constellations seemed to weave together into a star river, forming a swirling vortex. The Lingya transformation is finally about to begin, Venerable Yuehua murmured. The starlight surge marks the beginning of the survey of all heavens, said Purple Fate Ancestor, his gaze deepening. Before the Lingya transformation begins, the survey of all heavens ensures that no young god venerables within the sixfold heavens have anywhere to hide, forcing them all to participate in the Lingya transformation. Once the survey of all heavens is complete, I shall return to Moon God Palace, Venerable Yuehua said evenly, glancing meaningfully at Qi Yuan. After all, she knew something the Moon God Palace's supreme truths didn't. Qi Yuan was actually the demon Blaze Venerable. Now, with Taihuang Palace overseeing the heavens, Blood Robe's identity as the demon Blaze Venerable would inevitably be exposed. It was her duty to hold ground for him. I wonder how many unknown old monsters will emerge in this survey of all heavens, Purple Fate Ancestor remarked. At that moment, Venerable Yuehua raised her hand. This is a creation artifact, the Heavens Scepter Map. Under moonlight, it captures all. With this survey of all heavens, we should be able to see how many young gods, or perhaps even supreme truths, are hidden throughout the sixfold heavens. The Heavens Scepter Map was an auxiliary-type creation artifact, essentially a miniature map of the sixfold heavens. Among its many functions was that during the survey of all heavens, starlight was cast upon each land and would be reflected upon the Heavens Scepter Map. At this moment, nearby cultivators could clearly see where young god venerables were hiding. Purple Fate Ancestor stroked his beard. With time on our hands, let's see just how many young gods are lurking in the sixfold heavens. Jin Li looked anxiously at Qi Yuan, her eyes conveying her thoughts. Qi Yuan smiled reassuringly, gripping her hand a little tighter as he communicated through spirit. Don't worry, I have a plan. Jin Li felt a small sense of calm settle over her. She remembered how, during a past crisis, Qi Yuan had sent his personal guards to her aid. Once, they had been worlds apart, yet now they stood side by side. What was there to fear? At least this time, she could face it with him. Unlike in the past. Of course, Jin Li understood she was still far too weak. But this time, she would resolutely stand by Qi Yuan's side. Venerable Yuehua raised her hand, tossing the Heavens Scepter Map into the sky. The heavens over Purple Fate Heaven shifted immediately. The Heavens Scepter Map unfolded across the sky, drawing the attention of countless cultivators. At that moment, a young god Venerable spoke up, "This is the Moon God Palace's Heavens Scepter Map. Do not be alarmed." His voice carried across the lands, and hearing this, the cultivators in Purple Fate Heaven breathed a sigh of relief. Purple Fate Ancestor looked at Qi Yuan with a friendly smile. Take Jin Li to meet your junior disciples, they've been eagerly waiting to meet Moon Maiden Jin Li. All right, Qi Yuan nodded, taking Moon Maiden Jin Li to a great hall. The hall was filled with many prodigies from Purple Fate Heaven, as well as others from different regions of Black Demon Abyss. When they saw Qi Yuan and Moon Maiden Jin Li arrive, they all rose and bowed. Greetings, Brother Blood Robe, greetings, Moon Maiden. The young cultivators of Purple Fate Heaven looked curiously at Jin Li, their gazes toward Qi Yuan filled with admiration and reverence. So, what's with the big gathering today? Something to celebrate, and Ice Sword, shouldn't you be looking after that egg of yours? What are you doing in Purple Fate Heaven? Qi Yuan joked casually, Jin Li by his side. We heard Moon Maiden Jin Li was to wed Brother Blood Robe, and we came to see for ourselves, Ice Sword replied. Blood Robe's marriage to the Moon Maiden had stirred quite a wave across Black Demon Abyss. A shockwave, in fact. After all, the rule that a Moon Maiden could never marry was an iron law of the Moon God Palace. And now, that rule had been overturned by Blood Robe. More importantly, Moon Maiden Jin Li was marrying Blood Robe while retaining her title as Moon Maiden. How could anyone not be astonished? No wonder your cultivation has been so slow, you're all too nosy, Qi Yuan remarked with a sigh. Ice Sword laughed, glancing at the Heavens Scepter Map in the sky. We came at the perfect time, not only do we get to see the Moon Maiden, but we get to see the Heavens Scepter Map. Right, now we can find out how many young gods are actually hidden in these sixfold heavens. The other prodigies were also intrigued. Yet, Purple Fate Xiaolu seemed disinterested. Her gaze grew complicated as she looked at Nzunlu by her side. See. Brother Blood Robe is about to marry Moon Maiden Jin Li, no doubt he's Black Demon Abyss's foremost prodigy. Humph, and you're so pleased, even though he's not marrying you. Nzunlu countered instantly. You. Purple Fate Xiaolu glared at Nzunlu, pausing to think of a good comeback. Just then, a sudden stir spread among the assembled prodigies. Look, the lights are flashing. The survey of all heavens has started. That's the first heaven. They always begin the survey of all heavens with the first heaven. All eyes turned toward the heavens, scepter map. In the celestial realm, a burst of light flickered. The sixfold heavens seemed to grow brighter, their night temporarily banished. One by one, glowing points of light appeared across the heavens, scepter map. In the first heaven, countless cultivators gazed toward the distant land, where pillars of starlight shot into the sky, each dazzling and attention-grabbing. Anyone who didn't know better might think it was an anti-air gun in Berlin lighting up the night sky. Qi Yuan commented coolly. In the first heaven, any cultivator who saw the glorious starlight respectfully saluted the radiance. Each light signified a young god venerable. So many young gods in the first heaven. Within the sixfold heavens, the first heaven is second only to the sixth in terms of power. Of all sixfold heavens, the first has the highest concentration of young gods. Look, the faint starlight-like trickling streams, most of those are low-level young gods. No, there's even a few that shine like rivers. Who would have thought, the first heaven actually has so many supreme truths hidden within it? Qi Yuan's gaze rested calmly on the heavens, scepter map. Remarkable how the Tao of Immortals thrives, with so many young gods. It was, indeed, a spectacle. The star realm, with its vast multitude of stars mirroring the heavens, would naturally reflect an abundance of young gods. The heavens, scepter map was now brightly illuminated, catching everyone's attention. Starlight like a lake, and the first heaven has supreme truths. Not just one, there are 7. They're hiding very well. No, those aren't true supreme truths but strange beings with supreme truth combat power. Like the imperial palace envoy. At that moment, the young gods of various sacred lands watched the lower realms as Taihuang Palace conducted the survey of all heavens. Meanwhile, within Taihuang Palace, True Origin Venerable's eyes shone with a complicated gleam. I seem to be seeing many old friends. Next to him, Supreme Sun Venerable radiated with a blazing aura. This world has far more powerful beings than we imagined. That's what makes this lineage transformation even more exciting, True Origin Venerable commented, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The 10 Suns Venerable isn't hiding in the first heaven after all. Interesting. Aside from uncovering every young god, the survey of all heavens was meant to locate the defiant 10 Suns Venerable, who had dared to provoke Taihuang Palace. True Origin Venerable had assumed the 10 Suns Venerable would hide within the vast first heaven. After all, among the sixfold heavens, the first heaven was the most expansive and thus the easiest place to lay low. But as the survey of all heavens unfolded, no star in the first heaven synchronized with the 10 Suns Venerable's emblematic light. This suggested that the 10 Suns Venerable was not within the first heaven. True Origin Venerable, however, dismissed it lightly. No matter where he hides, he's bound for death. Look, it's beginning, the survey has moved on to the second heaven. Meanwhile, within Purple Fate Heaven's Grand Hall, the gaze of Purple Fate Dashui drifted over to Qi Yuan. Blood Robe, why'd you suddenly change your robes? When Blood Robe had arrived, he was dressed in a flowing red robe, but now it had turned black. Others looked at Qi Yuan, slightly taken aback. Some couldn't help but note that Purple Fate Dashui had sharp eyes. You should probably get your eyes checked. I didn't change my clothes, I only dyed my robe black, Qi Yuan replied blandly. Hearing this, everyone felt somewhat speechless. Here they were, observing the heavens, scepter map, and yet he was playing around with dyes. Then again, given that it was Blood Robe, it almost seemed fitting. Why bother dyeing it? Purple Fate Dashui asked, puzzled. No reason, Qi Yuan dodged the question. But, in truth, he had a reason. Dyeing his robe black would cloak his starlight once the survey of all heavens reached him. Thinking it over, he congratulated himself on his cleverness. Purple Fate Dashui yawned and made no further comment. Everyone else's attention turned back to the heavens, scepter map. Ice Sword, appearing outwardly calm but inwardly anxious, fidgeted as he anticipated his moment to shine. Young gods in the second heaven are so few. Not even as many supreme truths as the first heaven. The fourth heaven has not a single supreme truth, truly disappointing. Whoa, but the fifth heaven holds its own, the Buddhist nation has added 4 new young gods. That's strange, wasn't there supposed to be just one new Buddha Lord? Wait a second, look at the Molo clan, there's no starlight there at all. What? Within the Molo clan, the shadows of countless yin gods flickered, staring wide-eyed. What happened? Where are the Venerables? Why is our Mara clan so quiet? The Mara clan's cultivators were completely baffled. After all, the Molo clan had dozens of young god venerables. But now, not a single spark of starlight appeared. The shock was palpable. Meanwhile, one yin god named Mulan, upon witnessing this, felt overwhelming joy and relief spread across his face. Ha ha ha, he's gone. Finally, he's gone. That dreadful being has finally left. For some time now, Mulan had lived in a state of constant anxiety. He had discovered that the supposed young gods of the Molo clan were all just one person's disguise. Knowing this secret, he had lived in terror every day. Now that all the young gods had vanished, he felt nothing short of jubilant. At that moment, up in the sixth heaven, several supreme truths within Taihuang Palace looked astonished. The young gods of the Molo clan have simply vanished. Where did they go? It's too strange. Even their stars remain intact. Supreme Sun Venerable wore a strange expression. I'm curious to know where Demon Blaze Venerable, who mastered two great supreme truths, is hiding right now. True Origin Venerable squinted, his expression complicated. Clearly, the Molo clan is planning something big for this Lingya transformation. But whatever they intend, they won't evade Taihuang Palace's eyes. Oddly enough, the 10 Sons Venerable isn't in the 5th heaven either. It seems he's actually taken refuge in the 6th heaven. His courage, impressive. Wherever the sun shines, there's nowhere to hide. Rest assured, his days are numbered. True Origin Venerable proclaimed with a sense of reverence. By this time, the survey of all heavens had reached the 6th heaven. Meanwhile, Venerable Yuehua cast Qi Yuan a look filled with a peculiar understanding. In truth, she was also curious as to where the young gods of the Molo clan had vanished. Look, starlight like the sea, a true upper sovereign. That's the upper sovereign of Billow Ocean. Upon the heavens, scepter map, one area shone with the light of the sea, vast and deep. Looking up toward Billow Ocean's direction, they could see the same oceanic brilliance shining back at them. There's more, another sea of starlight, this must be a secret realm. Is it? Two upper sovereigns, there really are two within the Council of Supreme Truths. As the survey passed over the 6th heaven, the young god venerables tensed, their spirits on high alert. After all, the high-ranking strength in the 6th heaven was overwhelming. In fact, it could even be said that supreme truths, a rare sight in the lower heavens, were here in such abundance as to seem commonplace. At this moment, some young god venerables were turning their focus to tally the supreme truths within the 6th heaven, each hoping to assess if their competitors held any hidden cards. The Shenluo heaven actually has another great supreme truth, well hidden. There are now 7 great supreme truths in White Dragon Abyss. What's happening? Fewer young gods in the Moon God Palace than before. In the air, gasps, murmurs, and speculation filled the space. Within Purple Fate Heaven, the heavens, scepter map made the intense glow of the stars even clearer. The colossal surge of starlight pouring from the 6th heaven illuminated it like daylight. At this moment, Ice Sword grew more nervous by the second. After all, the survey was just about to reach Purple Fate Heaven. As he stood there, Ice Sword adjusted his posture, secretly posing to make himself look dashing. Soon, he thought, his star would burn brighter than any other. It's happening. Throughout Purple Fate Heaven, everyone's attention snapped tight. Each cultivator was intrigued, wondering just how many young gods Purple Fate Heaven held and if anyone had secretly ascended to the rank of young god. Even Qi Yuan felt a slight unease. If the starlight isn't too intense, my black robe should mask it. No problem. He pondered this over carefully. After all, he was merely at the level of the Purple Palace. Even with the power of 2 supreme truths, how bright could his starlight really be? Purple Fate Ancestor stroked his beard and mused aloud, our count of young god venerables here hasn't changed. If there's an addition, it's only Ice Sword here. Of course, Ice Sword wasn't technically part of Purple Fate Heaven. And the supreme truths naturally saw through his quiet attempt to maintain an air of mystery. As Purple Fate Ancestor's words fell, a dazzling starbeam suddenly burst skyward from within Purple Fate Heaven. Purple Fate Ancestor's starlight, resembling a lake, shone brightly and powerfully. Meanwhile, Venerable Yuehua's starlight was evidently much broader than Purple Fate Ancestor's, more radiant by far. Our count of young gods remains unchanged. No need to. But he cut himself off mid-sentence, his gaze suddenly locking on Ice Sword's area. Venerable Yuehua, too, turned abruptly in that direction. In the 6th heaven, several young god venerables, sensing the intensity, shifted their focus toward Purple Fate Heaven. A beam of starlight rose from Ice Sword, like a rushing stream that pierced the sky. In high spirits, Ice Sword basked in the attention, ready to soak up the admiration of his peers. Suddenly, he instinctively shut his eyes tight. What the? Who just cast an illumination spell? I can't see a thing. For a brief moment, a blinding, white light and searing brilliance enveloped him. Despite being a young god himself, he couldn't help but close his eyes tightly. And when he opened them again, his mind froze in shock. Not far away, Blood-Robe's black garment seemed to be riddled with gaps, as if unable to contain the overwhelming, radiant starlight within. Endless streams of light shot skyward in an unending torrent. The sight was, beyond strange. Not even an upper sovereign starlight could compare to the magnificent, expansive brilliance here. It was as if thousands of young gods were gathered in one place, all shining simultaneously. This wasn't the starlight of a single young god. This was thousands of beams. The sheer intensity was indescribable. Trembling, Ice Sword blinked rapidly. Blood-Robe, do you have thousands of light bulbs hidden in that robe? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The starlight shone brilliantly, layered together, blindingly bright, but even so, it was still possible to see that it was made up of over 4,000 beams. These beams shot straight into the clouds, mingling with the stars above. This scene was bizarre and awe-inspiring, capturing the attention of everyone within the sixth heaven. In a boundless mystical land, an elder sat on a turtle shell, surrounded by starlight as vast as the sea, too intense to look at directly. Glancing toward purple fate heaven, his beard quivered. What in the world is this? In the Council of Supreme Truths, the second leader opened his eyes. Peering through countless dimensions, his expression, usually as impassive as ice for millennia, now showed surprise and dread. 4,000 young gods in one body. No, did he cultivate 4,000 young god paths? That's not it, either. Beneath his shock was a deep suspicion. In Billow Ocean, an elderly woman's gourd atop her head opened, devouring boundless starlight. Her hand trembled suddenly. Did the will of the immortals get startled awake? This distant sight was beyond her imagination and comprehension. In Taihuang Palace, True Origin Venerable's face displayed an uncertain expression of shock. What is this? The young gods around him were silent. If not for status and decorum, they might have retorted, True Origin Venerable, aren't you the deputy lead of this survey? Shouldn't you know? The direction of purple fate heaven, that wouldn't be purple fate ancestor. Could it be? Sun Venerable squinted, deep in thought. True Origin Venerable then focused his gaze back on the star realm. His eyes narrowed abruptly. This involves the young gods of the Molo clan and 10 Sons Venerable. What? The remaining young gods in Taihuang Palace heard this, and their expressions immediately tensed. In an instant, they understood. Could it be the 10 Sons Venerable went to the Molo clan in secret and brought them under his control? Wait, Demon Blaze, could he really be? A terrifying idea formed in the minds of these young gods. Could Demon Blaze actually be a disguise created by 10 Sons Venerable? No, but why would he need over 4,000 young gods? Apart from the first and sixth heavens, this number of young gods exceeds that of the other heavens. One of the young gods said in confusion. The rest of the young gods shared his perplexity. At the same time, within purple fate heaven, countless young gods projected their vision across dimensions, focusing on Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's black robe was full of holes, with starlight constantly leaking out, impossible to contain. Initially, Qi Yuan thought he could shield his light by covering it with his robe. But who could have known? Each of his nascent souls emitted light, and, unexpectedly, the Molo clan souls in the underworld shone too. At this moment, Ice Sword was looking at Qi Yuan with a face full of doubt. And Zunlu, Purple Fate Dashui, Purple Fate Xiaolu, and others also opened their eyes, their gaze landing on the endless brightness, much like being hit by a flash of light in a game. Shock, astonishment, confusion, daze, and disbelief appeared on each of their faces. The faint light on Ice Sword's body had long since been engulfed by the ocean of light. Why am I glowing? Am I actually a hidden young god? Purple Fate Dashui muttered in surprise. Her cultivation wasn't high enough yet to discern that Qi Yuan was the source of the light. And Zunlu, however, stared at Qi Yuan, gritting her teeth. Didn't you hear, Ice Sword? Blood-Robe has thousands of light bulbs hidden under his robe. Though rare, light bulbs, a technological invention, were used within Black Demon Abyss, mostly by mortals or as novelties by certain cultivators. Light bulbs. The young elites couldn't help but turn their attention to Qi Yuan, momentarily bewildered. Ahem, my robe's leaking light. Stop staring, or I'll end up exposing myself. Qi Yuan hastily tried to cover the holes in his robe, but the light was relentless, pouring out in countless beams. While he wasn't actually exposed, he certainly was leaking. At this point, one of the young elites exclaimed, "Wait, look at the heavens, scepter map. This is a young god phenomenon." All eyes turned to the heavens, scepter map, and a look of shock dawned on each face. Their gazes swiftly shifted back to Qi Yuan, varied expressions flashing across their faces, chiefly shock, apprehension, and confusion. Purple Fate Dashui ruffled her hair, her face twisted in disbelief. "My brain can't keep up. Blood Robe, just what's going on? Blood Robe, have you reached the Yang God realm? But Yang Gods only emit a single beam of light. Why do you have so many beams? Are my eyes deceiving me, or am I not fully awake yet?" At this moment, in Purple Fate Heaven, the numerous Yang Gods turned their gaze toward Qi Yuan, their eyes filled with amazement. Purple Fate Ancestor looked on, equally shocked and confused. Today's events were beyond anything he could have imagined. Then Yuehua Venerable spoke, her expression complex. "Qi Yuan, I hadn't expected you to be hiding this much. Not only have you comprehended two great supreme truths, but you also possess so much starlight, truly unusual." After the survey of all heavens, Blood Robe's identity would certainly be exposed. Taihuang Palace would have already deduced Qi Yuan's identity based on the starlight reflections in the star realm. Hence, she saw no reason to continue hiding Qi Yuan's identity. What, two great supreme truths? He is Demon Blaze. The surrounding Yang Gods were stunned. Purple Fate Ancestor also paused before a joyous expression crossed his face. But perhaps no one was more overjoyed than Purple Fate Xiaolu. She looked at Zunlu in excitement. "See. Blood Robe Senior Brother has comprehended two great supreme truths, one more than Black Sword Senior Brother." Purple Fate Dashui stared at Qi Yuan, her lingering doubts finally dispelled. No wonder. The help she'd received from Demon Blaze Venerable, Blood Robe's ability to meet with Yuehua Venerable. It turned out that Demon Blaze was one of Blood Robe's disguises. She suddenly felt a pang of awkwardness. Back when Demon Blaze was studying a supreme truth at the Wall of Supreme Truths, she had mocked his hideous appearance. Did that mean Blood Robe had overheard all of it? Ahem, it's just two supreme truths. Nothing extraordinary, really, Qi Yuan replied humbly. After all, with four supreme truths in existence, comprehending only two was nothing worth boasting about. At these words, the Yang God elites exchanged speechless looks. If they lived on Blue Star, they would surely call him the king of humblebragging. Only Purple Fate Xiaolu looked thrilled and exhilarated. She shot a glance at Zunlu. "Did you see that? Blood Robe Senior Brother is not only powerful but also humble. He's way beyond Black Sword Senior Brother, the top talent in Black Demon Abyss." The Yang Gods of Purple Fate Heaven had not yet recovered from the storm of emotions this revelation had brought. Today's news was simply too explosive. "It's just that the thousands of beams of starlight on you, it's so odd. Could it be that you have thousands of Yang Gods hiding in your body?" Yuehua Venerable asked hesitantly. This question lingered in the minds of the Yang Gods and young elites alike. If a Yang God's body contained one other Yang God, that was understandable. But containing thousands, how was that even possible? And staring directly at Qi Yuan, none of them could sense any other Yang Gods within him. Even Purple Fate Ancestor and Yuehua Venerable, both great supreme truths, could not detect any presence of others. Just then, Jin Li tightened her grip on Qi Yuan's hand. Her hands were cold, and it was as if she was worried about something. Qi Yuan looked at Jin Li's stunning face, his expression reassuring as he continued, "Sigh, I actually don't have any Yang Gods inside me. If there's anything, it would just be nascent souls. It's just that I have a few more nascent souls than usual, and they can cultivate as well." With those who showed him kindness, Qi Yuan responded honestly. Having many nascent souls wasn't a problem, so he saw no need to hide it. Nascent souls, they cultivate on their own. Could they have cultivated to the Yang God realm? The Yang Gods in Purple Fate Heaven were stunned, feeling as if their minds were stretched to the breaking point. Even Purple Fate Ancestor, who had always had faith in Qi Yuan, looked utterly flabbergasted. "So, you're saying, this starlight came from your nascent souls?" Purple Fate Ancestor asked in disbelief. It seemed unlikely, very unlikely. "Yes," Qi Yuan said with a serious nod. As he spoke, all the starlight on his body vanished in an instant. Purple Fate Heaven returned to its previous state. This also marked the end of the survey of all heavens. Countless eyes fell on Qi Yuan. For the time being, his explanation was hard to accept. After all, it was too absurd, too irrational. It was one thing to have a few extra nascent souls, but to have thousands. And ones that could cultivate on their own. Purple Fate Ancestor looked at Qi Yuan, gradually calming down. After all, the major event that had occurred in Purple Fate Heaven today was enough to influence Black Demon Abyss, potentially impacting the Linian transformation as well. No matter what, Blood Robe, your comprehension of two supreme truths is certainly known to Taihuang Palace by now. You're not yet fully developed. Be cautious, Purple Fate Ancestor said, a mix of joy and anxiety in his eyes. He was joyful because Blood Robe's growth had exceeded his expectations. Not only had he covertly advanced to the Young God realm, but he also possessed two supreme truths, not to mention that his 4,000 beams of starlight could suppress an entire realm. Yet this potential could attract the scrutiny of powerful forces, particularly Taihuang Palace. Would Taihuang Palace allow him to reach maturity? Qi Yuan nodded. Old man, don't worry. I've got a super grand plan. There was a gleam in Qi Yuan's eyes. He knew full well the consequences of revealing his power. And he was prepared. Not far off, Purple Fate Xiaolu, upon hearing the word, plan, was looking at him with admiration. Meanwhile, Ice Sword sighed bitterly. This was supposed to be his time to shine, with so many young elites gathered, and right during the survey of all heavens. Unfortunately, his light was too dim, completely overshadowed by Blood Robe. Now, everyone's gaze was fixed on Blood Robe, no one even noticed him. You from Purple Fate Heaven have produced a real talent. At that moment, a hearty voice rang out. An old man in a gray robe appeared, staring intensely at Qi Yuan, his gaze burning. It was the third elder of Black Demon Abyss. When he arrived, several other elders of Black Demon Abyss appeared, including Black Sword. Black Sword stood still, gazing at Qi Yuan with a calm expression. Seeing these great supreme truths gathered, Purple Fate Ancestor was in good spirits. He felt great pride and satisfaction. Third Elder, didn't I say that Blood Robe's talent is second to none? Purple Fate Ancestor said proudly. The Third Elder and the other great supreme truths looked at Qi Yuan with complex expressions. No wonder Moon God Palace would marry off the Moon Maiden to Blood Robe. With this kind of talent, even an old woman like me would be willing to marry him. An elderly woman remarked. Then Black Sword, who had remained silent, finally spoke. From today on, within Black Demon Abyss, Blood Robe shall be accorded supreme truth treatment. After the battle between the envoy from the Imperial Hall and the Banner Lord, the young gods of Black Demon Abyss had convened, and several decisions had been reached. First, Black Demon Abyss would be closed. Second, Black Sword would temporarily lead the Abyss in place of the Abyssal Lord. Now, with Black Sword's decree, Blood Robe's strength was affirmed, and it marked the stance of Black Demon Abyss. Upon hearing this, Purple Fate Ancestor looked at Black Sword with a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. If the Abyssal Lord were still in charge, he likely wouldn't have easily granted Blood Robe the status of supreme truth. With Black Sword's words, at least within the Linian transformation, as long as Blood Robe didn't commit an unforgivable offense, Black Demon Abyss would stand by him. The other young gods looked at Blood Robe with envy. While the Linian transformation hasn't started, why not arrange the wedding? Yuehua Venerable said cheerfully, an expression of gratification on her face. She also intended to bind Blood Robe securely to their cause. Moon Maiden Jin Li stood quietly behind Qi Yuan, showing no joy at Yuehua Venerable's words. A shadow of unease remained on her otherwise serene face. Purple Fate Ancestor's face was full of joy. This is what we call a double blessing. However, his smile soon faded. In the sky above Purple Fate Heaven, a blazing sun had suddenly appeared. All the cultivators within Purple Fate Heaven felt the scorching heat at that moment. Purple Fate Ancestor looked up, a hint of hostility in his gaze. He shouted angrily at the solar image overhead, Taihuang Palace descends upon my Purple Fate Heaven without any prior notice. Aren't you worried that my ancestral artifact will hurt you? In the void, beneath the fiery sun, two great supreme truths appeared in unison. Both were from Taihuang Palace. One of them was none other than True Origin Venerable. Ignoring Purple Fate Ancestor's words, True Origin Venerable fixed his gaze on Qi Yuan, his voice cold, Qi Yuan, come with me back to Taihuang Palace to atone. His voice was overbearing, leaving no room for defiance. The way he looked at Qi Yuan was as if he were judging a criminal. HMPH, is Taihuang Palace always this tyrannical? Yuehua Venerable retorted coldly. Did they see a talent and decide guilt without reason? Purple Fate Ancestor was also filled with rage. Even if you are the ones hosting the Linian transformation, you cannot act so domineeringly. The six heavens are not Taihuang Palace's sole domain. The other elders from Black Demon Abyss radiated deep, terrifying auras, their fighting spirit rising. It seemed that if Black Sword gave the order, they would immediately strike against Taihuang Palace's two supreme truths. True Origin Venerable squinted, showing no fear. He surveyed the surroundings, speaking indifferently. This is a personal grievance between the Palace Lord and him, it does not concern you. I advise you all to take care not to be misled. His words were like thunder, reverberating in everyone's ears. A personal grievance. Blood Robe had somehow offended that upper sovereign. But how, with his current level of power? Purple Fate Dashui covered her mouth in astonishment. She remembered that when she first met Blood Robe, he claimed his greatest foe was Taihuang Palace's upper sovereign. Initially, she dismissed it. How could an ant threaten a star in the heavens? Now, however, it seemed to be true. Purple Fate Ancestor glanced at Qi Yuan, suspicion flashing across his face. Could it be? True Origin Venerable stared deeply at Qi Yuan. He is a criminal. What? A criminal? The gathered young gods immediately made a connection, their expressions full of disbelief. Yuehua Venerable retorted, I never imagined Taihuang Palace could be this shameless. Once, for the sake of a single method, they cast down 3,000 realms. When an upper sovereign of the Council of Supreme Truths went to Taihuang Palace for an explanation, they replied that those 3,000 realms were all criminals. Well, let me tell you this, Taihuang Palace is the true criminal. The label, criminal, was just an excuse used to brand someone. A criminal in body, who does not accept his punishment, and dares to overturn 3,000 realms. Qi Yuan, do you know your crime? True Origin Venerable's voice resounded with divine authority. Moments before arriving in Purple Fate Heaven, he'd learned that this person was none other than the one who had overturned the 3,000 realms, Qi Yuan. The great supreme truths present were taken aback. Anyone with access to certain information knew that within the 3,000 realms lay an upper sovereign's severed past self. The great Sun Sovereign does not cultivate in the future nor in the past, focusing only on eternal existence. He was so powerful that he had to sever his past self, storing it within the 3,000 realms. So by these words, the 3,000 young gods of the 3,000 realms had all been overturned by Qi Yuan. The supreme truths present inhaled sharply, horrified. This was enmity of a truly obstructive nature. Ordinary hatred might be tolerable, but this level of enmity was not unlike that between the Moon God Ancestor and the Great Sun Sovereign. But what True Origin Venerable said next pushed their astonishment to numbness. A criminal body overturning the 3,000 realms is crime 1. Ascending on the 10 suns, coveting the Great Sun's position, is crime 2. Such crimes are unforgivable, and thus, must be executed. True Origin Venerable's voice was like thunder, resounding in everyone's ears. Yuehua Venerable's expression transformed. She looked at Qi Yuan in disbelief. You are 10 Suns Venerable. She hadn't anticipated Qi Yuan harboring so many identities, among them, 10 Suns Venerable. Had this been another enemy of Taihuang Palace, Yuehua Venerable would have rejoiced at seeing him grow. But this was 10 Suns Venerable. 10 Suns Venerable, who had once coveted the position of Great Sun Sovereign. From this moment on, he was also destined to be an enemy of Moon God Palace. The other supreme truths were equally stunned as they looked at Qi Yuan. This man, how many secrets did he hold? He was the one who had overturned the 3,000 realms, and he dared to challenge Taihuang Palace, even aspiring to seize the position of Great Sun Sovereign. Everyone was deeply shocked. Several young elites took subtle steps back, their faces wary and fearful. Yet Qi Yuan remained calm. Dressed in his blood-red robe, he stood unfazed, holding Jin Li's hand as he calmly spoke. You sank the 3,000 realms, treating all sentient beings like livestock. Should that not be Taihuang Palace's crime? Taihuang Palace's upper sovereign has his star projection peering into my home day after day, trespassing on private property. Is that not a crime? By that standard, it is Taihuang Palace that is guilty beyond redemption and deserves to be condemned. Qi Yuan's voice was steady, yet it echoed powerfully. At this moment, Yuehua Venerable glanced at Qi Yuan, her expression conflicted. She suddenly said, Jin Li, come back with me to Moon God Palace. He is not only an enemy of Taihuang Palace, but also an enemy of Moon God Palace. Purple Fate Ancestor's lips moved, but he ultimately said nothing in protest. He understood Yuehua Venerable's reasoning. He knew that if Jin Li stayed with Qi Yuan, it would be too dangerous. She'd be better off back at Moon God Palace. All eyes shifted to Jin Li, whose expression was cold, her gaze unwavering. In those early days on Moonwatch Continent, I could only watch him face demonic forces from beyond the realms, utterly powerless to help him. As Moon Maiden, she had once branded her Moon Maiden's mark on Qi Yuan's arm. Through the moon's mark, she felt his pain, moment by moment. How much more painful must it have been for Qi Yuan, the one branded with the mark? Later, she had waited alone under the ancient tree, only to find that in the flow of time, Qi Yuan, with whom she had once shared words just the day before, had sealed himself alone in that wretched place. Now, since I've found him once more, no matter what happens, even if the stars fall, the sea of stars collapses, and the immortal realm crumbles, I will stand by his side. On Jin Li's beautiful face, her expression was one of unshakable resolve. Under countless eyes, she tightened her grip on Qi Yuan's hand, openly expressing her feelings. The words she hadn't dared to speak in the past, she now voiced clearly. Upon hearing this, Yuehua Venerable's expression grew complicated. Have you forgotten the years of grace given by Moon God Palace? Staying with him will lead you to death. Only in Moon God Palace is there a chance for survival. Since Qi Yuan had overturned the 3,000 realms and was 10 sons venerable, there was no way that Great Sun Sovereign would spare him. No matter how remarkable his talent and potential, no one would stand in the way of Great Sun Sovereign's fury. This was enmity against the very path of the Great Tao. It demanded the annihilation of one party. My mind is made up, Venerable. Please, no more. Jin Li's voice was calm. At this moment, a message reached Qi Yuan's ears. Quick, take Jin Li and leave. I'll hold off Taihuang Palace's 2 supreme truths for you. The voice belonged to none other than Purple Fate Ancestor. Qi Yuan took a deep breath. He knew that his grand plan was still underway. At this time, he had to leave Black Demon Abyss, otherwise, he would implicate Purple Fate Heaven. As for Taihuang Palace, his gaze was steady. One day he would go to them, not to repent, but to demand accountability. But according to his plan, he had to feign compliance, for now. Otherwise, how else would the upper sovereign of Taihuang Palace be drawn into his trap? He looked at True Origin Venerable, his expression calm. On the day the linear transformation begins, that will be the day I trample Taihuang Palace. For now, enjoy the privilege of hosting the linear transformation, while you can. Qi Yuan's words were firm. This was another part of his grand plan. Insolence. How dare you? The 2 great supreme truths were furious, their presence raging. Seeing this, the elders of Black Demon Abyss exchanged uneasy glances, none dared intervene. Purple Fate Ancestor promptly engaged the 2 great supreme truths of Taihuang Palace. These 2 supreme truths belong to the 2nd tier of supreme truths, their power terrifying. Facing 2 supreme truths stronger than him, Purple Fate Ancestor was bound to suffer injuries. Just then, Black Sword, who had remained silent, unleashed his power, a flash of white light, an overwhelming sword intent, momentarily halting the 2 supreme truths. Black Sword's calm voice reached Qi Yuan's ears. Go. Qi Yuan glanced at the people of Purple Fate Heaven, grasped Jin Li's hand tightly, and disappeared without hesitation. A message reached Purple Fate Ancestor's ears. Old man, if you ever feel threatened, head to the Heavenly Kun abode, I'll cover for you. Qi Yuan had no choice but to leave. He had already sensed a terrifying, boundless, scorching power honing in on him. Evidently, the upper sovereign of Taihuang Palace was preparing to obliterate him in a thunderous strike. Just as Qi Yuan and Jin Li vanished from sight. Boom. In the void, a thunderous sound erupted. Lava-like beams spread everywhere. Countless folds of space shattered in that instant. It was clear that the upper sovereign of Taihuang Palace had made a move, severing all space, cutting off Qi Yuan's retreat. However, unbeknownst to him, Qi Yuan had already entered his own purple mansion. After roughly half a breath passed, a faint murmur of surprise echoed in the void, then disappeared. Outside Purple Fate Heaven's skies, the great supreme truths felt a chill crawl up their spines, a tingling sensation between their shoulder blades. It was as if they had witnessed an upper sovereign's intervention. Such power defied description, it was as if one palm could obliterate them all. At this moment, Purple Fate Xiaolu, Purple Fate Dashui, and others looked pale. They didn't know whether Blood Robe had successfully escaped. Purple Fate Ancestor's expression was grave. After holding off the two great supreme truths from Taihuang Palace, he seemed to mull over Qi Yuan's words. Could it be, only, his face was troubled, the heavenly Kun abode, could the tattered robe possibly hold off the upper sovereign of Taihuang Palace? Under the survey of all heavens, even if Qi Yuan hid within the heavenly Kun abode, his location would be discovered by Taihuang Palace immediately. Purple Fate Ancestor's expression was worried, and after a moment of inner struggle, his eyes hardened with resolve. This event rocked Purple Fate Heaven, shook Black Demon Abyss, and echoed throughout the sixth heaven. News of what had transpired shocked everyone. Unbeknownst to all, Purple Fate Ancestor had come alone to the base of Black Demon Mountain. His arrogance had vanished, and he looked like an old man in his twilight years. The last time he came here, seeking the Abyssal Lord's aid, he hadn't even been granted an audience. Back then, he'd vowed that if he ever sought the Abyssal Lord's aid again, he would be less than a pig or dog. Yet now, Blood Robe was hiding in the heavenly Kun abode. Facing the pressure from Taihuang Palace, how long could he hold out? At this moment, he would abandon his dignity. He bowed solemnly toward Black Demon Mountain. Blood Robe possesses extraordinary talent, having grasped two supreme truths. He could lead Black Demon Abyss to a revival. I beg you, Master, protect him. Any additional support could improve Blood Robe's chances of survival. The once proud old man was now deeply bowed. But Black Demon Mountain remained silent, no response from within. Purple Fate Ancestor's expression shifted, ultimately gritting his teeth and saying, if you agree to protect Blood Robe, I will fight for Taihuang Palace at the Celestial Palace in the Linian transformation. Sealing Black Demon Abyss hadn't come without a price. The price was that some supreme truths would have to die. Offering himself to fight Taihuang Palace at the Celestial Palace would mean certain death. At that moment, an ancient voice from Black Demon Mountain rang out. What is the purpose of this? Black Demon Abyss has Black Sword, and that is enough. The voice was hesitant, indifferent, and somewhat resigned. Purple Fate Ancestor's anger surged but remained bowing deeply. Master, Blood Robe, he's the source of the bloodline. I beg you, protect him. He bowed solemnly to the master he had long resented. What of the source? In this universe, there is no future for it. Black Demon Mountain sighed, as if in sorrow. Go back. This matter is beyond your reach. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The incident in Purple Fate Heaven spread far and wide, drawing the attention of countless young god venerables. After all, this was something unheard of throughout ancient history, highly peculiar. The White Dragon Abyss Lord, draped in robes woven of jade silk, furrowed her brow. So he's the 10 Sons Venerable, with the battle over the sovereign seat, the one in Taihuang Palace won't let him go. This is a difficult matter, truly difficult. Though she coveted Blood Robe's bloodline, she couldn't risk confronting Taihuang Palace solely for his sake. Before his death, if he could spend one night with me and leave me a child, it would make for a beautiful tale, sighed the White Dragon Abyss Lord. In time, that child would grow to avenge his father, eradicating Taihuang Palace. What a glorious thought! But, of course, the White Dragon Abyss Lord only entertained the idea. After all, it wasn't practical. Meanwhile, in Taihuang Palace, various powerful auras surged. True Origin Venerable's eyes gleamed with killing intent. HMPH, Purple Fate Ancestor and Black Sword are far too audacious, daring to stand in our way. Next to him, a great supreme truth realm being nodded. To think the upper sovereign intervened, yet even so, the 10 Sons Venerable managed to escape. He might escape for now, but can he truly evade us forever? Sneered True Origin Venerable. Now that Taihuang Palace would preside over the Linnea transformation, they would surely find a way to deal with the 10 Sons Venerable. The Great Sun Venerable stood by with a complex expression. Who would have thought he was the demonic prodigy Mazi, who has already mastered 2 supreme truths? If he continues to grow, he'll be a mortal threat to Taihuang Palace. At this, the young god Venerables present tensed. The 10 Sons Venerable possessed the potential to challenge even the Great Sun Upper Sovereign. Once, he had commanded the skies with his 10 sons, casting fear over all realms. Later, he created an unmatched legacy by comprehending 2 supreme truths. Such a being, given enough time to grow, was utterly unpredictable. An insignificant criminal rising to this level, it's truly astonishing. But his luck has run out. From here on, all that awaits him is Taihuang Palace's wrath. True Origin Venerable declared, his words brimming with unhidden killing intent. Just then, a voice transmission arrived, causing True Origin Venerable to squint in brief surprise. He's hiding in the heaven and earth mystical land. What? Heaven and earth mystical land? The other young gods, too, expressed surprise at this revelation. After all, the heaven and earth mystical land had recently gained considerable renown. The Hall of Human Sovereign's envoy had hidden there, defeating the Banner Master. Could it be that this Hall of Human Sovereign's envoy and Qi Yuan are one and the same? True Origin Venerable spoke, a trace of apprehension flickering across his face. If it was true that the 10 Sons Venerable had comprehended 2 supreme truths, he was extremely promising. The Hall of Human Sovereign's envoy, however, had already fully realized his potential. If they're one and the same, then this is dangerous indeed. HMPH, he's only a countermeasure against the Banner Master. Any one of us could kill him if we strike together. Without the protection of a great supreme truth realm mark, even with an offensive artifact, one strike from an upper sovereign will spell his death, True Origin Venerable growled. In the 6th heaven of the Immortal Tao, the Great Supreme Truth Realm mark was a protective talisman for those in the Great Supreme Truth Realm. It is strange, though, why doesn't he have a Great Supreme Truth mark? This kind of anomaly, who knows what might happen around him? This sort of enemy cannot be left to roam free. If he manages to condense a Great Supreme Truth mark, he'll be even harder to handle. The Taihuang Palace members were tense, and their eagerness was palpable. They awaited orders from the upper sovereign to descend upon the heaven and earth mystical land. Not bad, I've gained a few more divine techniques. Qi Yuan held Jin Li's small hand, his gaze gentle. This time, Jin Li had followed him from Moon God Palace to Purple Fate Heaven, bringing many divine techniques along with her. Huss, band, why do you need so many divine techniques? Jin Li's beautiful face was tinged with a blush, her gaze slightly confused. Since entering the heaven and earth mystical land, Qi Yuan showed no signs of worry or fear. Instead, he leisurely perused the divine techniques, leaving Jin Li puzzled. It's all for refining the suns. Each technique is roughly equal to 1 sun, so I must hurry, Qi Yuan explained, closing his eyes to begin modifying the Golden Core chapter of the Qi Yuan scripture. Standing by, her voluptuous figure on display, Jin Li gazed at Qi Yuan. Refine the suns. Qi Yuan's focus was intense as he continued creating the Qi Yuan scripture. Before long, the Qi Yuan scripture made considerable progress. Qi Yuan paused briefly, glancing at the game loading on his jade scroll. The game's loading bar is almost full, I must hurry and eliminate Taihuang Palace's threat. Otherwise, if the game's time flow is too slow and the linear transformation begins, it could spell disaster. Qi Yuan had devised his grand plan with careful consideration. He needed to eliminate Taihuang Palace's threat before the new game began. After all, if 1 second in the game equated to 10,000 years in reality, by the time he finished playing, everything would have changed. Therefore, it was best to deal with Taihuang Palace before entering the game. Revealing his identity was also part of his plan. Otherwise, if he truly wanted to evade the survey of all heavens, Qi Yuan had plenty of methods to do so. The only unexpected variable was the vast amount of starlight emanating from his body, almost like waves crashing ashore. From fleeing Purple Fate Heaven to entering the heaven and earth mystical land, it seemed like he was continually retreating. This made his plan more logical and sensible. Step by step, he had been forced by Taihuang Palace. The Qi Yuan scripture has already been passed on to Ningdao. When is Taihuang Palace going to arrive? Qi Yuan stretched, then lazily lay his head on Jin Li's lap. Surrounded by her faint fragrance, Qi Yuan felt a deep sense of relaxation, the fatigue washed away from his body. Jin Li held Qi Yuan's head, adjusting her position to make him more comfortable. Is Ningdao an elder sister or a younger one? Her tone held a hint of jealousy. Qi Yuan was slightly taken aback. Are you jealous? Why don't you taste and see? The moon maiden Jin Li pursed her lips, a glimmer of spring water in her eyes. Just as she spoke, she leaned down to kiss him. The kiss was deep, intense. After several breaths, they finally parted, Jin Li panting softly, her once cold face flushed. Did you taste it? Jin Li's slender arms wrapped around Qi Yuan's head. This exchange of power and dominance had shifted, placing Qi Yuan in an advantageous position. Qi Yuan carefully recalled, you didn't taste jealous. Jin Li was always fragrant, with no trace of vinegar. Try again. Jin Li's boldness intensified as she lowered herself. In the presence of others, she was gentle, refined, and reserved, like a blooming peony. But alone with Qi Yuan, she was daring and seductive, as if she wanted to meld with him, like a peach blossom in full spring bloom. Who knew how much time passed before she lifted her head and gazed defiantly at Qi Yuan. Has she ever been like this with you? Qi Yuan recognized this tone. It reminded him of the arguments between Purple Fate Xiaolun and Zunlu. Possibly, yes. Qi Yuan, ever honest, couldn't lie. He and Ning Dao, along with Jin Li, had shared many forbidden fruits during their companionship. Upon hearing this, Jin Li, in a small show of defiance, lightly bit his arm, exerting only minimal pressure. And how about this? Jin Li thought of something else, her gaze shifting. Her white dress opened slightly from the front, her pale, jade-like skin revealed, delicate and smooth. Unlike Ning Dao and Jin Li's petite figures, Jin Li's body was more curvaceous. She had no excess, but where fullness was needed, she had plenty. She wrapped her arms around Qi Yuan, their bodies pressed together, her blushing face like a flower in bloom. The white dress closed quickly again as she held Qi Yuan tightly, as if they were bound together. We're married now. This, HMPF, Qi Yuan murmured, his face flushed. This dress is restricting movement. Trapped inside her dress, he dared not move too much. Has she ever done this with you? No, her dress is smaller. Are you calling me fat? ... Happy times are always fleeting, and Qi Yuan knew his limits. Although indulgence can be harmful, he was fortunate enough to abstain from drinking, the last time being on the walls of Wugui City, when he sampled Zhang Sheng and Chen Zhao's daughter fragrance wine. But daughter fragrance could never match Jin Li's allure. Lately, Jin Li had been particularly enthusiastic and warm-hearted, behaving almost like an abandoned pet, seeking his embrace frequently. This contrasted starkly with her usual moon maiden-like dignified and icy demeanor, something Qi Yuan attributed to her insecurity. He knew Jin Li had been feeling fear, anxiety, and deep-seated vengeance accumulated over millennia. It seems I need to take the initiative, Qi Yuan thought with his high emotional intelligence. He looked at the neatly dressed Jin Li, radiant as ever, her simple, loose clothing barely concealing her ample assets. Take off your armor, he said suddenly, his tone unkind. Jin Li blinked, her expression a mix of reluctance and anticipation. Take off your armor, Qi Yuan repeated. ... One day in the sixth heaven was a year and a half in the heaven and earth mystical land. Qi Yuan had spent nearly a year within it. Finally, Taihuang Palace arrived. The moment they reached the heaven and earth mystical land, a brilliant light erupted. It was as if a great sun had ascended, illuminating the heavens with overwhelming brilliance. The surrounding area became void of any other celestial body, all that remained was that sun. 10 suns Venerable, come out and meet your death. A thunderous voice resounded for miles, echoing like a storm. Beneath the great sun, countless divine beings appeared. 2 great supreme truths stood at the forefront, their power causing the earth to tremble. Inside the heaven and earth mystical land, Qi Yuan smirked lazily. Oh, mighty Taihuang Palace. Why not come in and meet your end? There was no way he would leave the heaven and earth mystical land. Out there, he was no match for Taihuang Palace. But here, protected by the lingering remnants of the tattered robe, Taihuang Palace would hesitate. 10 suns rose to challenge the sovereign seat. Where is your bravery now? Why cower within the heaven and earth mystical land? True Origin Venerable called, his voice icy. True, the saint-like clan and the tattered robe remnants within the abode intimidated him. But Qi Yuan merely stretched languidly, too stubborn to be lured out. You, True Origin Venerable seethed, his face twisting in anger. If the 10 suns Venerable stayed hidden, there was little Taihuang Palace could do for now. However, True Origin Venerable believed Taihuang Palace would eventually find a way to deal with him. Speak slowly, don't strain yourself. The time flows fast here, so I'm off for a bath. I'll come back to argue with you later. With that, Qi Yuan vanished, speaking the truth. Time flowed quickly here, giving him ample time to rest, ponder, or grab a bite before returning to the verbal sparring. Enough, True Origin Venerable thundered. Begin refining the heaven and earth mystical land. At his command, countless Yin God experts emerged, aligned with the great sun behind them, attempting to refine the heaven and earth mystical land. True Origin Venerable understood that dealing with the 10 suns Venerable would not be resolved in a single day. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan continued his leisurely taunts from within the heaven and earth mystical land. Keep it up, I've already finished my bath. This bizarre scene persisted, with True Origin Venerable ranting tirelessly outside while Qi Yuan relaxed, trained, and even strolled around with Jin Li, occasionally lobbing back a perfect retort. Within Purple Fate Heaven, storm clouds gathered ominously. With a pale face, Purple Fate Xiaolu spoke up. I heard Taihuang Palace has surrounded the heaven and earth mystical land, and Senior Blood Robe is inside. He won't be in danger, will he? Her worry this time was far greater than before. After all, Taihuang Palace itself was involved, with a supreme at their helm. And Zunlu, noting Xiaolu's worried expression, abandoned her usual mockery and offered a reassuring tone, with Senior Black Sword and our ancestor on our side, even Taihuang Palace can't kill Blood Robe so easily. Of course, this was just reassurance. The overwhelming power of Taihuang Palace presiding over the linear transformation was intimidating. Even other supremes might not openly shelter Blood Robe. And Black Sword, still short of reaching the Great Supreme Truth Realm, couldn't alter the outcome. Xiaolu looked uneasy. I certainly hope so. At this, Purple Fate Dashui interjected, frankly, I'm not too worried about Blood Robe's safety. For someone who rose from the lower realms to take over 3,000 worlds, he likely has numerous hidden cards. Besides, hiding in the heaven and earth mystical land should keep him safe from Taihuang Palace for some time. Dashui hadn't met the ancestor but had spoken with other young god venerables, gaining a better understanding of the heaven and earth mystical land. Rather than worry for him, we should worry about ourselves. I fear, Taihuang Palace, being what it is, might use us of Purple Fate Heaven to coerce him out. Her words left Xiaolu even more pale. I refuse to become a pawn for Taihuang Palace to threaten Senior Blood Robe. If they come, I'd rather die. Outside Purple Fate Heaven, Ancestor Purple Fate listened to his young descendants' discussion, a look of resignation in his eyes. He knew all too well the truth in Dashui's words. When Qi Yuan had fled to the heaven and earth mystical land, he had done little but go to meet the Abyss Lord. Just then, a ripple of energy surged through the void. Dressed in black, Black Sword appeared, with his usual elegance now tempered with a weightier demeanor. Upon seeing him, Ancestor Purple Fate hurriedly asked, how did it go? Black Sword shook his head slowly. I went to Celestial Loft Heaven, but the Lord there did not receive me. Celestial Loft Heaven had always been a close ally of Black Demon Abyss. If Black Demon Abyss were to call on external support, Celestial Loft Heaven would be the best choice, given that it housed a supreme. Ancestor Purple Fate's shoulders slumped, confirming his worst fears. The Lord of Celestial Loft Heaven won't intervene, nor will the Moon God Sovereign. Alas, things are looking grim. The White Dragon Abyss Lord, however, did say she would be willing to sneak into the heaven and earth mystical land, Black Sword remarked. Ancestor Purple Fate's eyes lit up briefly. She's willing, to preserve Blood Robe's bloodline, Black Sword added with a sigh. The light in Ancestor Purple Fate's eyes faded. Absurd. I'm not interested in his progeny. I want Blood Robe alive. The other sacred lands refused to see me as well. As for the Supreme Truth Association, Black Sword's gaze turned complex. If Blood Robe were willing to part with a fragment of his soul and a drop of his vital blood, they'd agree to mediate and offer him protection. Ancestor Purple Fate's face grew heavy. At this level of cultivation, giving away one's soul and essence to another cultivator was akin to bearing oneself completely defenseless. How could Blood Robe possibly accept that? Ancestor Purple Fate knew that he himself would never agree to such terms. Is there no other way? He asked. Black Sword took a deep breath. In the heaven and earth mystical land, the tattered robe spirit lingers. Blood Robe should be safe enough in there. He looked at Ancestor Purple Fate. During this time, exercise caution. Don't leave Purple Fate Heaven casually. If things become untenable, then retreat to the heaven and earth mystical land. Black Sword's words held a warning. Ancestor Purple Fate nodded solemnly. At that moment, a stream of light shot down suddenly from the sky. Senior Black Sword, there's been a disaster in the Black Demon domain. Demonic corruption has erupted everywhere, please, return swiftly to suppress it. The visitor was a supreme young god, his expression urgent. What? The Black Demon domain is in turmoil. Black Sword's usual composure was shaken. The Black Demon domain was a powerful artifact of creation, though not an offensive one, but the most valuable treasure of Black Demon Abyss. Many of Black Demon Abyss's beings originated from there. If anything went wrong with the domain, the bloodlines of Black Demon Abyss could weaken drastically. The council had appointed Black Sword as the custodian of Black Demon Abyss, making him responsible for the domain's welfare. Now that something had gone awry, large or small, he had to return immediately to resolve it. Masking his anxiety, Black Sword turned to the Supreme Young God, saying, "I'll go at once." He gave a meaningful look to Ancestor Purple Fate. "Take care, stay cautious, and we'll speak again once I return from the Black Demon domain." With those words, Black Sword and the Supreme Young God disappeared from sight. Left alone, Ancestor Purple Fate looked out toward the heaven and earth mystical land, then back at Purple Fate Heaven, his expression somber. "A storm is brewing," he murmured. Some half-hour later, he sighed quietly. "It's no longer just a storm brewing, it's already here." Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed across the skies of Purple Fate Heaven. An immense pressure descended, dark as storm clouds poised to strike. Ancestor Purple Fate straightened, his figure becoming imposing. Gone was the hunch he had carried in the shadows of Black Demon Mountain. His eyes gleamed with razor-sharp intensity. "Saint Wuming, so you've come," he called out. The name Saint Wuming belonged to the Abyss Lord himself. The figure of Saint Wuming remained concealed in the void, visible only as an ominous dark cloud. "You were too greedy, too timid. If I had known then what I know now, I'd never have given you the chance to forge your offensive artifact of creation." Ancestor Purple Fate snarled, glaring into the void. Long ago, Black Demon Abyss had faced a crisis, plunging the entire clan into dire straits. Both Ancestor Purple Fate and Saint Wuming had the chance to forge offensive artifacts of creation, and Ancestor Purple Fate had been one step ahead, his opportunity seemingly greater. But Black Demon Abyss's resources could only sustain one such artifact. In the end, Saint Wuming had betrayed Ancestor Purple Fate, securing the artifact for himself. With it, he had single-handedly saved Black Demon Abyss from collapse. Purple Fate Ancestor, you always put too much value on sentiment, never grasping that in this world, true power lies only in what you hold in your hands. Saint Wuming's voice was cold. "I don't regret my actions. If I could go back, I'd do it again, but more perfectly. With your character, if you had forged an offensive artifact of creation, becoming the master of Black Demon Abyss, would the Abyss have reached its current glory? Black Demon Abyss would never be among the top 10 realms. In fact, with the upcoming linear transformation, it might be destroyed in your hands." In the sixth heaven, Black Demon Abyss was the most powerful force outside the sacred lands with their resident supremes. Ancestor Purple Fate's face twisted in fury, his body surging with murderous intent. He released his semi-complete offensive artifact, his aura soaring to a terrifying height. Saint Wuming's ancient voice remained calm. "You've made countless friends across the realms, and now, Blood Robe is in grave danger, and I myself stand over Purple Fate Heaven. Has anyone come to help you?" Ancestor Purple Fate let out a cold snort, refusing to engage further. "Why don't we make a wager?" Saint Wuming's tone was casual. "Do you think Blood Robe will emerge from the heaven and earth mystical land, for your sake? For the sake of Purple Fate Heaven?" He had no fear that Ancestor Purple Fate would break through his blockade and escape. Firstly, he had already laid a trap around Purple Fate Heaven. Secondly, he counted on Purple Fate Ancestor's character, he would never abandon his people. To Saint Wuming, this seemed laughable, a fool's morality holding him captive. Were it Saint Wuming, he would abandon his people if necessary. After all, as long as he lived, his clan would live. Ancestor Purple Fate's gaze darkened. He understood well that Saint Wuming was using him in Purple Fate Heaven to coerce Blood Robe. On one hand, he hoped Blood Robe would consider the greater good and avoid Taihuang Palace's trap. On the other, he hoped Blood Robe would not be so callous as to ignore their plight. "Saint Wuming, how dare you boast so brazenly?" Ancestor Purple Fate roared, expanding his form, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept through Purple Fate Heaven. In this place, he wielded the power of the Great Supreme Truth, a level of defense even Saint Wuming's offensive artifact of creation could not easily breach. Ancestor Purple Fate hoped Blood Robe would understand, weighing the pros and cons, that he would not give in to Taihuang Palace's coercion. "Fight, do you really think I can't kill you?" Saint Wuming's voice turned sinister. "But with the linear transformation yet to begin, it would be a waste for you to die now, unable to enter the Hall of Oneness." As he spoke, a drop of blood appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Ancestor Purple Fate's expression shifted dramatically. "The root demon blood, so it really was you." The blood in Saint Wuming's hand was unmistakably root demon blood. Back when Black Sword was ambushed by root demon blood, there had been a shadowy hand guiding the attack from the background. Ancestor Purple Fate had suspected the Abyss Lord but found it difficult to believe. After all, Black Sword's strength was vital to Black Demon Abyss. And yet, it now appeared that the Abyss Lord himself had been the orchestrator. This revelation felt ironic, a bitter jest. It was akin to questioning why the king would lead a rebellion against his own kingdom. Outside the heaven and earth mystical land. True Origin Venerable received news of this with a grin. He'd been exchanging verbal blows with Qi Yuan for days, but the different time flow in the heaven and earth mystical land allowed Qi Yuan to multitask, which frustrated True Origin Venerable. However, bound by the dignity of Taihuang Palace, he had to contain his irritation. Now, with his attention drawn back to the heaven and earth mystical land, he was invigorated. Ten Sun Venerable, if you don't come out soon, you may find Purple Fate Heaven reduced to ruins by the time you do. Within the heaven and earth mystical land, Qi Yuan's expression was calm. Your supreme and elite forces are all gathered here, yet you still have energy to spare to trouble Purple Fate Heaven. At that moment, the great sun had not yet appeared outside, but its attention was fixed upon the heaven and earth mystical land. Taihuang Palace's remaining high-ranking combatants were also focused on this land, wary of any intervention from the Supreme Truth Association. This suggested that Taihuang Palace had few additional forces available to attack Purple Fate Heaven. If they intended to kill Ancestor Purple Fate, a Supreme's intervention would be required. The Abyss Lord of Black Demon Abyss has already committed to aiding our Supreme in his assault on Purple Fate Heaven, and that battle is already underway. True Origin Venerable raised his hand, projecting an image into the sky. The scene showed two powerful auras locked in combat, with one side evidently overpowering the other. The figure struggling under the assault was none other than Ancestor Purple Fate. Ancestor Purple Fate possesses the Great Supreme Truth Realm, meaning that even the Abyss Lord cannot kill him outright. Old man, suffer for me, endure it, and I promise I'll avenge you. Qi Yuan's tone was lazy, as if unbothered. True Origin Venerable was not surprised by Qi Yuan's indifference. Narrowing his eyes, he added with a sly smile, but what if the Abyss Lord wields root demon blood? What? Qi Yuan's face shifted in feigned shock, his performance flawless. In truth, this revelation was unexpected. Qi Yuan had long foreseen Taihuang Palace leveraging Purple Fate Heaven to threaten him. However, he hadn't felt too worried, believing that as long as the Supreme did not intervene, Ancestor Purple Fate's life would not be endangered, since the Supreme's focus was locked on him here. The introduction of root demon blood, however, had indeed taken him by surprise. Qi Yuan knew that Ancestor Purple Fate had been suppressing his own power for years, postponing the arrival of the root demon calamity. Yet, if triggered by root demon blood in his current state, there was a real risk that Ancestor Purple Fate might fall. HMPH. A calamity is a calamity. If that's the old man's fate, then so be it, Qi Yuan replied dismissively, continuing his act. Inwardly, however, he felt weary. His power was still too lacking. Otherwise, he wouldn't be forced to play cat and mouse with Taihuang Palace. A single punch would have blown away the dark clouds hovering above. Ten Sun Venerable, there's no need to deceive yourself, True Origin Venerable's voice remained icy. If you stay inside, the root demon blood will be used. And when you finally step outside, you'll likely only find the body of Ancestor Purple Fate. At that moment, countless eyes across the six heavens watched this scene unfold, their sight extending through various artifacts of creation. This Taihuang Palace, how despicable, using Ancestor Purple Fate as leverage. If Taihuang Palace had any integrity, they wouldn't have gained the Hall of Oneness's approval. This, Ten Sun Venerable, what a pity. What a dilemma, one great Supreme Truth Master lamented. Even if Ten Sun Venerable refuses to come out, Taihuang Palace's Supreme could eventually find a way to breach the mystical land and kill him with overwhelming force. Ten Sun Venerable's talent is unparalleled. Who could have expected that someone from the lower realms could topple 3,000 worlds, eradicate the demon clans, and bend them to his will? Not to mention, he has grasped two supreme truths. This monster of a cultivator, heaven knows if there will ever be another like him. The Taihuang Supreme will never allow him to rise. Who knows to what heights he might ascend if he's left unchecked? Could it be that fate truly favors Taihuang Palace? If not for their oversight of the lineage transformation, they would never have uncovered Ten Sun Venerable's identity. With his talent and intelligence, if he'd waited a few million years in hiding, what could Taihuang Palace do then? Although the Supreme was wary of the tattered robe spirit and dared not venture into the heaven and earth mystical land alone, with enough time to prepare, he would eventually enter and obliterate Ten Sun Venerable. If the enemy were a typical great Supreme Truth cultivator with an offensive artifact, the Supreme would find it difficult, almost impossible, to kill them. But Ten Sun Venerable, despite his overwhelming power, had not yet consolidated his great supreme truth, meaning he could barely withstand an assault from the Supreme. That was the terror of a Supreme. It was safe to say that the great supreme truth acted as a shield to protect the lives of great supreme truth masters, making it hard for supremes to kill them outright. 3 days from now, if you have yet to emerge, the root demon blood will be unleashed. True Origin Venerable announced coldly, presenting Qi Yuan with an agonizing dilemma. Every great cultivator held their breath, eager to see Qi Yuan's response. I've always hated being forced, Qi Yuan spoke, his former laziness gone. He stepped forward, staring down True Origin Venerable. Why don't we switch it up? Let me be the one forcing Taihuang Palace to make a choice. Qi Yuan's voice was calm, his words resonating across the heavens. Ridiculous. What power do you have to coerce Taihuang Palace into anything? True Origin Venerable sneered. Now that you're trapped, your death is merely a matter of time. What can you do, weak as you are? Sneered the young gods of Taihuang Palace, their words dripping with contempt and mockery. To them, Blood Robe posed no true threat. In their eyes, Supremes were unrivaled, invincible. Oh, really? Qi Yuan's expression shifted into a strange smile. Then watch closely, see what I have in store. With Qi Yuan's words, a mysterious, ancient, and primordial aura pervaded the heavens. The energy seemed to contain the truths of creation itself, the universal rules that shaped existence. And those laws and principles swirled around a single door. It was unlike any door, impossible to grasp yet incomparably sacred and magnificent. Both real and dreamlike, it stood alone in the void, instantly becoming the center of all existence. The door of supreme truth, it's the door of supreme truth. Someone gasped, their voice trembling with awe. This aura, there's no doubt. It's truly the door of supreme truth. The greatest artifact of creation in the immortal world, the door of supreme truth. Another great supreme truth cultivator murmured, spellbound. The door of supreme truth. Even the Supremes trembled as they witnessed this. It was, indeed, the door of supreme truth. The ultimate artifact of creation in all of the immortal realms. Whoever obtained it would be beyond all calamity, impervious even to the linear transformation. Entering it for 1,000,000 years, they could then emerge, unrivaled under the heavens. Correct. This is indeed the door of supreme truth, Qi Yuan said with calm authority. To him, it was the myriad-faceted gate of myriad principles, but to the denizens of the immortal world, it was known as the door of supreme truth. Great Sun Supreme, you should be able to see the door of supreme truth, Qi Yuan continued, a smile forming. Soon, I'll step through it and cultivate for a few million years. When I emerge, I'll return to settle accounts with Taihuang Palace. So I'd advise you to get ready. It would be a shame if you all died before I stepped back through. True Origin Venerable's eyes flickered with fear. All his calculations had failed to predict that Ten Sun Venerable might possess the door of supreme truth. Stunned, he wanted to shout, fellow cultivator, if you had the door of supreme truth, why didn't you say so earlier, or maybe you could have just gone straight into the door of supreme truth for millions of years and emerged to claim the supreme title of Great Sun. What were you doing wasting time outside, provoking Taihuang Palace while you were still so weak? Asterisk. Ten Sun Venerable, will you truly abandon your friends and loved ones in purple fate heaven just to step through that door? True Origin Venerable attempted to leverage his voice, amplifying it with authority, though it carried a note of hesitation. Inwardly, however, he was anxious. If it were him, or nearly anyone else, they would have surely forsaken purple fate heaven and entered the door of supreme truth. In purple fate heaven, Ancestor Purple Fate suddenly broke into laughter. Do you see this, Saint Wuming? Blood Robe has the door of supreme truth. You're dead now, and Taihuang Palace is headed for ruin. Ha, how delightful. Though still locked in fierce combat, both Ancestor Purple Fate and Saint Wuming had projected part of their consciousness to observe the heaven and earth mystical land. Now, as Blood Robe displayed the door of supreme truth, all of the 6 heavens trembled. This tremor surpassed even the time when Blood Robe had been seen radiating an ocean of light during the survey of all heavens. It was easy to understand why. Consider it like this. If on Earth, a woman giving birth to a 10-headed child would capture people's attention, the arrival of an elixir for eternal life would captivate everyone entirely. The door of supreme truth held such a lure, igniting fervent desire across the 6 heavens. Saint Wuming's expression darkened as he absorbed this. Ancestor Purple Fate felt the urge to send a transmission to Qi Yuan, urging him not to worry about purple fate heaven and instead enter the door of supreme truth. Back outside the heaven and earth mystical land. Qi Yuan fixed his gaze on True Origin Venerable, his tone calm. There's one thing I despise above all else, being forced. It's in my nature to rebel. Just now, you tried to pressure me. But now, it's my turn to pressure you. He lifted his gaze toward the great sun blazing above. Great Sun Supreme, do you dare follow me into the door of supreme truth? I've laid countless traps within this door, waiting for you to step in. If you lack the courage to enter, then I'll simply go in alone. I'll cultivate for 1,000,000 years, then return, and by then, you will all be dead. Right now, the only chance for survival rests with you. So, do you dare follow me into the door of supreme truth? As he stood there, calm and collected, a faint smile appeared on his face. Every great supreme truth master and young god who heard his words was momentarily stunned. None had expected Qi Yuan to challenge the great Sun Supreme, to enter the door of supreme truth. But how could he dare? Even with a web of traps laid in the door of supreme truth, how could those tricks compare to the absolute power of the great Sun Supreme? Could 10 Sun Venerable be planning to surrender the door of supreme truth? And yet, some among the great supreme truths felt an undercurrent of doubt. Qi Yuan was no fool, he clearly understood what he was proposing. There must be a scheme in his plan. A step toward heaven, a step toward hell, Qi Yuan said, slowly advancing out of the heaven and earth mystical land. Great Sun Supreme, will you follow me, into this abyss? Or do you intend to wait 1,000,000 years, only for me to emerge and personally send you to hell? With those words, Qi Yuan and the door of supreme truth stood visible outside the mystical land. Without hesitation, Qi Yuan dove into the door, which started fading rapidly, seemingly about to vanish. Countless cultivators and great supreme truth masters held their breath, eager to see how the great Sun Supreme would respond. Observing this scene, even the Supremes felt a tremor within themselves and came to a decision. If it were them in the great Sun Supreme's place, regardless of their own confidence, they would also follow Qi Yuan into the door of supreme truth. Firstly, there was Qi Yuan's provocation and threat. Secondly, as a supreme, they held immense confidence in their strength, undeterred by any potential traps. And lastly, it was the door of supreme truth itself, the most sought-after artifact of creation in the immortal realm. Within the 6 heavens, just as the door of supreme truth was about to dissipate, the great sun, embodying unmatched power, surged into the door of supreme truth at the last possible moment. In an instant, darkness swept over the skies, and the aura of the door of supreme truth vanished entirely. Numerous eyes remained fixed on the void outside the heaven and earth mystical land, contemplative expressions adorning their faces. Because, this outcome had defied all expectations. If the great Sun Supreme were to secure the door of supreme truth, then, indeed, the 6 heavens would be irrevocably altered, with the great Sun Supreme reigning supreme over all. For many, questions lingered. How could Qi Yuan have dared to reveal the door of supreme truth, knowingly allowing a wolf into his den? In that suspended moment, countless cultivators felt a collective heartbeat, a mixture of suspense and anticipation. They knew they would not have to wait long for an outcome. Because, with the power of a supreme, subduing a great supreme truth cultivator without a consolidated great supreme truth would be as easy as turning a hand. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1.